The bright sun illuminates the huge mansion where the Bidgrin family lives again. A highly anticipated event is approaching for the eldest daughter of this family, her birthday. In this regard, her brother Andrian is interested in what she wants to receive as a gift, because he probably wants something special. But Amelia, with a wide smile on her face, told him she didn't want anything at all. At that moment, secretly from her younger brother, she burns letters from annoying fans. "You don't even like dolls that much," said her boyfriend, and she replied that she was lying when she said she didn't want anything. In fact, the only thing she wants with all her heart is to avoid death at the hands of her brother Andrian. No matter what, she must survive. After her birthday, her boyfriend's birthday is just around the corner. When she turns 18, she will be an adult. That day, they will celebrate both her birthday and her coming of age, and the main character will appear that same day. This will be the day this girl escapes. Then the real frenzy will begin. What she had to endure is simply terrible, and it is impossible to find a more appropriate word to describe this incident. She was a university student living in Seoul when this happened. If she hadn't met this psychopath, her life wouldn't have ended in such a terrible way. It was very dark, and Amelia was afraid of the boy because he behaved completely inappropriately. When he took her hand, she only had time to look into his crazy eyes. Then, she immediately fell under the wheels of a fast-moving bus. It is impossible to believe that this happened to the girl. Then she thought she had died. And now there is only one question in her head: why was she so unlucky? Opening her eyes, she saw another world. The girl was reborn in another body. She had a rattle in her hand and shook it loudly. It turned out that after her death by that psychopath, she got another chance. And now she is a baby. The girl was reborn into the world of a fantasy novel where there is a monarch and nobles. Moreover, there is even magic in this world. But the main thing is that the girl was not simply born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She is not just a noblewoman, but the Duke's own eldest daughter. Amelia had walked the red carpet her whole life. She just needs to keep walking confidently and enjoy this life, the girl thought. Her past life was torture, so she drew the golden ticket, but unfortunately her happiness was short-lived. One day she woke up in the middle of the night to drink water, but she heard voices outside the door. So the girl decided to listen to the conversation. It was a conversation between her parents. They were talking about how angry Amelia would be when she found out their secret. The little girl became interested and crept closer. Then she understood what they were talking about. The thing is, the girl was not their own daughter. That is, she was adopted. This unexpected turn of events, of course, upset Amelia, because until that moment she considered herself an aristocrat and the Duke's real eldest daughter. And it was exactly like that. The Duke's wife was informed that she was infertile. They believed it and adopted baby Amelia. But the doctor turned out to be a fraud. And when the girl found out, the Duchess was already pregnant and her little brother was on the way. Of course, the girl was upset because she thought they would love her less than their own child. So she only thought about this all the time. Amelia cried a lot, and no one could understand the reason for her tears. The thought arose in the girl's head that they would kick her out of the house completely. And they wouldn't even give her a chance to pack her things. She is also worried about not knowing where she can get money to buy food, especially since she is already hungry. Amelia is constantly stressed because she doesn't know when they will kick her out and what she should take in that case. Finally, the maid fed her delicious meat, and the girl calmed down a little. She is too excited because 7 years have passed since then, and they still haven't kicked her out. Now she is 11. And her brother has also grown up. He is 7 years old, but whatever they say, he is still younger than Amelia. Today she woke up in a very good mood. Her brother looked towards her room when he heard her cheerful voice. The main advantage of the boy is that he is always on her side. Today is the girl's birthday, which is why she woke up especially happy. And in honor of this, Andrian prepared a gift for her, which was in a huge bag. Amelia was surprised by how big this bag was and couldn't wait to see what was inside. And she is also interested in when he managed to prepare it. When the boy pulled the string, the bag untied, and what his sister saw shocked her. It turned out that inside this bag was a girl whose hands were tied and mouth gagged so she wouldn't scream or ask for help. This girl turned out to be the maid Melissa. Andrian said this is a doll. He was looking for a doll similar to the one his sister broke, but it was discontinued. So he chose a maid for this role. What is he talking about? Amelia thought. The doll he had looked very realistic, but it was just a toy. He dressed Melissa exactly like that doll and brought her to her. She hit her brother and shouted, "How can you not distinguish a living person from a toy? Are you really a damn psychopath?" She demanded that the poor girl be released immediately. And the boy was offended because she didn't like his surprise. He ignored his sister's request and started walking away with his nose in the air. Then Amelia, very rudely, told him to stand against the wall and raise his hands. And Andrian listened to her. It's good that he understood her, but he still needs to be taught that doing such things is unacceptable. Because that is confessing. That's how naive she thought then. But a short time later, when Amelia suspected nothing, she was just relaxing on the terrace. He committed another terrible act. He approached his sister and told her that because the previous doll didn't suit her. He decided to improve and prepared a new surprise for her. He took a man hostage again, only this time it was a male servant. Apparently, he thought she was angry last time because she didn't like that doll. Then he is definitely a real psychopath. She scolded him again for this terrible act. He is truly crazy and can do whatever he thinks of. Andrian thinks it's all a game, but he quickly forces the man to be released. Amelia thinks that for her brother, everything except family, animals, or things are just toys. She decided that next time he should be punished as he deserves, but how naive she was. Because much more serious problems lay ahead. When the girl glanced at the books, that's when she realized she was in a novel. And this novel is called The Spring of the Divine Sour, and the plot takes place in this world. She and many other characters here really exist. And also the villain Adrian Whitgren, the supporting character is her, Amelia Whitgren. This seems like a bad joke. Maybe the author just used real names, or it's a coincidence, the girl thought. She decided to make sure she wasn't going crazy, so she turned to the maid Jessica with a worried look. While the girl was washing the windows. And the lady scared her a little. Amelia simply asked her what was written in this book, and pulled out the book with this novel in front of her. The girl touched the pages with her hands, and replied that the pages of this book were completely empty. The lady is sure that the maid Jessica would not lie to her, and that is why she does not understand at all what is happening now. Why is she the only one who sees the text, and everything that happened in the last few days is described in this novel down to the smallest detail? Even if she went crazy, she wouldn't be able to predict the future, or maybe she received that privilege because she remembers a past life. But this is not the main problem, if you believe the plot of this reading then. Unfortunately, the girl will be murdered again. According to the novel's plot, her parents will die within 2 years from a serious illness. And it will be revealed that she was adopted. Andrian, upon learning this, will say that there is not a drop of his blood in her, and that she no longer has the right to tell him. Drawing his sword, the angry guy will mercilessly strike her in the chest, and her bloody body will fall to the ground. Her brother is smart, strong, and will inherit the title. He will destroy everything in his path that might interfere with him or annoy him. But even such a monster can fall in love, and it will be the main character, Agrita. He will fall in love with her at first sight and destroy the people around her. The day of Amelia's death is approaching quickly, and now she regrets having been rude to him once, and even raising her hand to him. It was necessary to treat him with kindness and sweetness, and it was not worth punishing him. The lady thought about it all night. Today she woke up sleepless because she was thinking of a plan to avoid her own death. And it occurred to her that she just needed to run as far away as possible. But she cannot run away right now. If he catches Amelia red-handed, he will be very angry, and then she won't feel enough. But it is even worse if he kills the girl much earlier than written in the novel. She must wait for the moment when he falls in love with Agrita, because that is when he will stop caring about his sister. and she will be able to leave this place quietly. She will escape and save her life, but before that, the girl must do one thing. And that is to prevent the death of her parents. They say that if you ask for something desperately, then heaven will hear your prayers. But it seems Amelia cannot change the future at the behest of a pike. The girl cried for a long time, with bitter tears before their graves. After a while, the people dispersed, and she and Andrian were left alone, who took her hand. Only a supporting character and an antagonist who will destroy the poor, innocent girl remain. And yet, she never ceases to be convinced that she is unlucky, both in her past life and in this one. Although Amelia knew everything, the death of her parents literally broke her, and the escape plan is not going as well as she imagined. The girl didn't even notice how time passed at a dizzying speed. But in the process, she realized many things. Now she is preparing for tomorrow's dinner and is worried that it will be excellent. The maids are running around and making a fuss. Amelia ordered the servant to go to the basement and check the list to see if anything was missing. She herself is having tea on the terrace, but her hands are trembling with excitement. And the girl even dropped the cup. It was tomorrow that the fateful meeting of the villain Andrian and the main character became the cause of her stress. It is unknown how tomorrow will be, but Amelia looks forward to this event. Her brother's gaze will focus solely on Agrita, and thanks to this, the minor character will finally escape. She must run during the banquet, as soon as the heroine appears, provided everything goes as the girl planned. After all, he will eliminate everyone around her, because they will irritate him like annoying flies. And if she misses this opportunity, she will return to the afterlife. Almost inaudibly, Brother Andrian approached the girl and decided to join her tea party. The maid brought them another cup of tea and said she was surprised how happy they were every time they were together. Amelia hears this so often that she has gotten used to it and pays no attention. The boy said he planned to go to the chapel tomorrow and invited her to go together. She once mentioned wanting to go to the square and had already forgotten about it, but her brother still remembers that little thing. Her answer is definitely no, because she is running away, and the girl told Andrian she would be very busy. Besides, she had already seen it, and the chapel was so old that there was almost nothing to look at. Maybe it would be better to tear it down and rebuild it, Amelia asked. And she immediately thought that she shouldn't have said this. It seems she just did a damn crazy thing. She soon realized everything when her brother told her that he had fulfilled what she asked for. "I destroyed the chapel," Andrian said loudly, smiling and without any remorse of conscience. The sister noticed how intently he was looking at her, as if waiting for her reaction. When she realized what he had done, she could barely restrain herself from attacking him with her fists. Especially since it was her fault. She shouldn't have said that. Anyone who overhears their conversation will think it's about an ordinary sandcastle. Andrian said it was worth doing even sooner, and thanked his sister for the idea. Amelia simply doesn't understand how it is possible to be so crazy and do whatever you want. Anyone else would have thought it was just a joke and wouldn't have taken it seriously. But not him. This psychopath didn't even think about human sacrifice. His sister hid behind the chapel for her own purposes, and as a result, something terrible happened. Now conscience torments her terribly, and today again she will not be able to sleep because she will be thinking about it all night. The girl asked when exactly he took it down, to which Andrian replied that it happened this morning. Then she quickly jumped off her chair and ran somewhere. Amelia scared her servant because she ran straight towards him while he was busy with his business. Grabbing his hands, she began to shake him and shout that she needed a list of all the victims of this chapel. The man immediately went to fulfill his lover's request. She is very upset, and there is a good reason for it. People were hurt, and besides, she remembered something important. This morning, Agrita went up to the chapel. Because today is a charity event, and she needs to pray that everything goes smoothly. But as is already known, this evil younger brother destroyed the chapel early in the morning. She really could change the plot of this novel this way. Amelia gave an order to the maid, because she doesn't actually know if the main protagonist Agrita is on the lists. But she really hopes she isn't, because this cannot be. After a few minutes, the servant finally brought her what she had asked for. When the girl saw the list of victims, the losses were not as great as she thought. But unfortunately, as Amelia expected, the main protagonist, Agrita Grace, died. The girl does not understand how this can happen. The list fell from her hands, and all hopes for a good future collapsed. Looking at her, Andrea immediately noticed how his sister collapsed. How could she die? Amelia thought. This crazy boy killed the main character. He is truly insane, and it is getting harder and harder for her to restrain herself from a scandal with him. This man is incorrigible. No matter what they say, he will not listen to anyone and will continue with this madness. There is only one way to fix this nightmare, Amelia thought, and she ran away from her brother. She wanted to use this plan if she failed to escape, and intended to save it for the end. Entering her room and closing the door behind her, she opened the dresser and took out a box. According to the novel's plot, when she realized that her end was tragic, she made efforts to survive at all costs. And the result of the efforts is exactly in this box. According to the plot, this should belong to Hagrid, but there is one thing. Originally, there were 3 gods in this world. The god of destruction, the god of time, and also the goddess of love. Each god had their own temples, but 10 years ago an oracle appeared in all the temples. The day the full moon illuminates the lowest place on earth, a goddess will appear in this world, caring for and looking after all things on earth. Opinions on the interpretation of the prophecy were divided when the question arose about what it meant. Although they understood that it was necessary to calculate the moment of the brightest full moon, to then say not everything is as it seems. The oracles agreed that the full moon had nothing to do with the real moon. The prince of the empire was nicknamed the young sun. The crown prince acted incognito to understand the social unrest. On a cold and lonely street, he met a poor boy. By chance, they met a girl named Agrita, who would later become the crown princess. The oracle declared that she was destined for the role of empress. Agrita, who became empress, will be revered as a goddess by the prophecy for her benefactor. Even the temples and priests recognize her as a goddess, but this will be in the future. The temple does not yet know the truth, but there is already a clamor that we must welcome the goddess who will descend to earth. Gridgia is an artifact made by the temple in honor of the god of time. They are stones that, when broken, can turn back time. They are made by the temple as a gift to the goddess, and it takes 10 years to make 30 of them. Amelia Whitgreen simply stole them, but only managed to steal 15 of them. If the temple had caught her, they would have probably killed her, but stealing only half was a manifestation of her conscience. With the help of this, she decided to save Agrita. How can a girl with such a noble goal be called a thief? Now she has the opportunity to turn back time and save the poor girl. The more she thinks about everything, the more incredible everything happening around her seems. If she weren't related to Andrian, Amelia wouldn't do anything, but her anger meter is already high. Clutching a stone in her fist, she cannot bring herself to break it for a long time. But the success of her life directly depends on Agrita, so she definitely needs to do it. A broken stone will instantly turn back time exactly 1 day. We need to go back to the past as soon as possible. While her younger brother was talking to the servant and discussing various household matters, the girl literally burst in on them and interrupted their conversation with her screams. She constantly kept silent, not talking about what was happening in her soul because she didn't want to die prematurely. But now she is angry and is going to tell the boy many things, so Amelia quickly approaches him. The girl started screaming at him, calling her brother a crazy bastard, because you cannot waste other people's lives. She doesn't want him to live like a villain. On the contrary, she would like him to come to his senses. And come to his senses. While the boy stared at her open-mouthed in shock, she still dared and broke the stone. Literally. A moment later, Amelia found herself back on the previous day, as she had planned. Maid Jessica came out onto her balcony and brought her a shawl, as she had asked, because it was very cold. But the girl is still in shock from what happened, because she still finds it hard to believe in this magic. So she could barely thank Jessica. Amelia remembers that yesterday she was sitting on the balcony drinking tea, and shortly after she asked the maid to bring her a shawl to keep warm. Then she realized that everything had gone as she wanted, and now all that remained was to calm down. But the lady could not stand up and collapsed into a chair, thus frightening Jessica. The woman thought she felt unwell and was dizzy, or that she was sick, so her maid began to panic. But Amelia reassured her by saying that everything was fine, that her legs were just a little weak, and that now she wanted to be alone. Although Jessica was worried about her mistress's condition, she still obeyed and left the girl alone. Her brother Andrian has grown up. Morality and common sense are alien to him. Although Amelia was careful in her actions, she is still tormented by what she was thinking. Clutching her head, the lady began to recall how she once shouted at him very loudly. But it was damn great. The moment you open your soul is priceless. Now she feels as if the pain in her heart has disappeared. And yet, the girl believes that stealing the stones was the best decision she made. She entered her room and looked at them again. Now there were 14 left, because she had already used one. Going out into the hallway, Amelia looked around and saw her servant approaching her. The girl asked him to come closer for a moment, after which she asked what day it was today. And the answer was the date September 13th. The servant was, of course, surprised by this question. Was her mistress so busy with some business that she even lost count? Amelia said she was a little confused and decided to clarify, and now she can calmly continue with her business. It is incredible how useful these stones are. Agrita used this power in the name of others. That's probably why they called her divine. If she herself had such abilities, she would have discovered many bad things about herself. Whereas Agrita used them to save others without malicious intent. Amelia is tormented by her conscience for using other stones for her own purposes. Although it is with their help that she will save the girl. The lady decided that there was no need to keep punishing herself. She needed to save the chapel not only for the sake of the main character, but also for the sake of other people. Of course, the main problem is Andrian, but she can't do anything about it. It was around noon, and the next afternoon she went to the chapel. It's better to go to him now, but at this time he is working and is discharged in the late afternoon. Only he can make crazy decisions at any given moment, like a true psychopath villain. The girl thinks she needs to stop talking about things like demolishing the chapel. And always remember that she is communicating with Andrian. And what can you do? How can you refuse to go with your brother to the chapel and not destroy it? We need to quickly find a plausible and safe refusal so that she can decline this outing. So night fell. Amelia went down to the living room for a cup of tea and couldn't come up with a single good excuse. But instead, she came up with something else. That day, the girl was sitting in the garden, and her brother found her when they met. He started talking about the chapel. The best way to refuse an offer is not to accept it at all. In other words, she simply doesn't need to draw his attention today, and then everything will be fine. That's why Amelia swapped the garden for the living room. Andrian is busy, and he won't leave the office for the next hour. Until then, she will leave. She decided to just go to her room and not leave until tomorrow, so she wouldn't have to worry about anything. Her plan was simply wonderful until that moment. But suddenly, the girl heard her brother's voice and even jumped out of her chair in fright. He entered her room to ask about her condition, as the maid told him what happened on the balcony. How did he end up here when you go back in time? How could the events be different? The girl wondered. Immediately after Andrian, the maid Jessica entered and said that she was especially worried about the lady today. She also said that Amelia did not answer when she called her today, but just blinked at the wall. And sighed deeply. So she decided that the Duke should know and sent Alex to fetch his lordship. And the Duke came down immediately. This action greatly angered Jessica and at the same time annoyed the lady, as it ruined the whole plan. But now it is very important that a girl does not show annoyance. Otherwise, no one will understand her reaction, because it turns out that this is how they showed their concern for her. Although she replied that everything was fine now, in fact, The only question in her head now was whether her brother would invite her to the chapel. In a moment, it occurred to Amelia to play dumb to avoid talking to her brother about going to the chapel. And she pretended to feel unwell again. Andrian was genuinely worried about his sister's well-being. He grabbed her by the shoulders so that she wouldn't collapse on the floor and the situation wouldn't worsen. The girl was surprised at how strong and sturdy this little one had become and how quickly he had managed to grow. She told him that her strength had abandoned her, that her body had become like cotton, and that her appetite had completely disappeared. Sincerely worried about her, the brother held the girl close to him, and she experienced a strange feeling. Amelia had always been afraid of him, but today he was so affectionate that she felt uncomfortable. It seems to her that a short while ago he was short and chased her with his tail, but now he has grown so much. He is so cute that it is very easy to call him handsome. Andrian looks like an incredible doll from the best master. You rarely go out lately, said her brother. Since she had been busy lately and hadn't paid attention to him, he suggested that his sister go to the square tomorrow and take a walk. Andrian said he remembers that she said she wanted to see the chapel and that it broke his heart to hear that. It really ruined everything, but tomorrow before dinner, the lady has free time and the opportunity to fix everything. She urgently needs to think of something and do everything possible to prevent the death of the novel's main character. So without hesitation, she began to feign a strong cough. The younger boy, increasingly worried about her health, ordered a doctor to be called immediately. The guy got angry and started shouting, how dare he not take care of his sister's health? He is the family doctor. And if he cannot do his job, then he will not get away with it. Amelia, realizing that her reaction was too dangerous because everyone would find out she was faking, said she was coughing because of the dust. After all, if the doctor is framed, there is a high probability that Andrian will kill him without even batting an eye. And the man is the father of 3 children. The younger brother looked at her suspiciously. He touched her forehead to check if she had a fever, but her forehead was not hot at all. Tomorrow we have to leave as early as possible and eat, said Andrian. It turns out that, unfortunately, Amelia will not be able to avoid this outing. The girl is noticeably restless. She clutches her head and whispers something quietly. Because of this, the maid Jessica, looking surprised, does not take her eyes off her. When Amelia noticed her, she immediately started smiling and said that she and her brother looked very good together. Night fell and the weather got much worse. Black clouds appeared in the sky and a strong wind picked up. The girl reflects on her limitation. She is sad that everything turned out this way. But not all is lost. Her main goal is to prevent Agrida's death. If the tower is not destroyed, then she will not die. Now even if Amelia puts a knife to her throat, she will never say that the chapel is old and needs to be demolished. And even if she is stabbed with a knife, she will not say it, but will praise the chapel as best she can. Doing everything possible to avoid meeting Agrida, the girl decided that she would just take a short walk and go home. She got ready and is already ready to go to the square. When Amelia started descending, everyone was surprised by her beautiful appearance after all. It had been so long since she went out for a walk, so it was not often to see her so well-groomed. Every time she looks like this, they compare her to a blooming rose, and she loves this comparison. Because roses have thorns, and this is like her battle uniform for Andrian. This is the first thing that came to her mind, and this is the first tactical step towards a successful escape from her brother. When they heard approaching footsteps in their direction, the lady turned around and saw her brother. He doesn't look any less excellent. It seems Andrian also prepared well for this walk. The boy is like her executioner, but still, she couldn't take her eyes off him because he is very handsome. They looked at each other with admiration. No matter how much Amelia wanted this. Unfortunately, this cannot be avoided, and it is time for them to leave. They got into the carriage and left quickly. It was already 11 in the morning. Agrida had to leave the chapel and go with Charity. Otherwise, by wandering around the square, they might run into her. Although it is already noon, They should be distributing food to the poor in the center of the square. They just don't have to go there. And now Amelia and her brother have already arrived at the place. She is determined to protect Andrian from stupid thoughts so that this does not happen to her. Looking around and carefully examining everything around her, she liked a hairpin. "Do you like it?" Andrian asked. The girl understands that now is not the time to show off hairpins impressively. But the purchase does not take long, so she decided to buy it. Amelia begins to rummage in her bag, looking for her wallet, but cannot find it. She was really so brazenly robbed by a pickpocket. Before leaving home, she checked everything and certainly remembers taking her wallet. Her brother, of course, paid for this, and she received this hairpin, but she was very upset because she was robbed. They moved on, but now Amelia's mood worsened even more. The thought does not leave her. And what kind of craftsman managed to rob me? She keeps muttering about it all the time. Andrian got tired of this and suddenly pulled out some kind of transparent ball. The girl has never seen this device from him, so she watches with interest what her brother will do with it. The guy said, "Find the person who stole the wallet from you," and Amelia realized that it served as a phone. But who did he give the order to? Who can the psychopathic villain from the novel secretly contact? They are really dangerous people with some secret organization, the girl thought. Maybe because Andrian became Duke at such an early age, after the death of his parents. He needed strength. This should not be a one-time assistance, it should be a system. But such groups are not created very quickly, and it is interesting what the villain will do in this case. Most likely, he will kill the current head of this organization and take his place. But, as the group members who were left without a leader admitted, Andrian was 15 years old at that time. Perhaps they submitted by force. The reason Amelia did not risk running away earlier is because of her brother's connection with a secret criminal organization. If she had been caught while escaping, they would have killed her immediately, so fear continues to tread on her heels. She thinks a lot about the fact that her brother should just meet and fall in love with Agrita. This will help the girl escape from the villain. Amelia listens to him talking to someone. The boy explains that he needs to find the one who robbed a red-haired noblewoman in a green dress. Then he looked at her and said that they would definitely find him, but for now, they could finally go to the chapel, as she once wanted. But the girl is more worried about his bandits than the pickpocket. She feels tired and very nervous. "We need to escape tonight, but we must be very careful," thought the lady. At that moment, she was informed that they had found the thief. The street thief is short and can even be mistaken for a child. And he uses the artifact to snatch wallets from his victims. How is it possible? Did Andrian give the order to find this man, and they already know details about him as if he were a mafia clan? They clarified that the thief was now on the roof and showed her which one. He looks happy because he stole a considerable amount of money. Amelia was about to destroy him, but her brother stopped her. When she looked at Andrian, she noticed how his gaze changed, as if he intended to kill this thief. The thief noticed that they were looking at him and discussing something. He began to flee from them towards the center of the square, and Andrian didn't even move. And he didn't try to catch up. The brother continued to hug her even tighter, and this greatly angered the girl. The thief was lost, and now he has disappeared into the crowd, and most likely he has already handed over the loot to his accomplices. Therefore, the Duke ordered that everything around him be cleared. And this is terrible, because Agrita happens to be right in the center of the square. But unfortunately, the Duke's attendants carried out the order, and the center of the square was destroyed. A real nightmare began on the street. The people who survived began to flee the scene in a panic. Amelia was also very scared. Everything reminded her of a terrible dream. She started shouting at Andrian, "Why did this place fly up?" And she called him a psychopath. Her brother stood motionless, as if realizing that he had done something terrible, and that it was his fault that people died. It's a good thing that before leaving, she took a stone just in case she had no choice but to break it again. And now she is already sitting on her bed in her room, because a day ago she returned to the past. And so, in the center of the square, where Agrita was helping a charity distribute food to the poor. A terrible explosion occurred. The poor girl died there again. And many other innocent people also died. And many were injured. After such an explosion, it was impossible not to get hurt. Last time Agrita was in the chapel, and it also exploded. Amelia got so angry remembering this story that she broke the pillow in anger. She wonders who is to blame for this, if she herself for bringing the wallet. Or that thief, and yet the blame lies with the villain who ordered the bombing of that place. The first time, the girl drew conclusions and prevented her brother's act, but it is suspected that he killed Agrita twice. Maybe she is an unlucky person. Amelia opened the box containing the magic stones again. It's a pity they are not eternal. And now there are 13 left, but this is not a small amount. But it was necessary to use the stone, because it did a good job besides Agrita. She saved many people who died suddenly and unjustly. If it weren't for her brother, none of this would have happened. Now she holds a grudge against him, but still tomorrow, as if nothing had happened, she will go to the square with him. This time the girl deliberately did not take her wallet and tries not to pay attention to passers-by. Today she plans to return home quietly, without any incidents. The girl just looks ahead and intends to go around the center of the square by the 10th Street. And the chapel became the result of such actions. Indeed, Agrita climbed these endless steps without any problems. Everything was fine for her and nothing happened, Amelia thought. Now she looks curiously at the chapel. It is very interesting to her. Especially since the girl had been planning to come here for a long time. She still can't believe she managed to see it safe and sound. This time, she achieved this goal without any problems. Everything was like an endless dream. Amelia and her brother stayed there for a few minutes, and she said she already wanted to return home because he did what she wanted. And she was happy about that. If it had been as easy as it seemed at first glance, she would have done it much faster. And simple. The girl managed to erase the past, albeit illegally. Why do you have to work so hard for such small things? Because, unfortunately, she had to break stones. She burst into tears in front of her brother, but he still doesn't understand what caused his dear sister's tears. And he asked her what happened to her. Amelia replied that she saw the chapel and her soul felt very good, which is why she was so moved. It sounds surprising, but her sister told him almost the truth. This time Agrita did not die. She is very happy about this and amazed. She saw the tower and immediately became so tearful that the lady did not expect her brother to wipe away her tears. The boy doesn't even know what happened, but the most important thing is that the trick is in the bag. She saw the tower, Agrita and Andrian safe and sound. Now it's time to go home and pack their things. In truth, she plans to pack everything that is around. Amelia thought this would be the last time she would feel uncomfortable in this house. But unfortunately, life made its own adjustments. To be honest, she wasn't going to the party today, so the girl had to invent an excuse. And avoid it. When it officially started, the lady would have packed her things and run away. But she had a very bad feeling about it. Perhaps due to the fact that she saw the main character's death twice and therefore she shows stress. Amelia really wants to see Agrita in the hallway. When Andrian and she are safe and see each other, that's when the girl will run away from her brother. "Madam, everything is ready. You can look at your beauty in the mirror," said Jessica when she finished dressing her. "You look incredible at the party. No one can match your beauty." The maid worked so hard, while Amelia was lost in thought that the girl didn't notice how quickly time passed. The lady was surprised to see herself in the mirror. How much effort Jessica had put in. Now only her brother Andrian can overshadow her. The maid is graceful because the girl compared herself to the Duke, although Amelia was not joking. She really thinks the boy is very handsome, but she has nothing to worry about. Worry because Jessica did a great job, and Amelia thanked her for creating that image. Now the lady cannot stop looking at her reflection in the mirror, but suddenly she heard a knock on the door. It was probably Andrian. The maid opened the door, and the Duke entered the room. He looks majestic and elegant. His self-confidence is very noticeable, as his sister might have predicted. He is irresistible. Any girl from high society, and not just her, can dream of such a boy. Really, a psychopathic villain can look like this. With his expressive voice he said, "We can go, my lady." Amelia, of course, is terrified when she smiles like crazy, but there is something mysterious and attractive in his smile, something impossible to shake off. That's why love letters keep arriving, the lady thought. Colorful letters constantly arrive at her house, not just love letters, but also marriage proposals from various families. To which, of course, the Duke never replied. This continued for years, but starting today, only Agrita will be able to capture his attention. Amelia has the strange habit of burning her love letters and her brother's in the fireplace, especially since the boy doesn't even open them. At first, she simply helped Jessica sort this pile of letters, but this activity turned out to be more exciting than she could have imagined. And then, Andrian himself shared this little hobby with her. Her mood magically improved every time she burned the letters. I wonder how much firewood they saved by loving this unusual activity. Finally, Duke Andrian Whitgren and his older sister Amelia arrived at the party. The lady is expectant. It seems the fun is just beginning. As expected, the main character enters last. When Andrian entered, he could impress those around him without any problem. Everyone seemed petrified, mouths agape. The lady thought, this is what the main character means. Just like in the novel, this villain can drive all the girls crazy with just his appearance, without making any effort. They were warmly received, saying that both looked like they stepped out of a creator's painting. But the girl barely heard compliments because she was interested in another question. Where is the protagonist, Agrita? The lady began to search for her with her eyes because she couldn't wait to see her as soon as possible. At least with one eye. But suddenly, after a moment, Amelia noticed her bright brown hair in the distance. She wouldn't mistake her for anyone else, because she had read the book carefully and now knows for sure. She still doesn't see her face, but even from her back, it's clear that Agrita is absolutely pure and innocent. When the girl saw her face, she was finally convinced that it was her. She smiled like an angel descended from heaven. At first glance, she has a normal appearance, but her face and lush eyelashes. Everything combined makes her beauty unique and even magical. In the book, Agrita was always without makeup, but this further emphasized her beauty because she is still a true beauty even without makeup. Although she is a simple girl, without a fashionable dress or jewelry, this is not her main beauty. The important thing is that she has a pure and kind soul. She is sure that Andrian will like the girl, but when she looked at him, it turned out that he wasn't even looking in Agrita's direction, but looking directly at Amelia. What happened, and why was he looking at her with his piercing gaze? The lady still doesn't understand, because she did nothing to attract his attention. The boy carefully brushed the hair from her face and said she was dirty. At this moment, the girl only has one question in her head: what is he doing? How can you worry about something on my cheek at a time like this? She mentally began to force him to look in another direction, that is, at Agrita. While she was kindly communicating with another man. He really won't fulfill his destiny. Andrian noticed that the lady was looking at him as if she wanted to say something, but she replied that everything was fine. If he doesn't want to look at the girl of his destiny, then Amelia has decided that she will do it herself. She asked him to look over there and pointed her finger at Agrita, but suddenly, at that moment, for some unknown reason, a huge chandelier on the ceiling swung violently. The chandelier collapsed on the floor. Unfortunately, Agrita was exactly in this spot. The girl died again for the third time. And while shock took hold of everyone present, the lady realized that something was definitely wrong here. This looks more and more like an insurance curse. Over time, you can go crazy from what is happening. The banquet was cancelled, of course, because a chandelier fell and killed a person. Duke Andrian and the butler apologized to all the guests and sent them home. Amelia is shocked again by what is happening. She realized that everything is much more complicated than it seemed to her until that moment. And it is really impossible to prevent death. Everything that happens seems strange. Besides, in the book, the main character did not die from a falling chandelier. Not even mercenaries kill their victims like that. It was definitely an accident, the chains holding it simply broke. Although the maid who was flustered was very tense, the lady thought. But if you think that way, it's possible that the chandelier simply wasn't checked before the guests arrived. Although there are only 5 chandeliers hanging in the banquet hall, and there was a problem with only one. This happened exactly under which the girl was standing. It's strange to consider it a coincidence, how much bad luck you have to have for this to happen. If this is her destiny, which cannot be corrected in any way, what could she have done? Why should she be punished like this? Her destiny is similar to a movie Amelia watched in her past life, in which the main characters are destined to die. But they miraculously escape death. But some force does not forgive them this salvation, so perhaps Agrita is destined for a similar fate. The girl thinks for a long time that her death is destined, and the world continues to kill her. But she still believes that this should not have happened. It is difficult for her to accept this fact. After all, if everything is really like that, then it turns out that she will not be able to escape. And she won't be able to hide from her own death either. The book has no reason to kill the main character. The lady already has a headache from so many thoughts. Andrian immediately approached her and asked what was wrong, because she looked pale. The boy realized that she needed to go to her room and rest, so he decided to take her to the room. Then they slowly went up the stairs, and Andrian carefully asked her to rest. When she was alone with herself again, she came to the main conclusion. If she doesn't have answers to her questions, then she definitely needs the main character Agrita. Maybe then everything will become clear as day. It is doubly difficult for people who feel pity, and now it is very difficult for the girl. If Amelia had broken the stone immediately after the banquet, she would have returned to the day of the chapel. But now enough time has passed, and she can safely go back a day. That is 1 hour before the start of the banquet. As they say, when you are thirsty, you dig a well, so once again she broke the stone. And went to the previous day. Of course, she is sad to have spent 3 stones, but she did what she had to do. The girl turned to Alex and asked him to lower the chandelier and inspect it. She decided that this matter could not be postponed. The man immediately obeyed his mistress's order. It turned out that the chandelier was poorly attached to the ceiling. Then he asked to bring materials to fix everything. He said it would be dangerous to leave it like that, as something irreparable could happen at the banquet. Alex was also surprised how Amelia guessed that there could be problems with the chandeliers. And she replied that she had a nightmare last night. As a result, the problem was solved, but the girl had a new fear and came up with what would happen if the statue fell. After what happened, she was very worried about Agrita, so everything around her began to frighten her. And new phobias appeared. But she said she had a sinister dream, and because of this she had a bad feeling. Amelia suggested postponing the start of the banquet to have time to change the design and rearrange the hall. Alex agreed with her, as he had to comply with all her orders. And yet, he realized that Agrita's death was not a coincidence, but a pattern. Therefore, now the girl is very worried about her safety and ordered many things to be changed for her. And even threw some things out of the house. All risk factors must be eliminated as much as possible. It's time to get ready for the party. Jessica, as usual, began to apply makeup to the girl's face and create a chic look for her. Even the butler was delighted with the dexterity and skill with which the maid handled her affairs. As if she had not 2, but 6 hands. When Jessica finished, Amelia looked around again. She saw no visible dangers. Now she is sure that she did everything she could. She was told that the Duke was ready and she could go up. When she started walking, another moment alerted her. The girl realized that the carpet was slipping. Girls in high heels could easily fall. She informed the butler Alex that it needed to be removed urgently and as quickly as possible. Because there was very little time left before the party. In the eyes of those around her, Amelia sees surprise and commotion. Even the most loyal servants seem embarrassed, wondering what they are thinking when they see the lady so excited. However, she doesn't care what they think, because it's better to redo the entire property than to lose Agrita again. The only important thing is to prevent her death, because she must know what is really going on here. Before breaking the stone, she kept thinking about this question and realized what was happening to Agrita. This world definitely wants to kill the main character of the novel. There is a problem in this world, and it is in it, and maybe also in the world. Because one does not exclude the other. It will be difficult for Amelia to find a problem, but you cannot take your eyes off the main character for a minute. The girl intends to follow Agrita at the banquet, and here they are again walking arm in arm with Andrian. He noticed that she was nervous, although she told him yes, but that he didn't need to worry about the banquet. Amelia had attended similar events since she was little, with her parents and brother. But with Agrita, it was completely different. "I'm shaking all over, because this is the day of your coming of age," said the lady. "This is such an important event." The boy just stared at her and didn't say a word. This silence confused the girl. Maybe he just didn't understand Amelia. The time came for the banquet to begin. The Duke and his sister entered the hall again and saw delighted faces. This time, the lady promised herself that she would not make a mistake under any circumstances. Andrian heard many congratulations on his coming of age and, as usual, several compliments, both for him and for Amelia. Everything happens exactly like last time, only today the girl is sure that there will be no accident. She again, like then, began to look for Agrita and found her. Everything related to her has not changed either. She is standing and talking to a man, but only now the chandelier is firmly attached and therefore it will not be able to kill her. Amelia is of course embarrassed by Andrian's indifference towards the main character. But this is not so important when she is constantly dying. Now the most important thing is that the girl survives. The lady was very happy to see that Agrita approached her brother to congratulate him. Visiting him, now they are smiling and kindly talking about something, but after a short time, the girl bowed to him and started to leave. The lady almost shouted his name in an attempt to stop him. And where did Agrita go? She really went to the garden in the middle of the night. Amelia remembers that in the novel, before leaving, Andrian asked her name. This was a rather important point, but apparently it is overlooked here. The lady began to worry again. What if the garden could also be dangerous? She began to fantasize about what could be wrong with the garden if there was grass and trees around. According to the plot, the boy should follow her, but now Amelia is not sure that this can happen. Since everything fell on her shoulders, she decided to follow Agrita and follow her. Peeking silently from behind the door, the girl began to watch her with a sinking heart. And then she approached and secretly hid behind a tree. She cannot decide whether to keep watching or approach her and start a conversation. Agrita's feet were terribly tired from the heels, and she took off her shoes. The moment the lady finally decided that it would be better to approach her. What weak legs this body has, thought Amelia, approaching her and looking closely at her. That Agrita is really such a person. Of course, the girl only knows about her what is written in the book, and she has not seen her so closely yet. After all, even stars are different on screen and in real life. So there is nothing surprising here. There, sneaking up from behind, the lady heard her talking to herself. The girl said she didn't have a phone, and that now, she wouldn't know how to get home on the internet. These words struck Amelia. "Are you talking about the phone?" asked Amelia, and Agrita looked at her scared with her big innocent eyes. She became very nervous realizing that the lady had heard her, because phones do not exist in this world. So she decided that she urgently needed to think of something. Without thinking twice, she said that the phone was the name of her favorite toy in childhood. Unfortunately, nothing else came to her mind. At least she had to act somehow. Amelia replied that she should not worry. And if it is from the country of Korea, then she must tell the whole truth about how she came to this world. "You are really from Korea too," Agrita cheerfully exclaimed to Greta and grabbed the lady's hands. She was very happy to have met a soulmate in this absolutely strange place all the time. Being in this world, she considered herself the only Korean. Although Agrita is smiling, she feels inexplicably because she is now excited and happy that she behaves strangely. But how could this have happened? In the book, there was no indication that Agrita was born in Korea. All this, of course, alarms Amelia, and even more questions appeared than before. In that book, they didn't even briefly talk about her past life, if she really remembers her past against the plot of the novel. And what should a lady do now in this situation? The girl began to wonder how Amelia ended up in this place. Because this is the world of a book. Even without words, the situation is extremely awkward. And then the questions began to come to the lady. Agrita is so happy about this meeting that she wanted to know everything about her immediately. And she didn't realize how she started saying unnecessary nonsense. All the girls' questions imply a story about a past life, instead of discussing the reason for Amelia's reincarnation. But Agrita still decided that she should be the first to talk about herself, especially since there is nothing supernatural about it. Something that would have to be hidden with a tremor in the chest. And the girl began her story by saying that without thinking about anything, she simply ran up the stairs to the dining room. But the steps were wet. So she slipped, lost her balance, and fell. Everything happened too fast. When she opened her eyes, Agrita was already in this world, not understanding how this was possible. You fell down the stairs and ended up in this place. Amelia asked surprised, and the girl replied that she didn't make up a word, and it was exactly like that. The girl decided that she would call her new friend sister, because she is really like a sister to her. And their stories are similar. Both closed their eyes and woke up in an unknown place, in an unknown body. Even if this world is not real, Agrita is happy to have become the main character of the novel. Amelia realized that this girl is not the real Agrita from the novel. She is simply a stranger in her body. And this is terrible. She introduced herself as Ariana Sheen and continued chatting, but the lady no longer listened to her. There were completely different thoughts in her head that interested her. What the hell is going on here? How did they arrive in this world, differently from the real main character? I am not like you, said Amelia, because when she opened her eyes, she did not suddenly appear here. In her past life, she really lived in the court, and after death, she was reborn here. Yes. It turns out you know about Korea because you lived there in a past life, asked Ariana. And the lady had nothing more to add. And when the lady found out that this girl appeared in this world 4 days ago, she fully realized that everything fits. Ariana just happened to be in Agrita's body, and Agrita has started dying like a fly. Which means this is the problem with their deaths. In other words, the world rejects the soul that has entered its body, so it tries to kill it in various ways. From the world's point of view, Ariana is an alien soul, just as the human body resists strange viruses that try to kill them. This world kills a strange soul to expel it. It's too much, Amelia thought while trying to kill her here. If Agrita dies and Ariana's soul returns to the real world, then who is the real Agrita? It doesn't mean she died. It turns out this world is as crazy and cruel as in a past life. Amelia had another question. She asked the girl how she knew this was the world of a novel, and if this novel really happened in her real life. Then Ariana said that after waking up in this body, she went to school for a couple of days. And she entered the library. When she read some books, she understood everything when she came across one of the books. The book was called The Spring of the Divine Agrita. When this name matched the title of the novel, in honor of the main character. The puzzle came together. That's how she realized that she had landed in her body. Sometimes it's hard to understand some things. For example, why Ariana adapted so quickly to the new world. And body. The girl replied that the fact that memories remained in this body helped her. Thanks to them, she plays the role of Agrita. In addition to memories, she also has the plot of the novel, thanks to which she got to today's banquet. All this helps her live in this world and not get discouraged. She wonders if anything can be changed, and if she has to keep playing the role of Agrita. If one day she will be able to return home. Despite what happened, Ariana has a rather happy face, and Amelia cannot tell her that she has already died here 3 times. The girl behaves like a small child, not understanding the gravity of the situation and the tragedy of what is happening. Ariana has come this far without arousing suspicion and intends to follow the same path in the future. If Amelia is right, and the world is trying to kill Agrita to banish Ariana, then, of course, her journey will not be very long. To solve the problem, it is necessary to return the girl to her world, but it is unknown if the original Agrita will return. The lady does not understand if this will be right. Ariana suddenly asked if there was a pond in this garden. When she met Amelia, she was very happy and even forgot to put on her shoes. So she got her feet dirty. Now she needs water. Before putting on your shoes, you must wash everything. The lady pointed her finger where to go, and Ariana said she would be back soon and quickly headed to the pond. Amelia remained waiting for her, but while she was looking after her, suddenly it was as if lightning struck her. Suddenly something terrible could happen there too, something for which the girl could die again. Once more, she called her as she turned around. The lady shouted to her that it might not be safe for her. After all, she will go barefoot and suddenly step on an anthill, and the ants will turn out to be poisonous. Then what Amelia is very afraid of will happen. It will be fatal. Ariana did not take her words seriously and replied that she would just wash her feet. And that, in general, any terrible thing could happen in the pond. Besides all this, she is an excellent swimmer, so even if she falls into the pond, she will swim out without the slightest problem. That's exactly what she replied to Amelia and took a step forward. However, as Amelia suspected, the girl's life was in danger. She slipped and fell straight into the pond. The pond, of course, is not very deep, but now absolutely anything can pose a mortal danger to her. There is no way to let her die. Amelia will not stand by and watch Ariana drown. The lady also knows how to swim, but it was so stupid to assume that she could save the girl. To save a person, it is important to remain calm to save a drowning person. When she has stopped fighting for her life and her strength is leaving her, you have to try. Of course, it occurred to her to jump into the pond after her, but she shouldn't have done it so carelessly. She had to devise another way. She had already started to suffocate and drown, but someone grabbed Amelia's hand and threw her to the ground. When the girl regained consciousness and calmed down, she saw her savior in front of her. It turned out to be Andrian. Amelia is of course glad that he arrived in time and saved her. But if Ariana really dies again, it is beyond my comprehension. The boy's face turned pale. Apparently, he was very nervous about what happened, and it was also noticeable on him that he was very angry. And the girl started shouting that Agrita was left in the pond and begging them to save her as quickly as possible. Because there was still hope. For some reason, the boy took out his dagger from its sheath and headed towards the pond. This scared Amelia even more. To retrieve the body from the pond, you don't need any weapons. He is really angry about the fact that his sister almost died because of an outsider girl. And he is going to finish her off. In a moment, the lady woke up in her room and was in her nightgown. Everything seems as if she just had a dream. She still cannot understand what happened. She is interested in what happened to Agrita. The last thing she saw was Andrian taking out a dagger. Amelia looked closely in the darkness and saw him nearby, sitting in a chair. She shuddered and asked him what he was doing there. The boy touched her forehead and replied that she needed to sleep more for her condition to normalize. He also said that if his sister wants something, he will surely grant her request. For him, nothing is as important as her and her well-being. He wants the girl to get better as soon as possible. He thinks it's fine to do whatever she wants as long as Amelia is happy. By the way, this time I am really very angry, said Andrian and frowned. When the girl saw him by the pond, she noticed the expression of dissatisfaction on his face. It turns out it wasn't her imagination at all. And all because he was very worried about her. However, he considers her a sister who cares about the boy and for whom he is angry. But not the Duke's real sister. She is destined to simply die at his hands. Unfortunately, this is the future she is destined for. If Amelia asks about Agrita again, he will not answer anything, which hurts her heart. The girl decided it was time to fall asleep to wake up quickly, because the morning is wiser than the night. Morning came and Amelia got up abruptly, as if something had scared her very much. She remembers talking to Andrian at night, but she doesn't understand if it really happened. Or did it turn out to be a dream? The boy sat by her bed all night, and in the morning he seemed to have disappeared. She is not so interested in this question. The most important thing is what happened to Agrita. She had barely managed to get out of bed when she suddenly heard Ariana's voice. The girl ran to Amelia and hugged her very tightly, as if she really missed her new friend. The maid Jessica and the doctor also followed her into the room. Both were very worried about her, so they rushed to her well-being. The lady replied that she felt fine and that there was no point in panicking or worrying anymore. Ariana stood still, burying her head in Amelia's shoulder. This situation seemed strange and tense to her. She could no longer control herself and burst into tears, saying that she was very afraid for her sister. The lady feels an incredible warmth transferring to her palm. It is so much happiness that Agrita is alive and unharmed. It turns out Andrian saved her. But why did he take out the dagger then? Ariana began to apologize for not listening and getting into that unfortunate pond. Although Amelia warned her of the danger, she didn't believe that could happen. It turned out that the algae had entangled her leg, so she couldn't get out. So the boy took out a dagger to cut it and free the girl. Unexpected kindness and altruism, the lady thought. He naturally killed people, but good deeds are not foreign to him. With this act, he changed his self-image in the eyes of his sister, who was afraid of him. Jessica is angry. She thinks it's so reckless to jump into the water after all those, putting your life in danger. Ariana, hearing this, apologized to everyone again. Because it was her fault. But the lady began to calm her down because she doesn't think so. The maid continues to stand with a dissatisfied face and murmurs that everyone was terribly scared. Especially the Duke. He didn't sleep a wink all night, but kept anxiously caring for his sister. Therefore, he simply went to bed, and it seems he will have to sleep for a long time to get enough sleep. Now, while the Duke rests, Jessica and the doctors will take care of her, so the maid asked her to obey them. So it wasn't a dream, and Andrian sat by my side all night. It's very touching, Amelia thought. The lady and the lord passed away so abruptly, so you are their only family. And who else would care so much about you? Said Jessica. So the lady needs to take care of herself and try not to bother the Duke. She is the only thing he has left. What happened has shocked him, and he is really stressed. The maid's voice was warm and serious, and very ironic. Hearing her sincere request, the girl realized with horror the cause of her death. Andrian values other people. He gives his whole heart without leaving a trace, because she is his only family. The boy considers Amelia special. He gives her all his love without hesitation. How much it will hurt him when he realizes that everything is a lie. That's why he will never save her life. An argument broke out between the maid and the doctor after the man said the lady was talking too much. It sounds like the young lady is a pond jumper. And that angers Jessica. Amelia had the impression that a little more, and they would attack each other with fists. God knows what they could do. But she managed to calm them down. The girl said that everything is fine now, and they shouldn't fight. She promised that she would be more careful in the future. The maid realized that the lady had woken up, but had not yet had time to wash. So she was going to bring her warm water for it, but Amelia replied that she could use cold water without any problem. But Jessica still insisted on her own and said that she would immediately heat the water. And would return. Dr. Mark asked the lady not to self-medicate, as it could lead to serious consequences. Instead, if she was not feeling well, she could call him at any time. And now it was time for him to leave. Ariana sat on the bed. She really wanted to stay at the lady's house. She really liked being here. She had already managed to observe everything around her well, and Amelia's room seemed very beautiful to her. But the lady politely asked her to leave this room, then they could see each other again in the hall. Finally, she closed the door behind Ariana, and now she can be alone with her thoughts. But just as she was thinking about it, someone knocked on the door again. The lady got scared and jumped aside. Looking through the door, she saw the butler, and realized that he had probably also come to lecture her on how to behave correctly. And so it happened. He began to talk about how dangerous it was to jump into the pond, because it would be better to ask someone for help than to risk your life. But how good that the pond was not deep. This is what real whining looks like, the girl thought. It can even give her a headache, how much she wants to be alone. Until the butler spoke, Amelia never returned to the room, but she heard him. And after a while, he finally left. In fact, it is really a kind of miracle that both survived, because Amelia jumped into the water. And almost drowned. How good that Andrian was nearby and saved us. The girl thought, Agrita is now doomed to death and needs an eye and an eye. This world is killing her because she is not the real Agrita. As sad as it seems, Ariana has taken over her body, and the world is trying to get rid of her by killing the poor girl. Perhaps the girl doomed to death can still be saved. It's a pity that by saving her, you can die yourself without realizing it. In short, Amelia cannot save her. She urgently needs help in this matter alone. The girl wonders if the real Ariana can help her. The lady would like the desire to save her to arise from a pure heart. But her mind tells her that she is only following her own selfish goals. Amelia is waiting for Agrita to make Andrian pay attention to her, and then she can safely leave the property. The boy fell in love with her only because she was the main character. And now the lady does not have the original Agrita in her hands, and no one knows what awaits them in the future. If what is destined happens, when Andrian meets her and falls in love at first sight, he will no longer sit by his sister's side at night. Because he will always be next to the girl he loves. These thoughts even sadden the lady a little, because any person likes to be taken care of. And worried about her. The situation is not simple, which is why Amelia's heart aches. She needs to try to think more positively. Only one thing is clear to the girl: she can trust Agrita. Without her, the lady will stay here and die. But if she runs away now, she may also meet her death. What if Andrian doesn't fall in love with her at all, but hope dies in the end? So it's too early to panic. Although the boy was late, he agreed to save her and prevented her from drowning in the pond. Seeing this, even though it is not the plot of the novel, and even though it is not love at first sight, Amelia still has faith that everything will be fine. The maid looked into the room and said that, since the lady had washed her face, she should eat something now. The girl said that there was no need to bring dishes here, that she was going to eat in the refectory. You cannot try to save Agrita's life and keep her in the dark while she knows nothing. It will be difficult to protect her from danger. But what can I tell her so that she believes it? Because everything sounds like real nonsense. What words to choose to explain to her that she has already died 3 times, and that the 4th time she almost died. And here she is, walking with a flying step, with a wide smile on her face, and cheerfully waving her arms. The butler accompanies her and continues to complain. It turns out that she behaves this way not only with her lover, but also with other people. Looking in her direction, Amelia noticed a small bee. The maids began to shoo it away and wave their hands. But it is a common thing for bees to fly. Most likely they come from a garden. Or a pond. The lady began to panic. She decided that it was a poisonous bee. Now she is not sure of anything, and she sees danger everywhere. Because anything can happen. Everyone is surprised, but they have no right to disobey the mistress. Furthermore, even a bee that suddenly appears can crush Agrita. While the servants wondered how to kill the poisonous bee, not with their bare hands. It had already flown towards Ariana. Thank God, everything turned out fine. The man who appeared in time got rid of these bees. This man's name is Zach Davery. He is a loyal knight to his family. The guy is the most trustworthy person, and the Duke trusts him more than anyone else. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he said that he returned at night, and immediately the master ordered him not to leave the girl for a minute. She slept for a long time, but asked Amelia to keep it a secret from the Duke, so as not to receive a severe reprimand. His skills, as always, are top-notch. Probably, only he can cut such a small bee in half with a single blow. He killed it because he felt he had to. He always acts quickly and without thinking. when he senses danger, both to himself and to the people around him. The lady was so happy about his unexpected arrival that tears appeared in her eyes. Regardless of his will. By the way, everyone in this house is always happy to greet him warmly because they all became another member of the family. But this bee is really poisonous, Zach asked. Only a doctor can understand this, so Amelia wrapped the insect in paper and carefully handed it to the man. He carefully examined the bee and replied that it was indeed poisonous and, moreover, it had a very strong venom. This type of bee can be found very rarely. If it had stung, it is not a fact that the doctor would have been able to save the person. Fortunately, it didn't manage to sting anyone, so no one is in danger. But as the lady suspected, it was flying near Agrita. And if Zach hadn't appeared here in time, he would have killed the girl. Agrita herself was very frightened when she realized this and asked how Amelia knew the bee was poisonous. And she hurried to shoo it away. The lady wondered how she could delicately answer this question. So as not to frighten her further, it was unknown how the poor thing would react to such a terrible story. Amelia placed her hand on the girl's shoulder and said in a low voice, "We need to talk urgently." Agrita is so surprised that she can't even find words to explain her condition. Yesterday she almost drowned, and today she was almost stung by a poisonous bee. Now is a good opportunity for the lady because if she tells everything now, there is a high probability that the girl will believe her. This is how it is understood that anyone can be deceived, said Zach. From now on, he intends to immediately kill any bee that enters the mansion. The knight literally followed the girls, and Amelia liked this. Then she told him that she needed to speak with Lady Agrita alone. She, of course, understands that he is worried about her safety, but in an irritated tone. She asked him to stay outside the door while she and the girl talked. Zach firmly replied that he had received orders from His Majesty not to leave the lady for a second, so he could not fulfill her request. He also continued that their conversation would remain a secret forever, and that if anyone found out, Amelia could safely hit him on the head. The girl forgot for a second how loyal Zach Dabry is, and his orders mean nothing to him compared to Andrian's orders. She tried to convince the boy, telling him that this was a very personal conversation, and that she would feel uncomfortable if someone overheard their conversation, to which he simply closed his ears, unwilling to listen to anything. Amelia started talking even louder, that if he didn't leave them alone, she would have to tell the Duke that a deadly bee almost stung her. All because of his negligence. Although she greatly respects Zach and is eternally grateful to him for everything, she had to threaten him in such an unpleasant way. He will live until dawn if she tells her brother this. And it is not a fact that he will be lucky enough to see the moon in the sky. That is exactly what the girl told him. He is annoyed because this is not true. Of course, there is no excuse for being late. But the bee could have stung him too. But Zach realized that, unfortunately, his excuses would not change anything in front of the Duke. He would still believe his precious older sister, and the boy could no longer object. Amelia likes talented people like Sir Davry and hopes he serves them for a long time. The lady apologized to him and asked him to try to understand. Then she closed the door in his face. The girl invited Agrita to eat first and only then start a conversation. But she refused. She was so hungry that she was about to eat an entire elephant, but after what happened, she lost her appetite. Agrita simply took a glass of water that was on the table and drank it to the last drop. She cannot understand how a bee can be so poisonous. This is the first time she has seen a deadly bee here. She is furious that such an insect should not fly around like that. It's simply a disaster. While the girl keeps talking, Amelia wants to wait for the right moment and contribute her part. Agrita supposes she was cursed, because if you blow like that, then yesterday's pond also seemed muddy to her. And maybe it's not the pond, but the estate itself. She said she was too young to die, because she was only 17 years old. If we count according to local standards, and not Korean ones, it turns out she is 16. That's what the girl thinks. Although she is most likely 15, since she was born in winter. Amelia is surprised. It turns out that Agrita is not only acting frivolously, but her actual age is still a child. She just went to elementary school. It was at school that she slipped on the stairs. She had a practice exam that day. After the test, she was so nervous that she ran up the stairs too fast. And she fell. How unfair it is to die at that age, thought the lady. All the words she had prepared felt like a knot in her throat. This had never happened to her before. But she must tell her that she must be careful not to die, because forewarned is forearmed. And it will be easier to save Agrita. She needs to be saved for the sake of her own future, thought the lady, trying to force herself to confess to her. Amelia, gathering her will into a fist, could barely formulate the question of whether the girl wanted to live. A few minutes later, the lady left the room head bowed, saying something in a low voice. So quietly that no one else could hear it except herself. Their conversation was not going well at all, thought the knight Zach, who had been waiting for her near the door the whole time. The boy said he was very scared, because if something happened to her, he was a dead man. So if she needed anything, he was always at her service. Amelia looked at him and remained silent, because she did not want to share the details with him. As a result, the girl told Agrita everything about the situation she was in. But not to save her life, whatever the cost. The lady explained that if she died, then her soul, not her body, could go to her world. Ariana must decide whether she will risk taking advantage of this legal loophole, but if she goes against this world to survive. Amelia promised to help her. If the girl accepts fate and decides to die, the lady will not save her. Thus, she gave Agrita options on what to do, and now, after the conversation, her conscience torments her. When Ariana grows up, the lady may be overwhelmed by feelings of guilt and remorse. Of course, they need her alive, but Amelia doesn't know if it's right to keep her alive without her knowing. It all depends on Agrita's choice. If she decides to die, then perhaps the lady's last chance for salvation will be lost. If everything goes wrong, then she can quietly prepare for her dark end. And tragic. The girl did all this herself and has no one to blame. While Amelia was lost in her thoughts, the maid Jessica passed by. She went to the Duke's bedroom and brought him honey for him to drink when he woke up. She said it would be better if the lady did it herself, as she was getting in the way. Because he would like to wake up and see her face in front of him. Then Zach intervened and said he would gladly do it, if of course they allowed him. But Amelia still decided to do it herself, because it was because of her that he didn't sleep all night. And the girl also noticed that she had recently become too conscientious. After her parents' death, she did not enter Andrian's room for a long time. Now it looks more like his office than his bedroom. Although he was still sleeping, the lady knocked on the door out of courtesy and immediately heard him say, "Come in." When Amelia entered, she saw her brother, looking important and as if nothing had happened. He was already rummaging through papers. Andrian immediately jumped up from his seat, thinking something had happened because he didn't expect her arrival. The girl said everything was fine. She just decided to watch over him and inquire about his well-being, and also pass him the honey the maid had prepared. The boy took the tray and put it on the table. For Jessica, honey water is a cure for all ailments. Andrian laughs, but he doesn't seem to intend to drink this beverage. Amelia boasted that she had slept very well that night until noon, you could say. Without hind legs, and the guy keeps looking at her to see if she's lying. She heard that he sat near her bed all night. So why isn't he sleeping and working here? The girl asked her brother. Without hesitation, the boy replied that when he works in his office, the butler starts annoying him with his endless whining. The lady convincingly agrees with this. Besides, the boy is not tired enough to sleep until now. The Duke barely slept, but looking at his face, he really doesn't look tired. Andrian suddenly approached Amelia and silently touched the strands of her hair. Her hair was messy as she thought bad thoughts and held her head after talking with Agrita. And he decided that the girl was walking down the street where it was very windy and decided to smooth it down. By his touch, the lady again felt a strange sensation and could not explain it to herself. But what angered her was that she walked here like this, and Sir Devery couldn't even say anything, but simply followed her silently. Amelia blushed and said it was very windy today. Then, rudely, she told the boy that he was lying to her, saying he wasn't tired because he spoke much slower than usual. The girl remembered that Andrian spoke slowly when he was tired since he was little. It was difficult, but she was a master at recognizing the difference in his tone of voice. He has grown up, but it's funny that his habits haven't changed. Even a psychopathic villain has a cute side. But the boy still didn't understand how she knew that he could barely avoid falling asleep in front of her while sitting in a chair. Amelia said that anyone who heard his voice would understand this, but Andrian smiles because he doesn't think so at all. Indeed, his health was not the best, and he admitted it, but he asked the girl not to worry about him. Although he really likes her care, which is why the smile doesn't leave his face. "We are a family," said the lady, although she knows very well that her family is any lie. Amelia began to realize that she felt a kind of inexplicable pity for Andrian. Because throughout her time in this world, in recent days, he had changed noticeably. It was as if he had become kinder, and had also saved her and Agrita, who was drowning. The Duke grabbed the glass and emptied it to the bottom, as if the boy was suddenly overcome by thirst. "Can you bring more?" asked the lady, but he replied that it was not necessary. Sometimes Andrian drinks this drink, for example, when his throat gets dry. Is he really sick? Amelia thought. Because when you have a cold you can be thirsty, like him now. But even in childhood, he almost never had a cold. Then she asked him again what was wrong. He was behaving remarkably strangely. He says he is not sick at all, so why is he acting so strangely? And he says everything is fine, with a smile on his face, like a maniac plotting something. Amelia began to panic, because as soon as she believed him, he started acting weird again. The boy stunned the girl with his question. Andrian said, "I can turn you into a doll, so you can't move and won't fall into the pond. So you won't cause any trouble." Doing this for his beloved sister is as easy as peeling pears. The girl decided her brother was crazy, not understanding at the same time if they were really scolding her for jumping into the pond. The Duke came too close to Amelia and told her that if anything happened to his little sister, he does not intend to get away with it, but will punish the people involved very strictly. As if in other words he meant that if anything happened to the girl, he would kill anyone else. The guy, without hesitation, boldly declared that he would kill anyone except his sister. Amelia, with sweat on her forehead, literally flew out of the Duke's room. The poor thing even turned pale. Because, without having time to move away from the previous conversation, she returned to this one. How good that Zach accompanies her everywhere. The boy noticed that the girl was worried about something, but he didn't force her with questions. And he decided that it would be more correct to follow her silently. Andrian's voice still rings in Amelia's head. Amelia had thought about this once before, and if she were really the Duke's sister. Andrian Whitgren. Her brother is a bit aesthetic. He smiled cheerfully, and she could talk to him quietly about many things. After all, a brother and sister could have a special connection that other people don't have. They would simply be happy. Just like today, Andrea would distinguish her from others and treat her specially every time. But she is only pretending to be part of this family. Now Amelia can only compare herself to others because she is in this position, because she is still a bird in this family. The girl asks Sir David what family was and what value it had. The boy thought for a second and replied that he had no family. Amelia felt embarrassed because how could she be so wrong? She completely forgot that Zach was an orphan and wandered the streets. Andrian recognized his talent and brought him to the house. He didn't want to offend him, he was just curious to know what others thought about this. The girl apologized for putting him in an awkward situation, but Sir Dabry said he had asked a completely normal question. If he had a little sister, he would love her. He thinks a little sister is cute, he would like to be on the same page with her. The boy dreams that she would have the same sweet face as his, and generally they would be very similar in everything. Moreover, his sister would be talented, intelligent, obedient, not arrogant and modest. The baby would be careful in everything, although sometimes she would go out to her dark side. This fantasy was kept in Zach's heart, and he was waiting for someone to ask him. His tastes are specific, and not everyone can understand them. He tried to portray his sister, whom he had dreamed of for a long time, as realistically as possible. So these are your fantasies, Amelia thought. It had been almost a year since she last saw Sir Devery, and she had already forgot that he had this character. But he quickly reminded her. How dear is your family to you? The boy asked. But if you look at it this way, she is also an orphan. There are problems with blood relations in this mansion. Even if her real parents are alive in this world, she won't know it. But her parents are very important to her. The girl doesn't even know how to answer his question, but after thinking, she replied that they are as important as the sun. And the stars, which must be cherished, and that every moment must be appreciated. Smiling, Zach said that even though he doesn't have a sister, he has a person he considers a younger sister. And now she is near. This is a confession, but not of love, but that Amelia is like a sister to him. The boy dreamed so much that he never stops fantasizing about what his bloodline would look like exactly. They didn't even notice how they approached the lady's room, although they ordered him not to leave her a single step. He wouldn't go in there with her, because safe and secluded places in the mansion are the exception. While Amelia is in the bedroom, he can also rest. She will call him anytime she needs. Finally, the girl returned to her quiet and cozy room. This is her favorite place in the entire mansion. The lady happily lay down on the soft bed. Now she can relax and put everything in order. The reason Amelia returned to the bedroom was because she needed to take out her travel bag and slowly unpack her things. The girl was packing when she thought about escaping from here. But everything has changed, and now she needs to think of a new plan, but first she decided to rest. As soon as she closed her eyes, someone disturbed her peace. She knocked on the door and told her that Agrita wanted to see her. When Amelia and the girl parted in the dining room, the lady had her worst fears. And she let her think about it alone. Amelia was afraid that this damned world would decide to get rid of her again. Fortunately, this did not happen, and Agrita had probably already made her decision. Only she can choose between living or dying, and the fate of Lady Whitgreen depends solely on her. I am really already dead, said the girl in a trembling voice and lowered her head. But why did she decide that? Amelia thought. Agrita thought about what her sister said, that only the soul after death can return to the real world. And if this is true, she died in the real world, and therefore her soul moved to this place. The stairs were very high. The girl tried to shoo away bad thoughts, but the height was impressive. Agrita burst into tears and said that she did not pass the exams, that she did not enter university, that she had so many things she wanted to do during the holidays, but she had no time. When she was born into this world, she resigned herself to fate. The girl didn't do many things, and many memories of her past life remained. She understood that here, she had the opportunity to make up for lost time. Ariana was too young to accept sudden death, Amelia thought, and felt great pity for the poor girl. The lady hugged her tightly, as if she were a soulmate. They really grew close and did not become indifferent to each other. The girl sobs and buries her face in Lady Whitgreen's shoulder because she doesn't want to die at all. Amelia hugged her for a long time, and Ariana finally began to calm down. After this conversation, everything became clear to both of them without words. The girl decided to continue living as Agrita Grace. In fact, she had no other options and decided to return. Presumably, her body was dead. If Ariana dies here, won't she be able to return because she is already dead there? Amelia decided to help her survive. She agreed to help her not to escape. But the girl doesn't understand how her brother could kill someone as beautiful and kind as his sister. Ariana promised to do everything in her power to arrange the best escape for Lady Whitgreen. She will seduce the villain with her mastery of deadly seduction. Amelia wondered if the girl would be able to use the art of seduction correctly. What Andrian said is much more troublesome. She may really act as he said. In the lady's head, her brother's indifferent voice still rings, saying that he can turn Agrita Grace into a doll. Last night, Amelia ran after Ariana from the ballroom, as the hostess of the event. The girl tried to save her from the pond without further ado. It seemed to her that there was hope for the most important thing. But Andrian was ice cold, and it turned out that hopes were in vain. Surprisingly, Agrita is a pure and wonderful person. Cheeks are pink like a peach, skin white as snow like porcelain, and delicate facial features. A fragile body that evokes the desire to protect her, long, straight hair. She has clear, bottomless eyes in which you can drown. She is elegant, pure, and innocent. You can look at her once and never look away. But she doesn't know at all how to use it, and it turns out that Andrian notices nothing. The Duke never looks people in the face. He doesn't care about them from a high bell tower and doesn't even care about their appearance. He is an aristocratic, handsome, pale-skinned man. This is not surprising. Regardless of a person's appearance, Andrian's attitude towards him does not change. This is one of the reasons for his amazing popularity. I still consider him the best. A very mature attitude not to judge others by their appearance, Amelia reflected. But somehow you need to attract his attention, and for that it is worth working hard. Fortunately, Ariana grasps everything on the fly and is very diligent. The girl immediately accepted the offer to help each other. Thanks to this, Lady Bidgrin had a chance to survive. If it weren't for her, who else would Amelia tell about her doomed future? You can discuss anything with Ariana. Seduction is a good thing. But the problem is the constant death of the girl. The main task for her is to avoid her destiny. She looks like a fish stranded on a sunny shore and has almost no chance of salvation. Lady Bidgrin asked her not to walk everywhere, but to follow her. There is something Amelia wants to check. Only Sir Devery can help her in this difficult mission. This is very dangerous. The maid dropped a vase of flowers right next to Ariana, but Zack managed to pull her away from danger. The maid apologized for a long time for the mistake. Fortunately, no one was hurt, said the boy, and hugged the girl as tightly as he could. Sir Devery was here, and if it weren't for him, the vase would have fallen on Agrita's head. This happened at the same time as the explosion. Zack and Agrita look confused. The girl is eternally grateful to him for saving her. She will have to foresee danger everywhere and avoid it. Sir Davide saved the girl twice in one day. He was there in such a short time. Amelia whispered in Agrita's ear. It seems she is in danger exactly 3 times a day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Midnight, dawn, between breakfast and lunch, between lunch and dinner. This is a period of time when she is not in danger. If this is true, then the girl's situation is not so desperate. She can still be saved. Amelia said that today it would be better for her to stay with her. They will see what happens at night, and then everything will fall into place. The maid fell to her knees in front of them to beg for forgiveness. How many innocent people are trying to kill Agrita because of this world? The girls started to calm her down, because fortunately nothing terrible had happened. The coming-of-age ceremony and the 4-day birthday banquet continue today. It is only the 2nd day of celebration. Amelia could not spend time with Agrita. Jessica grabbed her and started grooming her. Today the lady will be dazzling again. She is charming, and Agrita admires her beauty. She also needs to prepare for the ceremony and change clothes. Since she is here, Amelia lent her clothes. It fits her very well, as if they were truly sisters. She is very beautiful, don't you agree, Sir Dabry? Asked the lady. He confirmed, but not very sincerely. You are both adorable. I am blinded by your beauty, replied Zack. That's better. Now they believed him. After hearing what they heard, even their spirits were lifted. It seemed that Andrian hadn't even come down to his party, yet, thought Amelia. Although if he had prepared in time, she would have wanted to be his partner. But on the other hand, a little more and his absence is surrounded by gossip. The boy has a banquet for 4 days. And the most important thing is to shine on the first day. Amelia may not have come, but Agrita needs an eye on her. The girl will simply ignore the plot of the book. She will deal with 2 young men who wanted to ask her to dance. It was after this that everything went wrong. It's interesting that Andrian's body movements, compared to the novel's plot, are at the level of a snail. After the lunch break, nothing happened. The dangerous moment for Agrita had already arrived. Amelia ordered the removal of everything that could become a murder weapon. Like yesterday, she cannot prevent death alone, so she needs help. A strange man approached the lady and told her that she was incredibly beautiful. But he wonders who this handsome stranger is. They have already met, but the girl does not remember him. His man's name is Riga Kami. He is the son of Count Kami. He said that he had not seen the Duke today yet. Amelia replied that he was probably very busy with urgent matters. Running a family is hard work, the man replied. He is just learning this as the eldest son of a count. And it is very exhausting. The lady has no idea who he is, but hopes that next time she will remember him. Riga offered her a glass and handed her a glass of wine, and she agreed. As soon as she reached out her hand, a girl threw the glass of wine aside, and it shattered into pieces. She screamed, "Don't drink this," and looked at the man threateningly. It turned out that Riga had put drugs in the glass, and the girl realized this. He also set this trap for her last time. She is furious with his behavior. How can someone be such a disgusting person? The man started making excuses and saying that she was talking nonsense and that he was not ashamed at all. He said that the girl got drunk at the banquet and he simply helped her, but she misunderstood everything and made a scene. His mistake was that he didn't know that the girl was getting drunk quickly. But he wasn't going to add anything. It was not decent to make such strong statements. Amelia doesn't understand what is happening. Even looking at Rick's face, it is difficult to know if he is lying or telling the truth. Sir Davery said he had to ask the girl some questions. He asked her if she knew what kind of drug it was, but she didn't know the name, only how it worked. The body weakens and memory failures begin if she hadn't met a friend on the way. It is unknown how everything would have ended. Zach was confused and didn't know how to react to this, so he said he would bring help. He is really talking about Andrian, because a minute later Andrian appeared in the hall. He looks very strict. Amelia noticed that many men were walking towards them. The Duke said he heard their conversation and asked Amelia if she was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine with her. But the question spins in her head, who are all these men nearby? And why are they here? Rigakami tensed noticeably. He knows how harsh Andrian can be, especially if someone dares to offend his sister. And he does not forgive mistakes. The men fell at the Duke's feet and began to beg him for mercy. And to forgive them. Zach explained to Amelia what was happening. It turns out these guys are important drug dealers. He quickly found out and brought them here. The Duke is especially interested in knowing if they remember who their client was a year ago. And he asks them this. "Our buyer was this man," said one of the men and pointed his finger at Riga. This colorless powder is slightly bitter and odorless and cannot be smelled in alcohol. After a short period of time, the body temperature rises and strength disappears the next day. It is impossible to remember what happened after taking it. Riga tried to escape, but they immediately caught him and threw him to the ground. It turns out that this girl is really right. And what she says is not false testimony at all. Riga realized that things were really bad, so he resisted until the end. And he asks for proof that he slipped the drug into Amelia's glass. The man denies having acted improperly and says that they simply asked him to buy them, but that he never used them. The Duke asked to determine if this drug is present in alcohol, even if a little is added. The man knows his product and will understand it. Andrian watches very strictly what happens. He is crazy, and it is unknown what he will do with the culprit. The man leaned over a puddle of spilled alcohol and dipped his finger in it. He tasted the drink. After a moment, he replied that there was indeed a drug in the drink. He called it a love potion. Amelia wondered if this was the same love potion she had heard about. And she even wanted to buy it, but she didn't know it was a drug. How crazy. But on the other hand, who would have known that such a thing existed? The situation took an unexpected turn. Something happened that horrified those around him. Riga suddenly pulled out a knife and put it to Agrita's throat. He didn't think everything would end like this, but the man couldn't think of any other way out. Riga asked the Duke to allow him and his family not to be punished for what happened today. There are so many witnesses here, and he took Agrita hostage. This is truly his last chance. Amelia was angry that Zack didn't protect her. How could he even allow this to happen? For his loyal knight, the safety of Lady Whitgrim is the most important thing. And then everything else, she understands it all, but still screams with all her might. If Riga continues to behave this way, then he might kill her by accident. Andrian didn't know what danger awaited her, but he couldn't imagine such an outcome. The Duke turned his head towards his sister and asked, "Do I need to save her?" The girl started nodding her head quickly so that he would release the hostage as soon as possible. Andrian hit Rick in such a way that the knife fell from his hand, and the man fell to his knees. Everything happened so fast that Amelia saw nothing and didn't understand. It turns out the Duke saved Agrita's life again. Sometimes he doesn't seem so crazy or he doesn't care, and he did it only for the sake of his sister. The poor thing threw herself into Amelia's arms. She is grateful to them. Now she felt what it was like to be on the verge of life or death, and she began to value life even more. Andrian ordered Rick to be taken to a secluded place. He will interrogate this scoundrel a little later. People will talk about this for some time. Duke Isaac stepped aside and discussed something in a low voice, after which the knight approached the girls and asked them to step aside so he could remove the broken glass. Thanks to this situation, Amelia remembered something. This is certainly not a love potion, but something that will make Andrian fall in love. You have to work very hard to achieve this. It won't be easy. The girl is still angry with Zack. She looks at him with dissatisfaction. Sometimes even the knight's loyalty to Andrian annoys her. After these events, the banquet hall became lively. The only thing that could be heard was a crowd of people starting to discuss this. Some girls surrounded the princess, asking how she was. People in the banquet hall came closer and chatted incessantly. They are glad that the worst did not happen, and this Cammy must be some kind of madman. Each of them expressed their concern. And Sir David stood next to Amelia. As the cruelest guard, none of those present could approach. The guy made sure that the guests kept their distance. Some children were also present at this banquet, but Zack didn't even allow them to come. He didn't even allow a small child to approach the lady, who only wanted to greet the princess. Maybe it was even her dream. But Sir Dauberry is very concerned about the safety of his lover. Besides, he doesn't want to lose the Duke's trust. So when Amelia objected, the guy just said one thing: that was the master's order. Thank God the worst is over. The guests were sent home, and the residents of this mansion can relax. When Amelia wants to calm down, she drinks a calming herbal infusion or reads a book to relax. Now she has chosen a book called The Spring of Divine Agrita again. She feels a huge benefit from it, because it is very important for a girl to learn Agrita by heart. And in principle, it is interesting. At that moment, the girl found what she was looking for. She learned that in this world there are three gods: the god of time, the goddess of love, and the god of destruction. And it was in the temple of the god of time that the artifact prepared for the heroine Agrita lay. The stones can turn back time, and in the temple of the goddess of love there is an interesting thing: the cloth of loves. As stated in the book, the goddess should not be hated, but loved silently. As written, the man gave Agrita this cloth of love, and told her that if she wears it, whoever sees the girl will immediately and irrevocably fall in love. The love of both same sex and opposite sex, or it will help strengthen relationships in the family, or with friends. Truly, this is an artifact dedicated to the god of love. It must be stolen. Amelia thought while reading this. Everyone loved Agrita simply because she existed. And then Ariana will have a chance with Andrian. Finally, everything turns out easier than expected. There must be a reason why she just remembered it. Although she has a good memory, the book Agrita never used cloth. Of course, there were people who envied and were jealous of her, but despite themselves, they were crushed by her good heart. The effectiveness of the cloth is amazing, but the owner never needed it despite its usefulness. Even such a powerful piece of cloth did not escape that sad fate. It was simply thrown into the deepest corner of the closet. But the main reason the cloth had an unenviable fate lies with the novel's main character, Agrida's lover. The crown prince knew this cloth very well. He simply burned it and said it was a mistake. Thus, the precious gift from the temple was destroyed without hesitation. That's why the rare bait cloth is mentioned in the book. Amelia decided it was necessary to steal it and give it to Ariana. The girl already stole the stones. Now she will try to do it like last time, but she understands that saying it doesn't mean it's easy to do. The temples have approximately the same structure. Maybe this jewel was hidden in the same way. In any case, Amelia has a book. She prays to God to help her successfully handle this matter, to steal the divine artifact. Although Amelia is not Robin Hood and steals for her own selfish ends, but to survive. So the girls spent the night in prayer, thinking about tomorrow. The main thing is to steal the cloth of love from the temple of the goddess of love. If Ariana manages to seduce Andrian, then Amelia can escape her evil brother. This is simply the perfect plan. Her heart immediately wants to go to the temple and steal the cloth. However, it is impossible to break into the temple of the god of love without prior notice. First, she must send a request and receive permission if she does not donate more than a certain amount. Permission may not be granted. Damn businessmen, the blatant haggling just erupted, the girl thought. She handed the envelope to the butler and sent him to the temple. The man decided that something had happened because she was going to the temple, even though she couldn't stand it. This is all due to the tragic fate of her past life. Perhaps it was a fit of anger caused by a terrible insult and injustice. It's not that Amelia hates temples with all her heart. She is interested because this temple is dedicated to the god of love. The butler reminded her that she once said she especially hated the god of love. This is a selfish and narcissistic deity who only loves himself. The girl asked to forget about this, and even if you curse God, no one will arrest you in the temple. It's time for lunch. Sir Davry noticed a poisonous snake approaching the table and cut it down in one blow. Danger warns Greta several times a day. It's a good thing Zack is always nearby. The snake suddenly found itself near the girl and secretly crawled to her spoon. And in the morning, a mirror frame almost fell on her head. Sir Davary saved her once again. The fortune teller told Ariana that this year would be lucky for her, and it seems she was right. Zack neutralized the snake so skillfully that Amelia doesn't even know who could have done better than him. It went unnoticed, and the girls only noticed it when the knight killed it. Usually, a snake is caught when it has already bitten, under a rope. And then he did it brilliantly. Amelia and Ariana started praising and thanking him. The boy even got embarrassed and started smiling. He is a knight from the Bidgrin family who trained the best swordsmen in history. Talents that can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Even if they didn't train him, sooner or later he would enter the imperial palace and become the captain of the imperial knights. But everything turned out in such a way that it was Andrian who noticed his talent and brought him to the house. What more can we say about Zack's talent if he neutralized a venomous snake in the blink of an eye? But Amelia had one question in mind: who besides him can save Ariana? Saving her is not an easy task. Even if Amelia hires the best guards, if due to their scare skills he doesn't save her, then it's the end. It is rare to find a guard of Zack's caliber, which is why the Duke assigned him to his sister. At least until he falls in love with Agrita. From that moment on, from time to time, he will take care of the safety of his beloved girl. Suddenly, a man approached them, who was very upset to see the dead snake. It turns out it was his snake, and its name is Flora. This man is a pet runner. He leaned over her and started suffering. No one knew how to calm him down. And what words to find for consolation, he went to give an order. And when he returned, he found that the snake had disappeared. Zack realized what he had done. It is not the owner's responsibility to take care of his pet. Ariana was in danger. Amelia has the right to demand compensation. Instead, she ordered compensation to be paid to the man, since, after all, they had killed his snake. Enough time had passed since that day. Danger warned Ariana at every corner, and Sir Devuri successfully saved her. The temple's response arrived 2 days later, later than Amelia expected. But they abandoned all banquets and parties. As soon as the girl received the letter, she immediately prepared and took a carriage to reach the temple. Before leaving, the lady informed Ariana of all the details of the plan. The knight, of course, accompanied them. During the journey, he informed them that Riga had been completely expelled from the Kami family. Amelia asked, "So what is he now?" "He is no longer a noble. He is now an ordinary commoner. He was the son of a count and had no title. Now he is not even Kami and has no right to use the family surname. But for this, determination is necessary. And breaking family ties is not enough to declare it out loud, in front of everyone. It is necessary to break the certificate of kinship, also document the expulsion from the family, and obtain a notarized statement from the imperial palace. This means that even in the future, he will not be able to return to his family. This happens very rarely among nobles because they value kinship above all else. It seems that Count Kami has made a very firm decision. Sak thinks this is a wise decision. They die as a couple saving sinners. Is this not a reasonable option? Amelia heard that Andrian had gone somewhere yesterday, but thought he was out for work. And Count Kami did not come to her with threats. He acted decisively with his son. What that idiot wanted to do with Agrita, his plan failed, so she doesn't think they ever met. Ariana asked the lady how much longer they had, to which the girl replied that the temple was a little far. Both feel a little dizzy and feel like sleeping. Amelia said the girl could sleep, and she would wake her up as soon as they arrived at the place. Ariana immediately fell asleep as soon as she leaned on him. "Have you ever been to the Temple of Love?" Zach asked. The lady replied that she had not. It turns out this will also be the first time for him. The boy has vague memories of visiting temples and does not believe in God. The girl was surprised that he didn't believe in more than one God. When he is negative and desperate, he doubts the existence of God, just like Amelia in the past. Perhaps the meeting between Sir Davry and Andrian was not accidental, but sent to me from above. Sought the lady. Suddenly, the carriage seemed to fly, and this woke Ariana up and scared her badly. Lady, as the knight Zach asked her, she replied that everything was fine, but that she was just worried about what it was. Looking out the carriage window, Amelia realized that they were now in the forest. But they were really going the wrong way. The girl sees this road for the first time. This is a very bad road. There are many stones and holes into which the carriage wheels fall. Amelia looked out the window to ask the lackey if everything was all right, and if they were going the right way. But she would hear him. Her heart felt that something was wrong. Ariana was also very scared. It turns out that this man is not a lackey at all. He tells himself that he doesn't want to live like a beggar and die alone, so he must kill everyone in the carriage. Hey. The lady decided that he simply didn't hear her, but he seemed to have gone crazy. The carriage was speeding and heading to an unknown place. Amelia saw the lackey driving the horses straight towards the cliff. It seemed she understood what was happening. She had to get the ball back again. By breaking it, they could go back a day instead of dying right now. Since there was no way to break it in the carriage, the girl decided to chew it. At that very moment, they were back home. They sit at the table. It turns out Amelia brought everyone to yesterday's dinner. Her wisdom tooth, with which she broke the magic ball, still hurts. Getting up from the table, the girl rushed out, saying she urgently needed to go to the bedroom. She slammed the door shut and was left alone. Clutching her head and wondering why she was doing all this, the last thing she saw was a cliff. She doesn't even remember how she broke the stone, but she understands that almost everyone really dies. And they survived thanks to the lady's instincts. She knew it wouldn't be easy with Ariana, and is glad that everything is fine with Sir Devuri. Damn crazy lackey, how could he dare to commit suicide with his companions? And what kind of damn world is this? With abnormal characters, Amelia thought she shouldn't be nervous, but careful. The lady decided to use Alex's servant and ordered him to drive the carriage. The new lackey must be young and healthy, and he fits this description exactly. And besides, he is a very good servant. This guy is a top-level employee who has no problems, is mentally sound, or better said, he is very reliable. Alex is brilliant and calm. He doesn't even know what pessimism is. Amelia really counts on him. He is happy to hear the praise directed at him and promises not to disappoint his lover. But the girl is still worried about something, because lately many events have happened that have shocked her. The lady put Sir Dabbery in the carriage next to Alex just in case, and added an escort to attract him. "How worried you are," said Ariana. But the girl replied that she was a little worried, so as not to start getting nervous either. Amelia lifted the curtains to keep an eye on the road, and in general, on everything that was happening. She also took the watch to keep track of the time and thought about everything more carefully. While the journey proceeds calmly, the sun is shining and there are no signs of trouble. Something is happening outside again. The horses started behaving restlessly. The carriage stopped, and Amelia looked again to see what had happened. It turned out that a child jumped under the carriage, which caused the horses to get confused. They heard the baby's voice. He asks for help and screams in a squeaky voice, "Help." The child stopped the carriage and found himself right next to the horse's hooves. Apparently something bad really happened. This child looks about 10 years old if he wears dirty and torn clothes. You look at him and understand that he needs help. Amelia understands that perhaps no one else will help this child, but despite his request, she unexpectedly ordered him to move on. This surprised those around her. The lady never refused help when it was asked of her. The girl perfectly understands that she needs to approach him and ask what happened. But now is not the time for nobility. Because now is the most dangerous time, and it is unknown what will happen this time. As expected from the child, he simply set a trap to stop the noble's carriage. They were surrounded by strange men, and it seemed like she was plotting something bad. But they certainly didn't do it in a good way. The child burst into tears and shouted that he had kept his promise, and now these men should leave his village in peace. Then he turned around and ran away in an unknown direction, and they continued to stand because they no longer need this boy. These people turned out to be bandits who keep this village terrified. There are many of them. This is not a standard situation, Alex told Saku. There are about 20 of them, although it seems there are even more. One way or another, the boys found themselves in this situation and are ready to die to save the mistress. And her friend. Every second, the situation becomes more and more tense. Sak approached Amelia and told her that now they had to run to the nearest guard detachment, and that he would stop the bandits at the cost of his life. This is not idle talk. These eyes are full of determination to die in the name of duty. Seeing Sir David's face, the lady thought, she needs to use the stone for this guy's sake. The girl regained consciousness already in her cake and began to think about how to avoid the bad consequences of the trip. Which means Ariana cannot be taken with her. The lady was simply afraid to leave her. In case she died unattended, she took her with her so as not to worry about unnecessary things. But there were many bandits. The numerical superiority was too notorious. They were cornered, and this was not an accident. If you think so, there were difficulties with the mirror-framed paintings in the mansion alone. When they were in the square with Ariana, there was a tragedy with the clock tower. Then an explosion, and then the destruction of the square. And Amelia realized it only 2 stones later. It's not that she was upset, it's just that the girl realized that if they went out together, a tragedy would occur. We will have to leave Ariana at the mansion and go to the temple alone, but someone has to protect her from danger here. Even if the lady manages to steal the cloth, if something happens and the girl dies, then everything will be in vain. Amelia cannot leave her in the care of the servants, and if she does, Sir Dabbery will follow her. When she started talking to him about this, as expected, he didn't want to listen to her, and only insisted that he was following the Duke's orders. It is simply impossible to persuade him. He cannot disobey Andrian and allow her to take risks. Zach doesn't understand why she doesn't want to go to the temple with him, because there is no swordsman better than him on the estate. Where will the lady find another similar escort? Can you protect Ariana in the mansion? Amelia asked, People believe that is Agrita's nickname. It's not that there are no knights in the mansion comparable to Sir Davery's skill. Of course, there are a couple of people. There are such wonderful knights who are ready to perform feats, but the lady cannot even assign them to Ariana. This was the Duke's order, and of course everyone obeys it. The girl's eyes widened, and she suddenly fell silent, as if some thought had occurred to her. After a moment of silence, she turned around and quickly ran in the opposite direction. Isaac still didn't understand what was going on in her head at that moment. Amelia decided to take the easiest way to solve the problem. For this, she needs to talk to Andrian. But it became very difficult for her to ask her brother for something, and this is not because of him. It is not necessary to ask Andrian. He himself will do everything for the lady. But she tries not to turn to him for help. The girl likes the Duke to take care of her. The more she has to do, the harder everything becomes. But she is sure of one thing. All his kindness will disappear when the truth comes out. Everything will collapse. Feelings of anger and rage towards her will completely overwhelm him. She approached his office, and the guards informed the Duke that Lady Amelia urgently wanted to speak with him. A second later, Andrian opened the door for her and said, "Come in, little sister." Sitting on the sofa, the girl began to formulate how to start a dialogue while the Duke watched her. Ordering her thoughts, she said she wanted to ask him something. If he wasn't busy, of course. Andrian suggested having tea first, but Amelia refused because that's not what she needs right now. She said she needed to go to the temple and therefore needed a very good knight who could protect Lady Grace here. How good should he be? The Duke asked. I think the same as Sir Davery, the girl replied. It occurred to Amelia that it would be better to explain everything to him, as many questions would arise as to why Ariana needs such a good escort. The Duke said he could leave Sir Davery on the estate and that he could go with her. The lady looked at Andrian's desk, which was full of documents, and asked if he wasn't busy. He replied that since she had come to him with a request, the rest was not that important to him. For the third time, Amelia finally decided to go with the Duke. It's time for them to go on a trip. Zack sees them off and wishes them a good trip with a smile on his face. The lady did not like his smile. It seemed to her that he was mocking her, and she was glad to get rid of him. She looked at the boy threateningly and walked towards him. Amelia, getting very close, told him that if he wanted to get rid of her, he couldn't at least smile so much. With 32 teeth. Don't you see how I'm already suffering? Sir Davery said. And the Duke will protect you. Not even Zack can say everything with his despicable mouth, thought the lady, because he is entirely at Andrian's disposal. Zack asked Amelia to calm down and not worry about anything, because he would take care of Ariana in the best possible way. As soon as they got into the carriage, Andrian immediately fell asleep. He was probably very tired because he had many worries, and there were many documents on the table. Despite all his affairs, he kindly offered himself as her escort. On the street, he drives with all his might, and the journey has never been so comfortable. It's not about the lady's mood, but that Andrian is traveling by her side. A tall, handsome boy with beautiful facial features, how good he really is, Amelia thought looking at him. Others found it difficult to communicate with him, even before understanding who he was. The girl wondered what would happen if she and he didn't know each other at all and met at one of the events. And if their first meeting was an accident, I wonder if she would have been afraid of him. Or vice versa. At first glance, Amelia would not have noticed that he was a psychopathic villain. Maybe she would have felt comfortable with him. The girl stared at him, and he suddenly opened his eyes and scared her. She was surprised and asked him if he had ever been to the Temple of Love. The boy replied that he had never been there, which meant that this would be his first time. Amelia began to say that she found him very handsome and was very interested in going there. For Andrian, the main thing is that she is interested, but he himself is indifferent to such places. The Duke closed his eyes again. He looks very tired and very exhausted. And yet, he fulfilled Amelia's request. This trip is extremely pleasant and comfortable for her. Her heart doesn't beat as wildly as the last time. The horses run fast, and only the sound of their hooves is heard. The lady began to feel rocked and finally fell asleep. A few minutes later, she woke up again and thought about how sweetly she had slept. Looking out the window, the girl realized that they were already there. This time, they returned home very calmly. Andrian held out his hand, and she got out of the carriage. Here they are in front of the Temple of Love. It is very large and tall. It turns out it was possible to arrive so easily, without adventures and without wasting stones. They were greeted by a kind woman, the priestess of the Temple of the Goddess of Love. She greeted them and said that the rumors were true, that the Duke was really very handsome. It seems Andrian has attracted another girl, which, by the way, is not surprising. She looks at him with those eyes that would be hard not to notice, and in general, she only looks at him. As if she were about to pierce him, and she doesn't seem to notice Amelia. The lady did not focus on this, although it bothers her. Now the main thing is that the operation to steal the artifact begins. The priestess of the temple began to tell them that the temple was built 300 years ago by the high priest at that time. The Sarsier brothers were considered the greatest architects of the time inside. The architecture hardly differs from the temple of the god of time. Amelia thought that if everything is like this, then the layout of the rooms is identical. There must be a secret space in the priest's room, and there he hid the charm fabric. The girl read a passage about how the cloth was taken out of there. If everything goes well, like with the stones, then it's all in the bag. All you need to do is enter the high priest's room. The temple was built thanks to the faith of the parishioners. Fortunately, there are no guards there. Of course, there were many guards walking around, and there was no need to act recklessly. Amelia intends to quietly steal what she needs, like a ghost. And everything will be fine. They approached a small prayer room, where one can make a donation and pray to God. When they finished, they would have to open the main small auditorium, the reception area, and the waiting room. The priestess said she would show them everything. She wanted to show them the waiting room first, but now the high priest is praying there. The lady thought that since he was praying now, she had the opportunity, because the room was empty. "What will you do while my brother and I pray?" The girl asked the priestess. She replied that she could not interfere, so she would wait outside. When Amelia and Andrian entered the prayer room, the lady felt a little relieved. Because all that remained was to enter the high priest's room. Once you steal the cloth, you can safely return it. She feels like the greatest thieves in the world have given her the power that if a lady walks down the hall, no one will suspect anything. The girl looked at the Duke and told him she had to go out somewhere and would be back very quickly. Andrian looked at her as if he suspected something. Amelia was even a little cautious, but she didn't panic. She said she wouldn't wait for him here, but would go with her. The lady decided not to argue with him, but for now not to go anywhere. She began to pray, and the Duke repeated after her. Find the high priest's room. The architecture was not difficult. It is similar to the structure of the temple of the era, which Amelia had already looted. She doesn't know who built it, but the girl is grateful to him. Now she is self-confident and feels the atmosphere of a spy movie. After a while, they entered the high priest's room of the Temple of Love. Amelia stared at the bookshelf as far as she understood. There should be a secret room behind it. The Duke silently follows her everywhere and behaves as if he were her guard. The girl noticed a small chest that was on the table. Maybe that was what she needed. This is where the charm fabric should be kept for her. It's the same as stealing stones from the Temple of Time. The lady noticed Andrian's gaze on her and asked if something had happened. He replied that she just looked strange because she was looking around curiously. She approached the chest and began to think. At first glance it looks normal, but in reality it is sealed with the help of divine power. If you want to open it, you won't be able to. You must put the letters in the correct order. If it works, then this magic will open the lock. Amelia began to drag symbols in an attempt to open it. She thought the code should be similar to the code of the Temple of Time. The god worshipped in this temple is the god of Lovesimmer. Now the text should disappear and the chest will open. Instead, a loud and unpleasant sound, similar to an alarm, suddenly began to emit. This sound could easily give her a headache. It could really trap the girl now due to her anxiety, but she was sure that the name of God was included in the temple code. As stated in the book, after a few seconds, everything fell silent. Amelia relaxed, but the question did not disappear. What should the code be then? She wrote down all the names of the god of love she knew, but unfortunately nothing came out. You can't make noise for too long. If it's that loud, they will come in here, said the Duke. The lady suspected that they could be caught now, so she grabbed the boy's hand and told him it was better to leave. In a hurry, they hid in a secret room, but she is glad she blocked the entrance through the bookshelf. It was heard that the guards behind the door really tensed up because they heard a strange sound. So the boys decided to go and look around carefully. As they stomped into the room where Amelia and Andrian were hiding, the girl's heart almost stopped with fear. The guards are sure that no one should know about this place. It is impossible for anyone to be in this room. Finally, the boys left. As soon as the lady heard the door slam shut, she exhaled. Andrian noticed strong fear in her eyes, and his face got too close to hers. There were many things in this world that scared the girl so much. But she didn't know that her heartbeats could beat exactly like this, especially since the Duke was too close to her. It can't be what kind of tension appeared between them. He also noticed confusion in his eyes. It seemed that he was also uneasy, and there was such an awkward pause. Amelia quickly got up from the floor and ran back to the chest. She guessed that the password was not the name of the goddess of love, but the name of the goddess of beauty. It's hard to believe, but the girl really did it. Magically, the chest opened instantly. This is the correct answer. But this is the temple of the goddess of love. Isn't that considered blasphemy? The priestess couldn't take her eyes off Andrian, and the lady thought that beauty was a gift from God. So she wrote it down just in case. But is beauty more important than love? Is the face really that important? The lady knows that money is important in this world, but they are very snobbish. While Amelia was thinking thoughtfully, the Duke decided to hurry her up and asked if she was done. "Let's go now," replied the girl, and replaced the magic cloth in the chest with another one. Finally, the operation was successful, and she asked the Duke to lend her his coat. Of course, as usual, he couldn't refuse her. The boy took off his jacket and handed it to the lady, who quickly hid the cloth in it. But he asked her why she didn't tell him anything at home. If she really needed it, then he himself could get it. Amelia cannot imagine how Andrian would carry out this secret mission. But if he were stealing the cloth, he would kidnap the high priest of the temple. He would threaten his life in exchange for the handkerchief, and then kill him too to keep his mouth shut. That's what the girl thought. She just supposed, although it seems plausible, that the lady seems to be a pacifist, even if she steals. The girl replied that she had to steal it personally, and besides, it calmed her down. They left, and the priestess, as she had promised, was already waiting for them. The woman noticed that Amelia was trembling and asked if it was really cool in the prayer room. The lady replied that she was a little cold when she arrived and still couldn't warm up. Of course, they refused the offered tea, saying it was time to go back. So the priestess doesn't know how to help Amelia, because tea would help her warm up. The lady got angry again, because she would have found 1,000 options for the Duke to stay longer. She looks at him without taking her eyes off him. They went to the exit, to be honest. As long as the cloth is in the girl's hands, she will not have the courage to wander around the temple. The lady found a bag of money. She forgot to leave the donation in the prayer room. Somehow it turned out ugly not to leave a donation in the temple. Her mood deteriorated, and her conscience began to torment her. Amelia asked him to wait for her. She needed to return to the prayer room. The lady quickly returned. Surely it would be impossible to meet such a noble thief as her anywhere else. She was in such a hurry that she didn't notice the person ahead and accidentally bumped into him. The girl dropped the amulet cloth, and the man picked it up and gave it to her. She began to look fascinated at his outfit, gold embroidery on snow-white fabric. Luxurious clothes at first glance. Amelia felt a familiar sensation at first sight. The man threw the cloth over her shoulders, thinking it was her scarf. When she looked up, she saw and could not believe what she saw. The man in front of her was the crown prince. His golden hair is like sunlight, as if all the greenery of the world had merged into one in his eyes. Here he is, the main hero of this world and Agrita's lover, the current crown prince Mason. Who will ascend the throne in the future? Amelia bowed her head before him and said, "Greetings to the future son of the empire." He said he remembered her because he had seen her before. Lady Bidgrin is happy that he even remembers her name. Mason is a person who likes to wander everywhere. If the lady had the same habit, then they would meet often everywhere. And her heart would react like this every time. She told him it was time to leave, and her heart seemed to try to stop her. But the girl hadn't yet met a person she would like to go out with. The man stopped her, and at that moment they stared into each other's eyes. He dared to approach her and touch her hair. Mason said her hair was like blooming roses and that he only had one question in his head. Why is he here? The crown prince, she knows, was simple and indifferent to everyone. He behaved formally with everyone and according to etiquette. Amelia is not the type of person he can compliment, so why is he acting like this? She is surprised that he tied the cloth like a scarf around her neck. So the lady forgot that she was using the crown prince as a test subject. The effect is that only when you wear a treasure, there is a treasure. Your hair is also blinding like sun rays, said the girl to keep the conversation going. And the man grabbed her hair again and said they were like sun rays. And he started staring at her, so much so that Amelia was starting to get angry. The lady wishes this was just a narcissistic statement, but it doesn't seem to be. She took off the charm cloth so that he shouldn't fall in love with her. But she still feels uncomfortable about how such a snobbish temple could do something so terrible. Sought the girl. The lady bowed again to the crown prince and told him it was time for her to leave. And preferably first. Mason looked at the princess one last time, as if he wanted to tell her something more or buy time. Amelia quickly moved away from him, hoping he wouldn't follow her. As a result, the girl never left the donation. She just hurriedly returned to the place where Andrian and the priestess were waiting for her. The crown prince was left alone and met the high priest who was coming to meet him. The man wondered what Mason was doing here, if he had really gotten lost again. Last time he showed the prince the waiting room and therefore did not expect to see him. But the prince always gets confused. Mason is ideal in literature. He is talented, in a word, Prince Mason Hayden. He is a complete topographical idiot in directions, and the case is very neglected. Probably few people know this. No matter how wrong he was, everyone was delighted and looked for excuses. If he came here, then he had a reason. And the high priest is one of the few who knows the truth. Remembering Amelia, he told the priest that this was a true temple of love. Behind his cat face hid his true feelings, the place of that hair in the rose garden. The boy explained that it was about Princess Bidgrin, whom they had met before. A couple of times at receptions. Mason said that lately he has met many beautiful people, but this girl is the most beautiful of all. It was predicted for him that this year he would find his destiny. He would fall madly in love with that person. When the boy first heard this prophecy, he thought it was normal, that this is a temple of love. He really wants this to be true, because for a long time he has dreamed of finding his love. And be happy. Meanwhile, events are taking place in the house where Riga Kami lives. The man who wanted to get Amelia Bidgrin drunk. Every night he cannot sleep from terrible thoughts, and he wakes up feeling the same. And he also dreams the same dream, about how the Duke punishes him for his sister. His family abandoned him. He had nothing left, neither money, nor family, nor power. Everything seemed to disappear in an instant. He fears that Duke Andrian will simply finish him off without even thinking about it. His body is already crippled. He regrets being caught so stupidly. At the banquet, he tried to get Lady Bidgrin drunk and paid for it, even trying to pass himself off as a fool. But it was in vain. He thought it was bad luck and that it was fine, but he didn't know it would be like this. After this, his position in the family was destroyed, and the man's noble name was taken away. And expelled from the family. But even then, he didn't take everything seriously. He decided that even if the connection was broken according to the documents, he was still his own son. His parents would not cast out their blood and flesh. He was sad about not inheriting the title, but he didn't expect to be kicked out of the house. To avoid money problems, he decided to just live quietly, but in the end he was kicked out empty-handed. Every time he returned home, he was thrown out like an ordinary merchant. It was at one of these moments that Duke Bidgrin appeared before him with his faithful knight. "With the fingers of which hand did you put the drugs?" Andrian asked rudely. He threatened him that if he didn't answer this question, he would simply cut off all his fingers one by one. Riga Kami knows very well that it is better to do what he asks, because if the Duke gets angry, this encounter could end in tears. The man didn't have time to say anything when Andrian stepped on his hand with all his weight. And he hurt his fingers and screamed in pain. Zack doesn't understand why the Duke took him along if he can manage on his own. Andrian doesn't like Riga Kami making too much noise. He ordered the knight to silence him. Zack told him that if he lived long, he would experience more hellish suffering. He bent closer to Kami and pulled out a sharp knife. The man, without remorse, made an incision on his leg and said it wasn't a big loss as if he had lost all his fingers. If Zack had left him an R, he wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully at night. He was thinking about the dirty things you wanted to do to my girl, added the angry knight. He immediately wanted to finish this monster right there, but unfortunately he would have to leave him alive. And accept him. Now only this incident causes Kami to have terrible dreams and wake up in a cold sweat. He hates the girl who told them about the drugs and generally hates everyone involved in this. Amelia delivered the donation, which was worth leaving in the prayer room through the priestess. At first the priestess seemed embarrassed. This is very unusual for her, but the lady still handed her a bag of money. Otherwise, her conscience wouldn't be clear. She's probably the only thief who leaves money. Finally, Amelia returned to the mansion, where she was already greeted by the knight Zack. He asked her if she had enjoyed her trip to the temple, to which she replied that she was very tired. She seems to be dying after traveling for half a day in a carriage, of course. This is not the only reason for her fatigue. The girl experienced stress after a guard almost caught her stealing in a temple. Now she only dreams of one thing: bathing, having dinner, and going to bed. But when she closes her eyes, the image of the prince she met in the temple appears before her face. She understands that everything is happening like in the book. She told herself that everything would start in the autumn. When the weather changes, the crown prince has felt empty lately and visits the temple of love to find out the reason for his emotions. He was told that he would find his destiny within a year. A prophecy he didn't take seriously. But then, in his beloved alley, the boy met Agrita and remembered the prophecy. What a lovely memory Amelia has. That's why she was at the temple, but at this time and in such a remote place. Well, the lady got into trouble by meeting him, and even with an enchantment weave, a young woman who knows him by sight. I wonder if he will remember this encounter, if he was under the influence of the cloth. It seems this dark story will remain under the cloak of the enchantment cloth. Why did she pick up the cloth and tie it around her neck? Or is it just kindness when you pick up something and help someone who lost it? While the girl was thinking about this, Ariana looked towards her room and decided to ask how the trip to the temple had gone. She also noticed that Amelia seemed very tired. But the lady smiled, unfolded it, and showed the cloth she took from the temple. Ariana immediately wanted to touch it. She couldn't even imagine that such a miracle existed. And how Amelia managed to steal it and not get caught stealing it, she was very lucky. The lady said they were almost caught, but that she was reborn as an aristocratic thief. Ariana asked if anyone would fall in love if they wore this cloth. This cloth has a common pattern and color. Even the material is the most common to the touch. If it weren't for the crown prince's mental confusion, Amelia would have doubted that it was an artifact. The lady covered herself with this cloth like a shawl, and Ariana began to look at her as if under hypnosis. Amelia seemed to become even more beautiful. She said that the lady began to look even more charming than usual, and that she herself wanted to propose marriage to Amelia. Any man who sees this will definitely be captivated by the beauty and fall in love. And if same-sex marriage were allowed, she would definitely propose marriage to the lady, said Ariana, and she felt embarrassed. Still, the girls are interested in how it works, but they won't be able to explain it. They can only blame magic. When Ariana covered herself with this cloth, the lady felt the same way. She felt love. This is truly captivating and works wonders. Should Amelia tell the girl that when she puts on the amulet cloth, a light appears above? Her heart beats wildly, and she wants to get closer to her. The lady so wished to win someone else's favor, and feels like she is in the body of a shy schoolboy. Amelia thought that if she used this artifact in front of Andrian, he would recognize her as a witch, not a saint, and maybe he would burn this cloth. But the girl is incredibly grateful that such a miracle exists, because Ariana will use this artifact and conquer Andrian. When they fall in love with each other, the lady will be able to escape, as she planned from the beginning. If only all of Amelia's efforts were not in vain. The main thing is that Ariana understood her task. She must use the cloth to conquer the Duke. Both are nervous, because not everything may go very well. Difficulties will probably arise, but the main thing is not to give up and keep moving forward. Ariana knows that Andrian is still a villain, and many times he offended his sister and scared her with his actions. That's why the girl is afraid of him. She is even afraid to give him any kind of compliment, let alone other things. Amelia, like no one else, knows that he is a villain, but when the boy smiles, it is very difficult for her to take her eyes off him. The lady asked Ariana why she didn't pay attention to him from the beginning. Perhaps the reason is that she is the main character. To this, the girl replied that for the first time in her life, she saw someone so beautiful, but that his eyes and hair were not dark. The lady was surprised to hear this at first. She even thought she had misheard. But she repeated that she loves Koreans to the core, and that they have multicolored hair and eyes. The beauties of this world are like beautiful dolls. As if Ariana were contemplating a beautiful sculpture or painting, Amelia, on the contrary. She has always loved guys with dyed hair. This cloth cannot be worn all the time, but it must definitely be used exclusively when you are alone with Andrian. A strong fear appeared on the girl's face at the thought that she would have to be alone with the villain. When the lady said she would help her, Ariana decided to do what she had planned for tomorrow. Although she is afraid, the sooner she does it, the better for both of them. And then the next day came. The girls were already running somewhere in the carriage again. Amelia had long had the idea that Ariana needed a personal escort. Sir Dabri is an ideal escort, but he is assigned to Lady Bidgrin and has limited protection. For example, when Agrita was taken hostage in the banquet hall, Zack rushed to save Amelia. And not her. As a result, the girl ended up in the hands of a madman. If this happens again in the future, Sir Dabri will fulfill his duties and should not be blamed. Zack is always on Amelia's side, and for Ariana to receive help from him. She always needs to be close to the lady. Even early in the morning, the girl is being attacked. She has to get up early and come with Amelia. She doesn't get up that early for 1 or 2 days, so it seems the girl already has chronic fatigue. She loves to sleep in the mornings, and if she is accompanied, she can sleep peacefully as long as she wants. It is impossible to find a more talented person than Sir David, and the lady thought that protecting Ariana would fall on Andrian's shoulders in the future. But this is not the best decision. Even when Amelia leaves forever, the girl will need reliable protection in the future. Perhaps the enchantment weave will help find a solution. They came to this place thanks to the escort. In Lady Bidgrin's hands is a list of fencing winners. The Empire organizes swordsman competitions at least twice a year, a flower festival in spring, and a harvest festival in autumn. Competitions can also be held on holidays and may include other contests, which means they have several winners a year. You can use one of the winners as an escort knight. Amelia sent people to the guild for information. So, she has a list of winners from the last 5 years. Here is all the data on the whereabouts of all the free knights. But she hasn't decided yet. The competition winners demonstrate incredible talent, and of course, noble families are eager to hire them. Despite this, not a single knight has yet entered the family of a noble. Because the standards of the nobles are very high. These knights are the best of the best, and this girl is one of them. Sir Davery told Amelia that it wouldn't be easy. When the lady got angry, he replied that he was simply stating a well-known fact. The man added that such people crave money and high status. Natesek doesn't even know about the structure of the enchantment, and the girl has thought of everything. She has a solution to convince the proudest knight that it is impossible to break the agreement they sign. Then, with the help of the cloth, she will come and force him to sign the contract. This is, of course, a little wicked, but only a little, and you will do everything possible to achieve your goal. Nobles have escort knights as servants. Many people are motivated by trivial and difficult things. Compared to them, Ariana is a true angel. She is sweet and charming. The escort knights will fall in love with her in a short time. If a knight gives his heart to a girl, the escort and protection will be the best reward. Among all the winners on the list, Linda Eiffel is the only girl. The escort must stay with Ariana all the time, so a girl knight will be the best option for her. They visited Miss Eiffel to crush her with an enchantment cloth. Unfortunately, her left arm is injured. They should have known. The wound is quite serious, and it will take a long time before she can wield a sword like before. Miss Eiffel said that if they really needed her, they could only turn to her in a year. Amelia was very upset by this result. Why was she so unlucky? This girl was an ideal choice. Zach began to comfort her. Because not everything goes well the first time, but he understands that sometimes it's better to stay silent than to speak. And be rejected. There is nothing to be done. The next option is a man named Brant Veline. Lady Whitgreen calmed down. Because they have 3 more worthy candidates. No need to despair, because not all is lost. Brant Veline won the last competition. He is known as a very talented swordsman. The man won twice in a row. Amelia put him in second place because he is a man. It would be good if he became Ariana's escort knight. He only accepted 100,000 gold, but for a lady, this is a lot of money. No matter what noble title he has. It is not easy to pay such a sum. Not a single muscle in his face moved, so Amelia invited him to sit down and discuss everything properly. She decided that it was still possible to reach an agreement with him. She just needed to lure him to a secluded place and enchant him with an enchantment cloth. The man said that his brother was sick, and if he didn't cure him with his salary, he wouldn't live long with his illness. Amelia wished him and his brother all the best and said goodbye to him. They still have options and will try to find the best candidate to protect Ariana. Black clouds quickly appeared in the sky, and thunder began to rumble. The lady tries to believe that this is a normal natural phenomenon, unrelated to today's events. Unfortunately, in the end, nothing worked out with the other knights either. One said he was preparing to return home to his family, whom he hadn't seen in many years. And the second was not at home. A letter arrived saying that his beloved had died. And how is it possible that so many stories arise at the same time? In extreme cases, of course, the enchantment cloth can be used, but in such circumstances, it is impossible. Amelia had lost all hope. She clutched her head and shouted that humanity needed to be buried in the depths of the sea. With fallen hands, but nothing can be done. A long time has passed. Isaac suggested having a snack. Everyone has spent a lot of energy and now needs to rest. The lady looked at her watch and saw that it was almost 12, a time when Ariana should be very careful. The waitress offered them a seat by the window, but Amelia decided that she would choose a seat herself. The girl tried to choose a safe place because something could fly through the window. They started choosing dishes, and, as Amelia expected, something happened. A madman flew through the window, crashed directly onto the floor. At first glance, it seems that he was drunk, and generally looks suspicious. He has a black mask on his face because he needs it in broad daylight. He is really inappropriate now because the man ran straight towards the girls sitting at the table. Sir Davy reacted quickly, stood up abruptly, and drew his sword from its sheath. But he fell before reaching them, as if an invisible force had defeated him so easily. Following him, a girl knight with a weapon climbed through the window, shouting how dare he run away from him. It turned out that this man, who terribly scared the girls, is a thief. Not even the fact that today is the day of the fallen prevented him from stealing. This girl who caught the thief is simply angry and communicates with him with obscene words. She called the man a creature because he dared to rob houses even in broad daylight. She had never met such unscrupulous people. There is rage in the eyes of the night girl, as if she were about to finish off this lawless man. Anticipating this, Sir Devery closed the girl's eyes so they wouldn't see the terrible spectacle. But the girl attacked the thief and started beating him. It turns out that Zack knows her. Her name is Dylan and she is famous. This girl hates crime, is fair, and very tough on people like this vile thief. She is the 5th winner of the tournament called Hidden. Amelia realized that Sir Davy knew a lot about this girl. This competition appeared outside the Hidden Island. In a small town, it is difficult to reach even with a strong desire. That place hides in the most mysterious corner of the street. But 10 years ago, this name began to refer not only to the town, it is where the real life of the city is located. Under the guise of a swordsman competition, there is a betting network. Spectators can decide who the winner is, and everyone bets on the chosen fighter. It is an illegal gambling game in which people participate, and it is rumored that a high-ranking noble is behind it all. Everything is hidden from prying eyes. They do not accept everyone as participants. They only choose those who have incredible skills, regardless of their origin. Amelia thought that this girl might be suitable for Ariana. She would be an ideal protector. As far as Zack knows, Dylan doesn't work for anyone, and he doubts she has a family. Although he doesn't know for sure. Lady Bidgrin felt some relief, as if that girl was already working with them. Amelia approached Dylan and greeted her, introducing herself as well, saying she was very happy to meet her. Lady Bidgrin is very eager to talk to her. Unless, of course, she doesn't mind. There is a stone at her feet. She hit that man, and he couldn't stay on his feet. Dylan, very brazenly, replied to the lady that she didn't have a minute to talk. She added that she doesn't talk to aristocrats. The hidden ones always spoke ill of the aristocrats. For them, the aristocrats are people who organize these fights just for their own entertainment. Rich gamblers treat their fighter like a dog. Well, what should Amelia do? Because the girl doesn't even listen to her. Dylan is an ideal fighter and meets all of Lady Bidgrin's requirements. And a big advantage is that she is a girl. Since there are many people around to use the amulet cloth, you must move to a place where the knight will be alone with Ariana. But Amelia overheard the maid's conversation. She said she called the guards, and that they would arrive soon. Apparently she was following him because he is a thief, asked the lady. Dylan still doesn't understand what the girl is implying. Then she asked what would happen when the guards appeared here. The lady clarified that she hit a man at these moments in front of many people. And she has no proof that the man is a thief. He didn't steal in front of the guards, but what if he says he was falsely accused? Since Dylan has no significant proof that he is a thief. Yes, and she is empty-handed. They should have caught him before he could steal anything. So many people present here can confirm that the girl attacked him with her fists. But Amelia offered help. She said she could testify. The lady will testify that this guy ran towards her with the intention of harming her. And Dylan stopped and punished him. When she says this, the girl will no longer be a criminal in the eyes of the guards because her actions will be planned. The thief will no longer be able to get away with it, and the guards will be more willing to believe Princess Amelia Bidgrin. In exchange for her help, she asks for something simple. She just needs to talk in private. It's better than getting into trouble with the guards. Even 5 minutes will be enough for Amelia. As a result, the thief was handed over to the guards, who testified the lunch hour flew by amidst all this fuss. Dylan accepted the offer because it was useful and decided to go with her and talk. Besides, the girl knight said that Lady Bidgrin is pretty and that she likes pretty girls. Amelia was cautious. It was somehow strange for her to hear this from someone other than a man. Soon they found themselves at Dylan's house. Lady Bidgrin feels that things are getting better. If she likes cute girls, then she will definitely like Ariana. Of course, Sir Sorty is next to the ladies. They wait patiently while the girls talk and hope to reach an agreement. Amelia is nervous. Now she only wants one thing: that everything goes well. The most important thing remains. Zach told the lady that Dylan was famous for something more than winning 5 times in a row. The girl also broke the wrist of a certain nobleman when he made fun of her. This became a legendary story. A couple of years passed since Zach saw her again after this story. She hurt the nobleman. He told the lady how he managed to get out of this story. She was lucky that another aristocrat testified. Who disliked the victim? There were simply no witnesses to the incident. He said that the aristocrat fell and broke his arm. Dylan was not convicted due to lack of witnesses, and no retaliation could be taken against her. Which means she is a very strong girl. Amelia did not expect to be so brave, even when she saw how cruelly Dylan punished the thief. Zach asked her if she was really not worried about Ariana, while she was with the girl who broke the aristocrat's arm. To which the lady replied that the man got what he deserved. Ariana will not do anything for which she can be punished. She is simply incapable of doing bad deeds. She has a pure soul. Upon hearing this, the boy thought. He wondered how brother and sister could end up on opposite sides. "You are not particularly worried," said Amelia. When the two went out to talk, the lady had no idea that Dylan could harm her. The girl assumed that Zach had simply made up a story to scare her and, silently, she hit him in the side. Finally, the door opened, and a happy Ariana came out of the room. She said that everything had gone well. The girl rushed to hug Amelia, and Dylan grabbed her head because she felt possessed. Ariana explained that it was a verbal agreement, but then her family would make a written one. So she has an escort night starting today. Dylan confirmed that she will keep her promise for the duration of the contract, and that Ariana's safety is now her responsibility. "If I can't protect her, then you can blow my head off." That's what she said in front of the witnesses, firmly and confidently. Then the girl changed to the knight Zach. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, so they started being polite. From their communication, it was clear that they knew each other very well. They started talking about different things. And they also remember many things. Amelia interrupted their conversation and asked in surprise if they know each other so well as to have common topics. Dylan explained that she pretended not to know Zach because she didn't want to associate with a traitor. But now they are in the same boat. Sir Devery is not angry with her at all, let alone holds a grudge against her. On the contrary. He looks pleased because everything went according to plan. Amelia, watching them, decided that now there would only be true friendship between them. But that was not the case. They shook hands firmly, and a wide smile appeared on their serious faces. Looking at them, it is impossible to believe that they were once rivals on the road. Dylan decided to talk about it. "I haven't seen Zach in a long time, but he grew up to be an unpleasant guy," said the girl. Sir Devery, sitting opposite, reminded her that he has ears and hears everything, so he asked her to restrain herself at least a little. To which Dylan replied that restraining oneself has a negative impact on mental health and mood. Although they say they are rivals, they are on the same wavelength, and Amelia is waiting to see what will happen in the future. It started raining outside. The weather has worsened. Zach doesn't think it will get worse, and it won't affect his mood. They soon arrived home. The mission was successfully completed, and now they deserved a good rest. Although it is still pouring rain outside, they are no longer afraid of it. The carriage arrived without incident and did not get stuck in large puddles on the road. Sir Dabbery covered Lady Whitgreen with his cloak so she wouldn't get wet in the heavy downpour. Dylan did the same. Now she is responsible for taking care of Ariana. Amelia saw that Andrian was waiting for them. She asked him to come inside the house and not get wet in the rain. But when she looked closer, she saw that he was completely dry. A kind of transparent membrane blocked the rain. It looked like magic. The Duke approached her and told her that he had thought she had left without an umbrella. Therefore, worried about her health, he carefully went out to meet her. The boy threw his cloak over her. The girl asked him how he knew when she would be home. Andrian replied that he saw a carriage in the distance and realized it was her. It's time to go inside before someone gets soaked to the bone and catches a cold. The knights thought the same. Finally, it would be possible to warm up and eat in a warm and cozy house. The downpour didn't last long. It began to subside and soon ended completely. The ground, wet from the rain, dried up the next day as if nothing had happened. Dylan agreed to stay at the mansion as Ariana's bodyguard. She now feels completely safe. They became close as soon as they met, and the girl immediately decided to drop formalities with Dylan because it was more convenient. Amelia told Duke Whitgreen the whole story, that Dylan is now Ariana's guardian, and that they will be next to each other all the time. Andrea didn't say a word. She didn't care. The main thing was to convey the idea to him that this girl would also live here. The Duke just nodded silently, unexpectedly. But it was Alex who was happy about Dylan's appearance. The boy was surprised when he found out that this woman was a swordswoman. Even his eyes lit up, as if he had seen some kind of miracle. But Dylan didn't like the way he called her. She threatened him with a sword and told him never to say it again. In this world, women are discriminated against. It's hard to imagine what she had to endure. Innocence is the main trait of Alex's character, but to survive in this world, he must be perceptive. After everything experienced, Amelia, of course, will calm him down and try to explain everything to him. Dylan's room is next to Ariana's room. The girl quickly got used to the estate and the eternal dangers that warn around her. No, this is something more than addiction. Ariana almost died at night and twice in the morning. The guard had already saved her from death 3 times. But Dylan is surprised that this happens so often. And the girl smiles and tells him that she simply lost her luck, that she had to accept the situation. Misfortune can happen to any couple. In any case, Dylan exceeded all expectations. The girl does her job very well, and now Amelia is calm about Ariana and happy with everything. Lady Whitgreen would give her a 15 out of 10, and she would give herself a 16 for being so good at selecting people. Now the girl will save herself without Devery's help, but the main problem has not yet been solved. So we can't relax. Although Lady Whitgreen did everything she could, now she needs to think about her problem. Today is a very important day for her, because it is on this day that Amelia is going to use the charm cloth on Andrian. The girl thought of everything. She chose a place by the garden fountain. It was 10 p.m. First, Ariana will go there with the cloth, and then Amelia will bring the Duke. Everything will seem like they met by pure chance. The plan is absolutely simple. Since the enchantment we've worked on everyone, it should work on him too. He will fall in love with her to the point of memory loss. And this will be an advantage for her. It was no coincidence that she chose a fountain in the garden, and at night, all because it was the most romantic possible. Using a magic cloth, this will create the most suitable atmosphere, and the full moon is the maximum level of romance. The main characters of many romance novels meet in a garden under the full moon. Fortunately, the rain has stopped. After the rain, the garden would have been a mess, and the plan would have failed. But today the outside temperature is quite pleasant. Amelia wonders what they will say. Even looking outside, she still won't feel the beauty of the picture. Her heart has felt so strange since she finally decided to use the magic cloth. It's not like fear and anticipation. These are not positive emotions. A feeling as if the heart is drowning. The girl cannot understand the reason for this. The effect of the weave has been checked, and there is nothing to worry about. The plan is reliable. And of course, is this really the consequence of the butler's complaints in the morning? Like the surprise box that appears early in the morning. After hearing how she met Dylan yesterday, he asked her why she did something so dangerous when it could have ended badly. His barrage of questions is deadly. After he scolded Amelia early in the morning, she only had one thought: who excited him? Sir Davry must have angered him, but the lady will reward him, although she knows it will be difficult to find a reason. Because now Amelia has discovered why her heart hurts so much. These are just the consequences of mental terror as soon as she woke up. Ariana knocked on her room door. When the lady allowed her in, she ran in as if she had important news. The girl grabbed Amelia and told her that she had seen something interesting that they shouldn't miss. The most entertaining fight she has ever seen is taking place. Ariana dragged Lady Whitgreen with her so the girl could also see this spectacle. When the girls arrived at the arena, they saw a picture of Dylan fighting a man. Of course, she won. The enemy bowed to her, amazed by her brilliant skills. After all, Dylan has no equal in battles. Only one person can compare to her. This is the Duke's knight, Sir Devery. Ariana watches her protector with great pride, and from the expression on her face, it is clear that her happiness has no limits. Zack said that the night he saw Dylan saving Lady Grace was incredible, and he wanted to know more about the girl's skills. Then he decided that the only way to check it was a duel. This sword fight with Dylan's participation looks quite convincing. Now Sir Davery will have no more questions. Her opponents are not that good. The girl wins again and again. Ariana tries to pretend to be nervous while watching the battle, but in reality she trusts her knight. Dylan. Zack agrees that her skills are not bad. There are people in the arena who cannot defeat her. But all the strongest knights on the estate are busy now, and all these people she is fighting now are not her competitors. There is a stronger knight who will be an excellent opponent, said Amelia. Lady Bidgrin is very curious to know if she can defeat Dylan. Then the girl pushed him forward. She asked him to demonstrate his skills and show who the real winner is. Amelia was going to take revenge on him for the angry butler, and this is an excellent way. They haven't fought in a long time. It looks like it will be a show. The main thing is that they don't hurt each other in this frantic fight and stay healthy. And safe. Sir Davery did not expect such a setup from Lady Whitgreen. He does not remember where he could have annoyed her so much. But the boy realized that there was no other way out, and in order not to look like a coward, he needed to move forward and try to defeat this girl. And so they met face to face with Dylan. And now a spectacular duel will begin. Sir Davery's heart beats at a dizzying speed, but he tries not to show it. And he smiles. Both rivals drew their swords from their sheaths. They are ready for battle. Today it will be clear whether Dylan is really the best in this matter. The girls looked at each other surprised, and then froze in anticipation. For Amelia, it is not so important whether Zack wins or loses. The main thing is that they give him a hard time. The result of their battle was unpredictable. Sir Davery defeated Dylan. Lady Grace was surprised, and Amelia was delighted. None of the onlookers expected this. It wasn't obvious, said the knight Zack proudly. The boy barely sweated, because the victory was too quick. It was as if he was born with a sword in his hand. Every time, Lady Whitgreen is more and more convinced that the Duke, Andrian Whitgreen, really chooses the best. At first, Sir Davery defended himself from Dylan's fierce and fast attack. The moment he hit the target, he didn't waste the opportunity when the girl opened up. Dylan turned around and tried to signal, but Zack was faster. Amelia hoped that Sir Davery would get at least a little from Dylan, but she is still very proud of him. He is her reliable knight. Dylan even praised him, saying that his skills had improved significantly. Isaac replied that it would be strange if they remained at the same level. Amelia doesn't understand what they are talking about, but one thing she knows for sure, observing Devery's reaction, is that something interesting is definitely happening between them. If he has improved his skills so much, she wants him to call her your ladyship, Dylan told the boy. And the lady became interested in knowing where she was going with this. From Zack's reaction, it was clear that he did not want to reveal any details that Dylan knew. He thought that if she lost, she wouldn't accept defeat so easily, so he got angry. The girl didn't like this accusation. She told him she was ready to fight again. And this time to win. Still, Amelia is very interested in what Sir Devery is definitely hiding from her. She will ask Dylan when the right time comes. Devery first came to the estate 5 years ago, before Andrian received the title. He was just a young master. He was leaving the estate accompanied by adults and suddenly picked up Devery, like a puppy on the street, and brought him home. But it is unknown what happened before he was brought to this house. But Lady Whitgreen plans to ask Ariana to find out information from Dylan. There is probably an interesting story hidden there. Although this is Sir Davery's story, and it would be more correct to hear it directly from his lips. Nothing terrible will happen even if he refuses to tell it. The girls continue watching the fight, and it seems Dylan will win this time, as she does a better job. Indeed, the girl won. It seems there is no better knight among them. They are simply equals, and you can undoubtedly entrust your safety to them. Night has fallen. It is 10 p.m., and Ariana is already in the garden by the fountain. Andrian has already left the office and returned to his room not long ago. It is still too early to go to bed. Amelia is going to drag the boy to the fountain. That is why she went to him. When he opened the door for her, Lady Whitgreen invited him for a walk in the garden. She shamelessly invited him for a walk, telling him the weather was nice there. The girl suggested randomly, and he immediately accepted, not even seeming surprised. Most likely Amelia would not have surprised him, because she was planning to run away from here. As soon as she thought about it, her heart ached again. It could be the echoes of the morning and the butler. She doesn't feel well again, but she is still worried about what the encounter between Ariana will be like. And Adrian. The girl did not lean on the railing so as not to fall, and the Duke is still holding her hand very tightly. Now she needs to figure out how to escape his hand. When they went out, they felt a slight refreshing breeze. It was very late, but the moon was shining very brightly, and everything around them was clearly visible. Great night to use the charm cloth. The place and the opportunity are great, but why does she feel so strange? Very little time remained before the fountain. Andrian said he remembered his childhood, how they played and hid in this garden. He was still very young. He was 4 then and remembers everything perfectly. He climbed a tree when he was hiding, and Amelia climbed after him to grab him. But she fell and fell. The girl remembers that time with horror. She was 8 then, but only her body was that of a girl. She remembered her past life, and mentally she was 20 years old. A 4-year-old boy climbed the tree easily, and the body of an 8-year-old girl didn't even inherit the agility of monkeys. So, as expected, she fell and a huge bump appeared on her forehead. She was very embarrassed that Amelia couldn't handle it. She just wanted to forget everything and not move anymore, and not show that it was very painful. She doesn't even know how she would hide her tears from Andrian if she cried. But that day, some people were still breaking down in tears when the boy came down. And he saw his sister's motionless body, thought she had died, and started getting really hysterical. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw a crying boy, literally howling in pain. Trying to bring her to her senses, Amelia felt ashamed of how much she could scare the boy. She started wiping away his tears and telling him that everything was fine for her. But he still couldn't calm down for a long time. This was the only time she saw Andrian cry, because he was really surprised then. She still remembers it. The fountain is very close now, and Ariana is waiting there. Amelia cannot go with him. The girl said it was time to return to the house, and asked him to go to the fountain because she had lost something important there, and asked him to find this thing. He replied that he would fulfill her request and wished her to be careful on the way back. Amelia ran away and didn't even look back. She didn't pay attention to the butler who wanted to tell her something. Running to her room, the girl suddenly started crying. She herself couldn't understand the reason for her sudden tears. Morning came, last night, covered with a blanket. She cried all night until she finally fell asleep. Her head was throbbing, so she decided she was sick, but that's not the reason for those tears. When Amelia looked in the mirror, she saw that her eyes were very swollen. At that moment, the maid quietly entered the room and said she had come to clean. When she saw Lady Whitgreen's eyes, the woman was horrified. She had never seen the lady in this state. The maid Jessica said she would bring her ice, because to remove the swelling from the eyes, it is necessary to apply cold ice. A couple of minutes later, ice was brought to her. The maid asked what had happened. Amelia replied that she had just had a bad dream. Jessica promised to bring her herbal tea next time for a restful sleep. And now she brought something interesting for Lady Whitgreen, handing her a cloth with charms. She said the Duke asked her to give it to her. Amelia could hardly believe what she saw, but it really was hers. It turns out that Andrian asked for it to be given to his sister last night. As an excuse, he made up a story that he forgot something at the fountain. Ariana was definitely wearing the cloth, but why does it really seem like Amelia forgot the cloth there? She is going to ask Ariana about everything urgently. As soon as she left her room, she immediately ran into the butler, who told her they needed to talk. The girl started to remember, maybe she hit him when she was running. The butler has a talent for scolding people, but this talent is about the devil himself. He started venting his complaints again. Amelia got tired of listening to his sermons and ran away. When the lady entered Ariana's bedroom, she saw that she had just woken up and Dylan was next to her. As always, Lady Bidgrin asked him to leave her and Ariana alone for a while. When Dylan left the door, the girl said the amulet cloth was broken. Or something like that. She couldn't explain why the plan didn't work. At first, everything seemed to go according to plan. When the Duke approached, it was a completely random encounter. After looking at the cloth, the only thing he said was that it belonged to his sister. Ariana was bewildered and didn't know how to respond to this. She thought Amelia had told him that she had betrayed him for a while. The Duke told her to give him the cloth. When the girl did, he immediately left. When he spoke to her, she didn't even feel human interest. As if she wasn't a person, but a mannequin dressed in this cloth, he didn't care from the high bell tower. Ariana doesn't understand how the amulet weave could have failed. The girl didn't go near the fountain and didn't drop it in the water. How is it possible that, after hearing the story of their encounter, Lady Whitgreen felt relief? As if a weight had been lifted from her, even her legs gave way from this relief. It's strange to feel relief because nothing went right. Probably mental confusion from the shock. Sometimes people react this way to defeat. Amelia thought and smiled. Lady Whitgreen wanted to test the charm weave and threw it at her. Ariana's eyes filled with love again. It worked. Then it wasn't clear what was wrong. For some reason, the cloth didn't work yesterday. But the girl said she could try again to do the job. Next time, so the Duke has no questions, you can cover the charm cloth with another cloth. Amelia said. For the rest of the day, Lady Whitgreen kept thinking about why she had run out of the garden so suddenly. And why she had burst into tears so much. The girl thought about it until her head hurt, but she still reached a conclusion. First of all, she ran out of the garden. Simply out of common jealousy. But where did it come from? When you are separated from your family, separation anxiety arises, because there are no bad guardians. So Amelia didn't have the confidence to see the moment when Andrian and Ariana would meet. And that's why she is devastated. Finally, the lady understood the reason for her nightly tears. It was simply a common emptiness, and disappointment overwhelmed her. She is truly devastated. In her previous life, she was run over by a truck, died at 21, and at 22 in this life, she will be murdered by her psychopathic brother. It's hard not to cry in such a situation. Amelia and Ariana thought everything through and decided to try again. The girl used several excuses to approach Andrian. She went to his office under the pretext that she had an important question. They met by chance when the Duke was going to the study or the warehouse. Their meeting seemed like a coincidence. She even took a desperate step and had dinner alone with him, and Amelia pretended to stay. She always wore a charm cloth. As a result, Andrian told her that if he saw her again, he would do everything to make her unable to walk or talk. Ariana cried after that. In a teenage romance novel, they would fight and end up falling in love. They didn't pay attention to each other, but in the end, they would get closer. But the genre of this novel is a thriller. If you get close to a psychopath, you will become a doll or die. Ariana was not ignored, but threatened and intimidated. We must admit the bitter truth. The cloth does not work on Andrian. There is no point in continuing. Ariana is very upset, not because she was rejected, but because Amelia saves her. And the girl cannot respond to her in the same way. Lady Whitgreen's head will soon explode from all these events and thoughts. The cloth works for everyone except the Duke. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to see God. She had accumulated many questions for him and wanted to ask for help. Suddenly, the maid entered and said that an invitation seemed to have arrived. This is a letter from the palace. The invitation has the imperial seal. And here Amelia is invited to join the upcoming banquet. Why was only she invited from the whole family? She doesn't know why she received this invitation, but she wanted to distract herself from everything. So she jumped into the carriage without thinking about anything. Andrian doesn't like attending these kinds of events, and Ariana needs to stay home for her own safety. Lady Whitgreen doesn't really like these events either, but the desire to relax prevailed. The plan failed, and all the difficulties she overcame were in vain. But in the end, Amelia at least got Dylan. And the charm weave is not completely empty, she is still incredibly sad. The weather is magnificent, the sun seems to shine brighter than usual, Lady Whitgreen. And her knight arrived at the palace. The carriage moved very fast, so they arrived too early. But there is nothing to worry about, they must enter. At the entrance, they heard that guards with weapons were not allowed entry. It seems that only an imperial knight can enter there with a weapon, and not personal guards. This means that Zach Dabbery must leave his sword here if he wants to go with Lady Whitgreen. The boy replied that he would wait for her outside, wished her a good rest and to enjoy the event. And he himself would be alert. She asked the doorman if the banquet had started. He replied that it hadn't yet, so the lady decided to take a walk in the garden for now. Amelia came here to relax. It may seem ridiculous, but the lady hopes to improve her mood in the new property. She is delighted with the lush garden. This is what imperial grandeur means. Everything around her seems very expensive and luxurious. Looking around, the girl started daydreaming, turning her head to the right. Suddenly she saw the prince. Lady Whitgreen greeted his majesty, but he really appeared suddenly. She was even a little scared and confused by this. Of course, it is logical that the prince is in the imperial palace. But this place is too big, and besides, why does this guy have such bad luck to meet her in such a place? Last time, the prince was enchanted by the magic cloth in the temple, and upon meeting her, he learned about her dark past. And now she is facing her dark past again. If she were at the banquet, the hall would be full of people, and His Majesty would have many opportunities to ignore Amelia. And they collided in such a secluded place that she tries to pretend to be calm because she cannot avoid a collision with the dark past. "So we meet again," said the prince. Although his eyes widened, and it was obvious he was very scared by this encounter. But he would try not to show it until the last moment. Apparently, the boy is also waiting for the banquet to start in this place. And despite the embarrassment of both, they have to talk to each other. The prince tries to start a dialogue to avoid an awkward silence. He asks how she is in the mood, what she especially likes here, etc. Amelia answers him politely and smiles, but the question in her head is when he will finally stop interrogating her. He asks too many questions. Lady Whitgreen replied that this is a great place to relax. There is a lot of space. There is a place to walk, and the plants are very well cared for. It is clear that the gardeners are in their place. The girl thought he wouldn't want to see her, but seeing his behavior, she no longer believes it. It seems he doesn't consider her his dark past at all. Amelia was simply inspired by this and believed it until the end. The lady thanked the prince for the conversation, but the banquet is about to start. "So we must go to the hall." "See you in the hall then," added the girl. After taking a few steps, Amelia turned around and saw that the boy was walking in the opposite direction of the hall. The prince went where there is not even a path. The prince is not going to this banquet. The lady thought, watching him. Lady Whitgreen wonders if he has decided to walk a little further, or if he is trying to find a place for a banquet. She called him, and the prince turned around, and the girl asked him if he knew where the banquet would take place. The boy replied that, of course, he knew where the hall was. He turned around and took the wrong path again. Amelia apologized in advance for the rudeness and asked the prince if he was lost. From the novel, She knows that he is bad at navigating routes, but it seems he is mocking how it is possible to get lost in his own garden. It seems his eyes were moving so much not because he met Amelia, but because he was simply lost in his own palace. He was like a puppy. The lady felt a little sorry for him, so she said she wouldn't tell anyone about this incident. And that he didn't have to worry. "I won't tell anyone even if they threat to kill me," said Amelia and smiled widely. The girl decided to help the prince and invited him to go there together, because if she left him here, the butler would get angry and run to look for him. And if he keeps walking this way, he will be completely late for the banquet. She couldn't turn against the fool and leave him to fate, because then her conscience would catch up with her. And she would remember her terrible act all night. The prince said that she was the first person who realized he was lost in the area. Amelia replied that she knew how to keep her mouth shut and not talk about other people's problems. So he had nothing to worry about. After the sincere conversation, they arrived at the banquet. The prince was very interested in what kind of person she was. He called the princess an interesting person. He wished the girl a good time and thanked her for helping him in the garden. Then he moved on. Amelia was very shy because he whispered it in her ear. In the hall, Lady Whitgreen met the countess. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they had many interesting topics to discuss. The countess really liked the princess's dress. It suits her very well, and in general the girl looks great as always. After a long conversation between the girls, the waiter approached Amelia. He asked her if she had tried the wine. Today they have a special wine list. The lady replied that she would definitely try it later. Today's banquet is held in honor of the new construction. Part of the castle, of course. This is just an occasion. Contracts between aristocrats are concluded here, and taxes are analyzed. Amelia barely had the chance to attend such an event at least once. It seems strange to her to see how taxes are spent before her eyes. The man finally brought her the wine on the tray he had mentioned earlier, and handed her the glass. The girl planned to just relax and not get drunk, but it's been so long since she drank wine that she has the right to drink at least one glass. As soon as she brought it to her lips, a girl hit her hard, and the wine spilled onto her elegant dress. That girl, of course, started apologizing to Lady Whitgreen and telling her it happened by accident. But Amelia is very good at reading people when they look at her, and is able to understand if a person's words match their feelings. Perhaps her past life influenced her so much that, when the lady learned the truth that she was an adopted child, she began to understand people by their eyes. It seems that this girl easily makes enemies. What happened, happened, but Amelia will not let it go so easily. She is not kind enough to let it go and forget it. The girl introduced herself as Erin from Count Isaac's house. She was very sorry to have managed to ruin the dress. Lady Whitgreen took 2 glasses of wine from the tray and invited her new acquaintance to drink to get to know her. Amelia said she didn't want her to feel guilty about what happened, and she didn't want to be embarrassed. "A smart man said that wine is the best remedy for this purpose," said the lady. After these words, she threw the wine from the glass directly at Erin, thus taking revenge on her. Amelia put on the same innocent face and twisted, saying that she accidentally snagged her dress. And that such an embarrassment occurred. Erin's expression changed abruptly, and Lady Whitgreen said she could pay for the dress. "It's not worth it," replied the girl. She turned around and walked away. She realized it was better not to mess with the princess. Erin made a fool of herself. I wonder what she expected. Amelia decided to change her clothes and return. She walked down the hall and again ran into that girl named Erin. Amelia literally went crazy. She attacked the girl like a lioness. The poor thing almost lost consciousness from fright. Lady Whitgreen was furious about the fact that a girl she didn't know decided to make a scene. And disgracing her is not clear how it bothered the girl the lady was dating for the first time. She asked directly why she took the glass from her hand, and thus organized a childish prank for everyone to see. "This is harassment." Erin's eyes show fear. She replied that she did it out of spite, because Andrian ignored all her letters. And she believes Amelia is to blame. The girl tried and put a lot of effort into these letters. She devoted a week solely to addressing. And that's because Amelia will never marry, even though she has reached the age to marry. She is not yet engaged and not even in love. The Duke is worried about his sister. That's exactly what Aaron thinks. That's why Andrian postpones his own wedding. And not only she thinks so. All the girls who write him letters and receive no reciprocation think exactly the same. Aaron said that Amelia was simply getting in her way and not allowing her to achieve personal happiness. After which she burst into tears and ran away. After a while, Lady Whitgreen changed her clothes and went out onto the terrace around the festive hall to get some air. And calm down. The girl thinks that maybe Aaron is right. Andrian is really postponing his marriage because of her. All the people who send him letters also think that his sister is getting in the way of his happiness. But they have no idea what is really going on. As unfair as it is to her, Amelia is simply trying not to die at the hands of Andrian. And from the outside, it looks like she is the main obstacle to his marriage. The Duke has never cared about others, and Aaron blames the lady if things don't go according to her plan. Amelia feels injustice, anger, irritation, but also understands the feelings of those girls. In people's eyes, she and Andrian are very close siblings, so they concluded that she is the main obstacle to his marriage. It hurts the girl to consider herself in that role. It's not normal at all, and that's why she is so depressed. Andrian is so kind to her that such ridiculous misunderstandings arise. Lady Whitgreen has weak tear glands. She doesn't understand why, because in her previous life she wasn't so sentimental. When she learned about her tragic fate, she thought she was a bad person. The day after realizing everything, her entire pillow was soaked with tears. Amelia decided to come to the banquet to distract herself from everything. And so it turned out. But still, she is annoyed by Aaron's outburst. Firstly, she is the older sister of Duke Andrian, and the girl doesn't even know her place. It hasn't occurred to her that she is not in a position to make accusations. The prince approached Amelia. She heard his voice, and they met face to face again. She heard there was a commotion there. He wasn't in the hall at that moment and approached to ask if everything was all right now. The girl pulled the curtain to show she was busy, so she realized that the prince hadn't come here by chance. She shouldn't have worried so much, Amelia thought, but maybe he feels responsible because it happened in the hall during the celebration. The man said that this dress suits her very well. It's even better than the previous one. The girl thoughtfully replied that he was the most handsome man at the banquet and that she was very embarrassed. Although in reality it was so. She feels a little drunk, so without thinking she dared to compliment the prince and make him smile. She also said that he is handsome not because of his clothes. He will still be handsome even if he takes off his clothes. He seems pleased to hear this. His face looks as if carved from marble, and not even the night can hide his beauty. The prince said that every time he sees her, he feels like he is a new person. She was alone in the temple, and today she is completely different. She wonders what the next time they meet will be like. Although he is just talking, Amelia sees something mystical and unusual in it. He said he hoped she would allow him to return the kindness she showed him in the garden. The lady can ask him for anything. He will be happy if he can help her in something. The time has come for Amelia and Zach to go home. They are already getting into the carriage. The boy asked her why she had changed her dress. The girl replied that it had simply gotten dirty. Zach's face doesn't look very good. He said he was a little tired because while waiting for Lady Whitgreen, the guards called him to compete with them. Amelia said that the banquet went smoothly and nothing unusual happened. The girl remembers a light, refreshing wind, a soft light, and the prince's meaningful words. She was really confused and misinterpreted almost everything. The girl thought that the prince felt something for her. It really scared her a lot. Immediately after this, a random couple ran onto the terrace, although the mysterious atmosphere had dissipated. But the girl realized that she had misunderstood the prince's intentions. Now she is not in the mood to look for love. That if she had responded to the prince like that, rudely but understandably, he would have immediately realized that she had simply dismissed him. Maybe he wanted to confess his love to her, but thanks to that couple, Amelia managed to escape. And this didn't happen, or he didn't intend to do it. I will be very happy if I can help. With this phrase, he indicated that he wants to repay the debt, and nothing more. The first time the prince saw her in the temple, the charm weave gave a false impression of her. In fact, she is an ordinary girl, and there are many like her. The lady asks Sir Dabbery if he had ever misunderstood someone, thinking that the person had melancholic feelings, to which the boy replied that he had never experienced anything like that before. Dabbery is incredibly handsome. Even Amelia sometimes thinks he is some kind of Prince Charming. Maybe he doesn't realize how popular he is. If you're so popular, you can become shy. Sir Dabbery is tall and very well built, of course. A guy like that can have many admirers. Therefore, he, like her, was confused, and more than once the boy said that he always understood who was indifferent to him, and who was not indifferent to him. He never made a mistake in this, because everything was easy to understand at first glance. It irritates Amelia that Zack talks about being a love guru, but he really has a good eye for this kind of thing. The boy said that if she has a reason why her heart beats faster, then she can easily consult him, he won't mind. He reads people better than anyone. The lady thanked him for the offer of help, but refused, saying she wouldn't need it. The only thing Amelia can think about is how to survive and not die. She has absolutely no time for love. She has reasons why she is not yet married or even engaged. She is not interested in such things, no matter what they say about it. She was 17 when she learned about her tragic future, and since then, her survival came first. From that moment on, she stopped thinking about love and never thought about the opposite sex, ignoring everyone who showed interest in her, no matter how popular she was. Maybe because she was already 20, or maybe because her peers were younger than her. Yes, she didn't care about people older than her. This didn't happen in her previous life. Most of them dated in middle and high school. It's not that she had much less experience. In college, when she hadn't even had time to think about love, she ran into that stalker from the first chapter. Is this really the reason? In fact, Amelia died because of a stalker in a past life. Maybe this is the reason why she lost interest in boys. If the handsome prince, the storm of ladies' hearts, felt something for her, the girl would only feel discomfort and embarrassment. Many people's hearts tremble at handsome boys, and it's impossible to take their eyes off them. But Lady Bidgrin is perhaps strange. This criminal stalker has also bothered her in this life. Amelia returned home tired as always. Today she had to distract herself and come to her senses. Now the girl sees nothing, because she is lying face down on the pillow. She believes that her future is as dark as her vision. Amelia's heart ached madly when she opened her eyes. When she started crying, she tried to convince herself that the reason was that she was yawning. Although she felt empty, why is this world so harsh? The lady thinks every time she wakes up. However, it is necessary to take another look at the situation. The amulet cloth that she put a lot of effort into stealing is useless. Andrea feels nothing for Ariana. Now one false step and he can kill her. Why does this world test Lady Bidgrin so much? She has a sadness in her soul as soon as she wakes up, but nothing can be done. She needs to have breakfast, although she has no appetite. Jessica looked towards her room. She had just brought a delicious breakfast for the lady. The girl hasn't gone to the dining room for so long. She thinks the room is much more comfortable. This is all because Dylan protects Ariana here 24 hours a day, and the lady at least doesn't have to worry about it. The maid, Jessica, told the lady that while the lady was out yesterday, while cleaning the room, she found her luggage. Amelia suddenly remembered what kind of luggage they were talking about, and although she choked, the maid gave her warm water to drink. The girl packed it when she didn't yet know that Agrita was not real, but this was Ariana. And she didn't think everything would turn out this way. Lady Bidgrin thought she would run away, as she had planned, so she packed her suitcase and hid it in the closet. There were clothes, shoes, and jewelry. She decided that the closet was the safest place, because who would think of rummaging there? But not everything went according to plan. She left everything as it was because she simply forgot about this luggage. Jessica worried about Lady Whitgreen and asked if everything was all right. She could bring some more water. Amelia replied that it was just a cough that had already passed. Anyone who looks at this luggage will understand that the girl has been packing for a long time, and that it needs to be dealt with urgently. The maid told Amelia that she seemed to want to leave the estate like when she was a child. Jessica remembered that when the girl was still a child, she also packed things in a suitcase and hid them. Everyone admired how cute she was, and even now the maid felt cheerful remembering it. Lady Whitgreen remembered that when she was a child, on the eve of leaving with her family, she prepared her luggage and hid it in the closet in the same way, but the maids caught her. Not because she wanted to leave the property, but because she wanted to leave this family. Of course, she cannot tell Jessica about this. When Andrian grew old enough to run everywhere, Amelia kept thinking that she would soon be kicked out of here. So she prepared for the worst. But despite these fears, no one kicked her out of the house. Jessica still considers Lady Whitgreen a child. She is 22 now and has a suitcase in the closet, and the maid thinks of the simplest way. And innocent of everyone. But thanks to this, Amelia managed to avoid trouble. "This doesn't mean I want to leave the estate," the girl said convincingly. She even believed her own words. She added that it was indeed a childhood habit that needed to be gotten rid of. And not to scare the maids. Of course, Jessica didn't tell the Duke anything. There is no need to bother him. He already has a lot to worry about. But on the other hand, the maid said it would be good for Amelia and Andrian to rest and enjoy time together. He also needs to relax. Jessica thought she had given Lady Whitgreen good advice. Due to her monstrous misunderstanding with the maid, the girl got into such a mess that it's scary to imagine. Amelia didn't understand how everything turned out like this. That the servants were preparing her and the Duke for the trip. Her luggage had already been loaded onto the carriage. They hadn't been anywhere for a long time, so everything was carefully checked. And the lady watched the commotion through the window. Yesterday, Andriana learned everything from Jessica and decided that it was a good idea to take a break from work and go to rest. The maid found the luggage, and the girl needed to justify herself somehow. But Jessica didn't understand everything. But in such a situation, it's better to think that she wants to go on a trip and not run away. Ariana came to wish you a good rest and to be careful. Her eyes filled with tears. The girls were so used to each other that it was difficult for them to part. When they leave, the mansion will be very empty, so Ariana decided to go home. The plan with the cloth failed anyway. Dylan is with Ariana, so she has no reason to stay here. Amelia asked the girl not to let her guard down and to think about her safety, and also promised to write to her when she was there. It is sad to say goodbye to the person in whom I placed all my hopes. And in general, it is very bitter to part. Amelia thinks that if she hugs her now, it will definitely give the impression that they are saying goodbye forever. The lady asked Ariana to burn the charm cloth. I don't know about Sir Dovry, but Dylan is really sad, although he tries to hide it. And even tries to put a smile on his face. No matter how sad it is to leave, it's time for them to set off. Amelia got into the carriage and could barely hold back her tears. She was about to burst into tears for everyone to see. "Be careful," Ariana shouted at her, saying goodbye. 2 carriages left the mansion, one with luggage and another with servants, plus a small company. Jessica is so stubborn. She was the one who forced Duke Whitgreen to go on a trip. Amelia is annoyed by this situation. She has been taking care of Amelia and Andrian for a long time, and every time she is very stubborn in these matters. So it's better not to argue with her, but to reach a compromise. If Lady Whitgreen's head were a flower garden, the girl would simply play in the garden at those moments if there were flowers there. She would weave them into her hair. It would distract her a lot from everything. And all this is due to Jessica's monstrous misunderstanding. The Duke is so busy that he even works in the carriage. This trip cannot be considered a vacation for him, but maybe he just likes to work. But Amelia knows for sure that it's better not to distract him, even if he keeps rummaging through his papers. The lady just yawned and Andrian immediately asked, "Little sister, are you bored? Or do you want to sleep?" The girl thought, looked at the documents. How did she know they had a very long journey and it was better to kill time by sleeping? So she replied that she wanted to take a short nap. The Duke hugged her so carefully that sometimes she feels embarrassed, even though they grew up together. And he became close to her. The guy said he would wake her up when they got there. Sleeping upright is less comfortable than sleeping on someone else, so Amelia leaned on Andrian. His strong and broad shoulders, like a sense of stability, support her. It's very comfortable, but for some reason she can't fall asleep, she just pretends to be asleep. They approached Rydick, a place far from the southwest and center of the capital. This is a prosperous area in terms of trade and commerce. The land is very fertile, and the place is wonderful. Many people lived here. And the ingenious first Duke of Bidgrin received the title and property here and began to actively develop them. Under the leadership of the first Duke Bidgrin, Rydig grew and there was a large amount of assets. And the volume of trade was actively developing. Currently, not only gold is mined here, people live here peacefully and happily. And the place itself seems like a source of income. In this area, far from all the hustle and bustle, there is a beautiful mansion. After a long journey, a man named Vikand greets the guests and tells them how long it has been since their last meeting. He said that if they had notified him of their visit earlier, he would have been much better prepared. But Amelia replied that it was a spontaneous decision. The man who runs the estate, Lucas Bidgrin, is a distant relative on her mother's side, or, to be more precise, he is a distant brother. Despite the distant relationship, he is good at management and has been running the mansion for 15 years. Andrian has given Lucas a free hand in everything related to the mansion. The Duke only receives reports from him. Amelia said she came here to rest. She spent noon in the carriage on the way here, but couldn't close her eyes the whole way. The girl feels studied and tired if a solemn moment is organized for her. She will completely fall apart, so the lady asked not to be disturbed and to only have dinner. Vikand said it had been so long since they were here that the cook prepared everything in the best possible way. But Amelia, on the contrary, wants something light for the night. Andrian promised to give the cook a chance to show off, but a little later. Or to be more precise, not today. So Vikand decided to show them the rooms prepared for them. As expected, everything is prepared in the best possible way for our dear guests. Finally, Lady Bidgrin is in the room. Now she can rest in peace. This trip seemed incredibly long and exhausting to her. It is true that they had not been here for a long time. The last time they were in this mansion, her father and mother were still alive. This was 3 or even 4 years ago, when her father still had a lot of work to do. But now this is Andrian's room. They changed chefs and hired him as a professional with exceptional abilities. Vikand is sure that the dishes will be even tastier now. They even found a new supplier. All ingredients are fresh. It's time to eat, because after the trip you surely need something to eat. How delicious, Amelia thought. Her words went in one ear and out the other. But they couldn't imagine that the food would be so delicious. It was as if they had kidnapped a cook from a royal palace. Lady Bidgrin has eaten and now needs to wash up and go to bed. Then the wild Jessica and Sir Davry appeared. One wants to serve her and the other wants to save her. Amelia literally pushed the maid towards the door, saying this was her chance to rest while they were here. She did the same with the knight, assuring him that she was completely safe here, and that she could handle everything herself. They are already preparing water for her. All that remains is to clarify which oil she prefers. The lady replied that she didn't care which one. Then they offered her a bath with rose water. The lady noticed this maid. She was so young that she looked 15 or 16 at most. Suddenly, looking at her, Amelia thought of Ariana and her heart felt a little sad. When the lady started bathing, she decided to strike up a dialogue with this girl. To start, she asked her name, and she replied that her name was Angela. The maid's voice trembled, probably from the sudden question and also. Today she saw Lady Bidgrin for the first time. Amelia said she would indulge herself a little and that she could leave. Then Angela handed her a perfume she could use after bathing. But it slipped out of her hands. Then the maid became even more nervous and began to apologize in a trembling voice. The lady replied that everything was fine and it wasn't her fault. It can't be. Are her hands trembling so much over such an insignificant thing or a sudden question? No matter how many days pass, it will be difficult to call the servant, thought Lady Bidgrin. The water temperature is perfect. A rose bath is the best option. Details aside, Angela is a very capable maid. This essential oil smells wonderful. Amelia wants to know where they got it from. She didn't think that even in this situation she could relax and enjoy the bath. Now the lady feels as if she has been born again. The girl was informed that Bidgrin was waiting for her. He invited Amelia to drink wine. She thought, why not? She looked around and realized that nothing had changed here since her father did business here. Bidgrin said that Andrian had changed a lot. He had become a wonderful man. And the lady had also become a beautiful girl. Well, your mustache is also beautiful as before, said Amelia. She boasted that she had even hired a barber specializing in beards. The man noticed that time is so fleeting that it feels like the previous Duke and Duchess were here yesterday. It has been 3 years since her father and mother are no longer with them, and she no longer cries when someone remembers them. The Viscount said that she was very strong, and her ladyship became very majestic. He also pointed out that Madame Wedner, her grandmother, would be happy to see them and Andrian. So friendly and happy. Her maternal grandmother, she died due to an accident when Amelia was still a child. She had heard her name many times, but this was the first time she heard her surname. Sometimes, Lady Bidgrin's mother would sit by her bed and look sadly at the portrait. It was the portrait of a middle-aged woman. When Bidgrin looks at Amelia, he sees her. She really looks like a relative on her mother's side. The girl always heard about this, especially the hair color, as proof that she belongs to her mother's family. The color faded a little, but her mother's also looked more like ginger. Amelia blended in with her family, and no one ever thought about her true origins. It's surprising, but Amelia believes that's why they adopted her, because they were looking for a girl like them. Many asked for Madame Wedner's hand. She was as beautiful as Amelia in her youth. Suitors lined up in front of the mansion. Bidgrin remembers. When the carriage also couldn't pass normally, the lady remembered and laughed in response. Wedner showed Amelia a portrait of her family. This portrait shows the happy faces of her mother and father, as well as Andrian. And of herself. I wonder when this portrait was painted. Lady Bidgrin was 7 or 8 years old at the time. Then her parents told her the secret of her birth and continued to hide it from others. So the girl realized that she would most likely be thrown out of the house. Lady Bidgrin could not have imagined then that such dark clouds hung over her future as now. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I'll go to the room, said Amelia. This conversation tired her. The lady greatly enjoyed spending time with Wedner, but she was already tired, and now the alcohol was taking effect. So she said goodbye and went to bed. As she left, she thought about the portrait. She was holding Andrian's little hand so tightly. They had such an innocent smile. This image remained before her eyes. That night she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She slept very little and woke up when the sun had not yet risen. The girl barely rubbed her eyes when she saw her parents in front of her. She sees them clearly in reality, in this dark room, as if they were alive again. Amelia decided this was a dream, but then her mother's hand touched her face, which means it was a very realistic dream. She even heard her voice. She called her daughter. Amelia hadn't heard her voice in a long time. But now she can hear it as if it were real, maybe because she has already seen enough of the portrait. At first, she dreamed of her parents very often, but exactly 1 year after their death, she stopped dreaming of them. And the idea that maybe they would consider her heartless torments her. Amelia believes her parents are watching her from below. In this dream, she saw her father say that if they had known everything would turn out this way, they wouldn't have taken her. Probably, the girl met her parents, which was created by her subconscious. But still, these words are so cruel that a lump formed in her chest. This is the embodiment of her thoughts lately. When little Amelia learned of her future, her world collapsed, but she never regretted being adopted. Even if she went back in time, she would still want them to take her, meet her parents, and meet the people in the palace. All this is very dear to her. And of course, Andrian became so dear to her that she began to feel inexplicably jealous of him. Her parents' hugs in this dream feel as warm as the real ones. Although the girl knew it was a dream, she still cried bitterly. This is the saddest encounter she has seen in her life. The moment she thought that, they disappeared. Now the image of brother Andrian appeared before her. Amelia thought he should have appeared small, with a low, calm, and serene voice. But now he is an adult, and she cannot move in front of him. It was as if Lady Bidgrin was under some kind of spell, and her eyes had cast a spell. Bright yellow eyes, devoid of any emotion. Although she understands this is a dream, he is suffocating her, and the girl feels pain. But even more pain in her chest, she said, "You lied to me." When Amelia woke up in a cold sweat from an incomprehensible dream, she immediately went to the mirror and began to look for signs of suffocation on her neck. There were no bruises. It was just a terrible, but very realistic dream. A sediment remained in her soul, and the girl found it difficult to breathe. She wanted to answer in dreams, but couldn't move her lips and woke up as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her. Although nothing foreshadowed a terrible dream, Lady Bidgrin still gets goosebumps when she remembers Andrian's crazy eyes and his cold hands on her neck. The girl still wants to cry. Amelia wanted to wash up, but at that moment the maid entered the room. And it wasn't Angela again. So the lady instructed her to prepare cold water for washing. "Only cold," the girl clarified. "I will do whatever you ask," the maid replied and smiled. After Amelia washed her face, she finally regained some sense and went out into the world. Luckily, the maid asked her if she slept well and how she got such big bruises under her eyes, as if she was mocking her. And the knights, especially as always, are alert. He gestures to the lady with his hand and smiles. The boy looks cheerful, although Amelia has never seen him sleep and is rarely tired. Mr. Sack recently returned here. There was a gang of thieves, more precisely, not far from the border. He had to deal with them well, and clearly, he said it wasn't much difficulty for him. Finally, everyone has gathered, and they must go to the dining room, and the Duke focused his attention on Amelia. Every time the lady is afraid of this look, it seems to her that he is planning something. Lady Bidgrin cannot look him in the eye, although she understands that this was only a dream. And in fact, he himself would kill anyone for her and do everything possible to make her happy. This is madness, but Amelia can't even lift her head. This is strong self-hypnosis. There is no other explanation for this. The boy did nothing stupid. On the contrary, he helped her in many things. Unexpectedly for everyone, Lady Bidgrin lifted the hem of her dress and ran away. As if she had seen a ghost, no one understood what was happening. The girl sat on a park bench. She herself did not understand how her escape happened. The girl only thought, "What the hell am I doing?" Amelia flew out of there like a bullet. All because of a stupid nightmare. She couldn't look Andriana in the eyes. Now she blames herself for this incident. This is not fair. But she blames Lucas for this. Because it was he who reminded her of her parents and showed her their portrait, which is why she had this terrible dream. The girl is so angry that she thinks he has an ugly mustache, although deep down she understands that this is just a dream that may not happen again. In her previous life, she died without living half her life. She thinks the same fate awaits her this time, but what scares her the most is not this, but the fact that she will die at the hands of the handsome Andrian, although nothing foreshadows it yet. Sooner or later, Andrian will find out the whole truth, that Amelia is nobody to him. It is because of this fear that the girl wants to run away and get away from his eyes. Lady Bidgrin wants to escape without hesitation, although she can no longer hate Andrian. But no matter what others think, escaping is better than being murdered. While Amelia was sitting thinking about all this, a snake stealthily approached her out of nowhere. The lady was startled but told it, "Stay in place until I leave." The girl took a clumsy step and slipped. Her whole life flashed before her eyes. But Andrian covered his sister with his body better than any knight. He was in this place at the right time, and, by the way, as if he was watching her. This snake bit his hand and he, as if nothing happened, asked how she felt. "Little sister." Amelia panicked. She needs to see a doctor. Her hand is bleeding, and he is still worrying about his sister, as if he doesn't feel the pain. The Duke began to worry a lot when she started crying, because she also cares about him. And she was very moved by his concern, so unintentionally, tears sprang from her eyes. It is bleeding heavily, and the boy has scared eyes, ignoring the pain. Take care of Amelia. This is true brotherly love, and no further proof is needed. In Andrian's gaze, she only saw concern and worry. The girl realized that he cherished her and loved her like a sister. The lady burst into tears, and the Duke cannot understand the reason. Is it really because of the snake bite that she was so upset about him? Amelia is worried that in the end, she will become a stranger to him, and she will be the one to lose everything. It is very desperate and sad, but very touching when he calls her little sister like when she was a child. When they returned after the walk, everyone was shocked by what they saw of Andrian's hand. It was red and swollen. The maid immediately realized that a snake had bitten him in the garden. And within a few minutes, the doctor was already attending to the Duke. The lady's eyes were swollen, as if they had been stung by bees. Isaac asked if there was a swarm of bees in the garden, in addition to the snake. He loves to laugh, everything seems too funny to him, but because of his teasing, Amelia moved away a little and. In general, she always looks like this when she cries a lot. The doctor said the wound was not deep. Now the boy cannot wet the wound for several days, and, if he follows the instructions, it will heal faster. The hand will not move for a while. This snake has a paralyzing poison, apart from the restriction of movement. There are no other side effects. There is nothing to worry about. He said he could move his arms and legs with difficulty. But if he hadn't covered them with himself, everyone in the mansion would have been so sad that they would wither like a tree in the desert. Amelia is annoyed. Andrian talks as if everyone will die if she gets hurt, but she will definitely not return. And go to the garden alone. Bidgrin burst into her room. He deeply regrets what happened, but he did not follow the snake. Now he is asking for forgiveness. The Duke said that Bidgrin was lucky, because if a snake had bitten his sister, he would not be a man here now. He knows it himself. What happened happened, said Zach. Now the Duke needs to rest and does not have much work to do. Andrian invited Amelia to tour the estate after lunch and smiled at her as if nothing had happened. He doesn't seem to feel pain and has completely forgotten what the doctor said about needing more rest. So Amelia tried to convince him by telling him that if they went out, she would think about his wound from time to time. Now she didn't care about anything else. "All right, I'll listen to you," the Duke replied, and the girl calmed down. But he said he needed to go for a walk to cheer up. The lady wondered if he had gone out to the garden because she heard him crying. Lady Bidgrin finally decided to go for a walk in the city center. Zach will protect her from all dangers. Amelia noticed that the Duke's eyes were full of anxiety, but the girl was so happy that he cared and worried so much about her. On the other hand, sadness, loneliness, and self-pity fought in her heart. During a walk, the thief snatched a bag from the lady's hands. But the girl stopped Zach because there were still stones in the bag. Thus, she took revenge on the shameless pickpocket in the square. The happy boy runs away thinking he stole the money. After a while, the man finally discovered the stones. Now he understood why they didn't chase after him. When the pickpocket reported this to the mercenary, he got angry. There was only one girl and a guard, but they couldn't kidnap her. The man thought it was an easy job with a big payout, but they couldn't even share it with the pickpocket. And the street event failed to attract his attention. The swordsman competition did not attract his attention. Amelia only likes it when Zach fights with Dylan. An attempt to seduce her with a handsome man also failed. He invited her for tea, but she refused. The mercenary's attempts were unsuccessful. he was quickly punished. Duke Andrian was behind him. He put a sword to his neck, calling him a real fool. He doesn't really know whose sister he wanted to have. Silver hair, golden eyes, a ruthless skilled swordsman, a dazzler, the head of the largest shadow organization on the Empire's side. As expected, Andrian didn't even bother to resolve it. He simply killed this scoundrel and all his assistants because it would be worth knowing who he decided to contact. He cannot use this hand much, but he spared no effort for Amelia's sake, let alone exerted much effort. What is the probability that the Duke will find out that I was the client? Viscount asked the maid. The girl replied that there was none. According to her, they delivered the request through an intermediary and never revealed their identity. Since they failed, everyone will keep their ears open to make a request again. Now it will be extremely difficult. It is difficult to guarantee success without kidnapping the princess, Viscount stated. There is no point in kidnapping others. It will be extremely difficult to kidnap her outside the mansion, but they intend to turn her into a bloody one. So Viscount decided that this should be done within the walls of the mansion. And so that no one would suspect them, they would stage a robbery. The man feared that the Duke would notice something when he returned to the estate, but since he didn't start asking after his return, he decided that the man did not know the details. Viscount's plan with the snake also didn't work. The man harbors a strong grudge against the Duke and his sister because he built and developed all this, while Andrian received the title only by right of blood. Viscount will not give up so easily and will hand over the property to them. Amelia and the knight are still walking, he thought. They were pursued with such insistence and suspicion that now they have given up. Zack replied that he also noticed this. It's hard not to notice. Lady Bidgrin had fought a stalker on the subway in her previous life, and she handed him over to the station master. She had perfected her skills in dealing with such people. When a thief steals money, he doesn't act like he wants to be caught, and the competition on the roadside also seems strange. A girl tried to pour sticky chicken sauce on a lady, but couldn't develop her acting skills so that it didn't look so suspicious. In general, many things seemed suspicious today, so it is easy to guess that these were prepared events. And that something was wrong. Amelia avoided them because she knew everything, and Sir Devery also kept his ear to the ground. But if you think about it, what is their purpose? The lady wondered. She hopes that someday she will find the answer to this question. It's late, let's go back to the mansion, said Zack. When they returned, they were greeted by Jessica, who began to ask them how their walk went, and if they liked everything. Everything went 9 out of 10, replied Lady Whitgreen. Amelia asked why Jessica had a knife in her hands. She replied that a fabulous dinner was being prepared today, so she was helping in the kitchen. Someone called the maid, so she turned around and quickly ran out to help. Amelia changed clothes in her room and asked to call Angela. So that the girl would stop being angry about that broken bottle, Lady Whitgreen bought her a brooch. I'm sorry, but Angela is not here right now. This child is on probation, the maid replied. This is all because, yesterday, the girl dropped a bottle of oil. Amelia is furious. How can they be punished for such nonsense? The maid replied that she deserved it. The lady insists that the punishment be reconsidered, and she is very interested in who is responsible for all this. Amelia is so angry and rude that the maid had to reply that it was Viscount who gave such an order. The girl would definitely talk to the man only after dinner. But when she and the Duke sat down at the table, they heard a terrible scream. It turned out that the cook had committed suicide, and everyone surrounded him. To understand what is happening here, it is necessary to go back in time a little. Amelia came to dinner as usual, and suddenly, Andrian grabbed her wrist. The boy noticed that some dishes had a strong smell. He suspected something was wrong and asked the cook what he had added there. Viscount began to act as a defender. He joined the interrogation and began to extort the guy who forced him to do this. There was a pill in the cook's mouth, which he immediately swallowed and collapsed on the floor. Without explaining anything to Andrian, Lucas bowed his head and apologized for a long time. He promised to check everything thoroughly. To find the client, He said he would interrogate all the estate employees. In addition to strengthening security, he placed knights everywhere on night watch. What a day it is today. After a nightmare comes a snake attack. And there are many suspicious people on the walk. And to all this was added the incident in the dining room. The maid Cynthia brought the girl tea and told her that she would help her calm down because it was made of herbs for good sleep. After that, Cynthia left and left Amelia alone with Knight Sack. That same night, after a while, the maid Cynthia returned to Lady Whitgreen's room. She thinks they need the princess as a hostage. There is no point in having a corpse as a hostage. Cynthia added a good amount of sleeping pills to her tea so that the lady would not wake up in the middle of the night. The maid was very surprised when she discovered that in Amelia's bed there was only a red wig. And not herself. Literally. A moment later, a knife was put to her throat, and she was ordered not to move. Of course, this person also turned out to be Zach. He is here to save his sister from these villains. He said that he even had to wear a helmet, which he hated. Cynthia did not expect such a result, because she turned out to be the knight at Lady Whitgreen's door. Amelia entered the room and said that she had not drunk a drop of the tea she gave her. She only pretended to drink tea. Many things happened today. How could she drink something suspicious? Sir Davery told the lady that they planned to kidnap her tonight. Viscount Lucas Bidgrin was behind it. But these are not all those suspicious characters who were hanging around her. They were also hired by the Viscount. Lucas himself, who apologized so desperately in the dining room, who even sent an escort, turned out to be an enemy. All the people who were on the walk are Lucas's tricks. She doesn't understand why he wants to use her. His target is Andrian. Zach explained that Lucas wants to destroy the Duke, but he won't succeed. So you don't have to worry about that. Viscount Bidgrin sells hallucinogens. They have known for some time that he is accumulating wealth. Today it was confirmed. It turned out that they were really planning a betrayal. Amelia ran to Andrian's room. She needed to see him urgently. She entered his room and saw a lot of blood on him. He said everything was fine, but around him lay bloody corpses. The girl looks at this image with horror. At that moment, the Viscount appeared and asked how the Duke could find out about this. He had hopes in you. Your underworld is so clumsy that it immediately attracts attention, said the Duke. The Viscount replied that this was not all he had prepared for them. And was it necessary to finish them off even before? The man started shouting, "Get out!" But no one came to his aid. Sir Davery smiled and told the man that his workers were not only lying around here. Zach also added that it was time to meet them in another world, and then he could get more information. Suddenly, at that very second, a girl named Angela appeared, pulled out an arrow, and aimed at Amelia. As usual, Andrian covered the girl with his body, and the arrow hit him right in the back. Lucas said that this was a specially prepared poison for the monstrous family. As soon as he said this, a sword thrown by the Duke flew towards him. As expected, everything he does is stupid and absurd, said the Duke, because something stronger should have been prepared for the monster. The Viscount collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. After this nightmare, Andrian quickly received help. The bleeding stopped, and he will definitely recover. The doctor advised Lady Whitgreen to rest, and the Duke would wake up a little later so that she wouldn't have time to blink. His lordship's constitution is very different from that of ordinary people. His body will recover quickly, and there is nothing to worry about. The girl is curious. When Amelia almost drowned trying to save Ariana, he felt the same way. At that moment, she acted crazy and made a mistake, but now he is making a mistake. Sir Davery has already sent a message to the Imperial Palace. The message will arrive before dawn, and they will send someone at night. Lucas was hit by a sword thrown by Andrian and died instantly from high treason. His body will be taken to the Imperial Palace. Angela immediately surrendered and offered no resistance. The hallucinogens that Lucas sold are very poisonous. The syndromes are severe, from hand tremors in the early stages of addiction. And if their use is abruptly interrupted, it can lead to death. Zach said that Viscount had been suspicious for some time. The financial statements were too ingenious. At first, the man thought he was not a money-greedy person and assigned him the task of investigating whether he was lining his pockets in other ways. Zach discovered that Lucas was selling something, and thanks to the snake, he realized that they were hallucinogens. Hallucinogens. The mansion servants were caught trying to steal the snake's corpse. It was probably used to protect the fields from birds. The snake was like proof of smuggling. They were waiting for the Viscount's actions. Sir Davry said he had a question for Amelia. He heard that the girl was not sleeping well. She replied that this was exactly the case. He knows that the last time she slept she had a nightmare, and he has some guesses. The boy suspects that Amelia was under the influence of hallucinogens. The lady thought that maybe it was so, because she had never had such nightmares before. The first day they arrived here, the Viscount invited the girl to his house for wine. They say he himself drank substances like running water. Fortunately, Amelia didn't drink much. The doctor said that the poisoning was quite mild. Even if she doesn't take an antidote, the hallucinogen will disappear from the body in small amounts in a couple of days. Now she can take the antidote, and if she falls asleep, she will have a dream opposite to yesterday's. When the addiction worsens, she will dream of what she desires more than anything else. There will be no habituation, so she won't have to worry and can enjoy the sleep. Amelia is worried about Andrian, so she doesn't think she can sleep and is also afraid that he will have the same nightmare. Andrian woke up and didn't look bad. The doctor was right that the Duke would recover quickly. The boy touched her face, and she noticed that there was no wound on his hand. Then it became clear to her that this was just a dream. She didn't understand why, but Andrian kissed her very hard. The girl couldn't even move. Her body seemed paralyzed. What just happened? The lady thought, looking into his fiery eyes. Amelia blushed because she experienced an inexplicable and incomprehensible sensation. She heard his calm voice, and he asked her why she had fallen asleep in such an uncomfortable position. Andrian woke her up. She woke up and saw that the girl had fallen asleep, blue next to his bed. She jumped up and ran out of the room, shouting that she would come to see him later. When the lady was alone, she began to think about the dream. Is this really what the girl dreams of most? She didn't even think about the kiss. The substance caused her desire and brought about such a dream. It was painful for her to understand what would happen in the future. She hadn't felt love in so long. Amelia never thought this could be love. It was more like she was going crazy. The lady learned the secret of her birth so early when she was a child. She was afraid that her parents and Andrian would abandon her. That's why I always drew a line between him and my birth. Andrian was always a stranger to her. Amelia never considered him her brother. Lady Bidgrin always knew that if she didn't run away from him, she would definitely die at his hands. The employee told her that a person from the capital had arrived who would handle the substance case. The person in charge has arrived. He is accompanied only by a mage. They probably use travel magic. A mage who can perform such magic is an exceptional talent that is hard to find. Amelia said. Lady Bidgrin is impatient to see him soon, so she went to greet him. It couldn't be that the person in charge was the crown prince. First of all, the man asked her if she was okay. There was concern on his face. He asked her to forget formalities. When the crown prince found out everything, he was very surprised. The mage accompanying him looks as young as Ariana. Amelia did not expect His Highness to arrive in person. The man replied that he wanted to make sure personally that everything was fine with the princess. Otherwise, his heart would not have calmed down. Amelia wondered if he hadn't come because he liked her. This was her third meeting with the crown prince. Of course, the worst thing was that, when she had the amulet cloth on her, maybe the effect of the cloth was still there. At that moment, the Duke appeared and asked why she hadn't announced her arrival in advance. But he asked a counter-question about whether he could get up after being injured. Someone is hugging me, Andrian replied. He embarrassed Amelia again by accidentally reminding her of the dream. The girl, like crazy, jumped aside and said she had urgent matters. The crown prince said this is not his first encounter with Amelia, so she shouldn't worry. And Andrian replied that there is nothing not to worry about when it comes to his sister. Even the smallest thing makes the Duke tense. As soon as the Crown Prince's detachment arrives, Andrian will hand over all criminals in the future. He asked to be called for such matters. It was like a warning for the boy not to communicate with his sister without his knowledge. The mage accompanying the Crown Prince said she likes those who have humanity, and not those who can separate a head from a neck without batting an eye. The Crown Prince replied that her words were true, that such people were very beautiful. When he first found Amelia in the temple, she looked simply beautiful. It was a new and strange feeling. In the Imperial Garden, although he sent an invitation specifically to the princess, she accidentally got lost in the garden. It was different from their first meeting, but he liked it even more. At first he was only interested, but now more and more the boy immediately remembered this year's love prophecy. The younger brother who loves his sister will someday step down, thought the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Amelia reflects that Andrian is firmly rooted in her heart, and that there is no room for others there. Although to be honest, the Crown Prince is handsome, an eligible bachelor, and everyone's favorite. If you think so, the girl was truly jealous of Andrian and Ariana, after which she couldn't stop crying. Sometimes people can be so stupid, thought the lady. She is in such a situation that she no longer knows anything. Andrian treats her specially because she is part of his family, and she jumped into the flames. While the girl was sitting thoughtfully, the Duke quietly approached her. He realized again that she was upset about something. It showed in her eyes. But the lady said everything was fine. Amelia tries her best not to remember that dream. The boy took her hand and told her it was better to go inside, as it was very windy today. And you could catch a cold. It's a good thing the heart is not in my hand, thought the girl. Otherwise, he would have realized that she was in love with him. The phrase spins in her head, Andrian, I like you. At noon, all the troops Lucas had sent had returned to the mansion. When they heard the whole story, they were completely shocked. Some were so furious that they wanted to cut his corpse into pieces. Sir Bala, the army commander, even burst into tears due to feelings of guilt. Then the 5th Corps of the Imperial Knights Squadron arrived. All the criminals involved in the incident were arrested and the bodies were collected. The Imperial Knights and the Andrian Knights worked together and thoroughly searched the entire mansion. They quickly found all the plant plantations and burned them. Amelia forgot one thing. The prince is still sitting in the hall. The girl apologized for this oversight. The Crown Prince said he would look forward to the next meeting, although he clearly remembered the expression of disgust on the Duke's face. Lady Bidgrin also sensed a strange tension between them. After Lucas's death, the management of the empty mansion passed to the head servant, who hired new people. Despite the work, the cleaning was too fast. Andrian tries not to strain his body, especially since he has already done what he wanted. And there is no need to exert himself. The next day, Amelia was invited to Viscount Grace's residence. Lady Bidgrin finally met Ariana. Everyone was very shocked by what happened. Delana said that the news had already spread widely, from the capital's social circles to the peasants. And everyone knew that the Crown Prince personally led the Imperial Knights. Finally, after a while, Amelia and Ariana can calmly take you and talk about different things. Ariana said she seemed to have found a clue, referring to the key to returning home. A couple of days ago, she was bored to death, and the girl decided to look for something in the library. It is called the God of Dimensions, a belief that currently does not exist. But in the past, there were people who worshipped this god, as this is the God of Dimensions. There is a possibility that it will return Ariana home. She is trying to learn more about it. If the girl has not yet died in the real world, then there is hope of returning to her former life. Amelia calms Ariana by telling her that if people died from falling down the stairs, humanity would have died out long ago. She might have twisted her ankle or hit her head, but she definitely didn't die from it. Sister, when I go home, you will stay here, said Ariana, and her soul became sad and melancholic. The girl is very sad because she doesn't have the chance to help her savior Amelia. She and Lady Bidgrin were kind of allies and true friends. Of course, it would be very difficult for them to separate. Amelia did everything possible to help the girl not die, and she, as in the original, had to seduce the villain and thus help the lady escape. However, the charm scheme had no effect on the Duke. The last chance she so believed in disappeared for the girl. But the biggest problem now is realizing that Andrian likes her. Ariana said she read many books to find other clues. If it's all in vain, then there will only be disappointment. She apologized for talking so much and praised the delicious tea. Lady Whitgreen replied that it was her favorite tea. After tea, Amelia returned to the room and began to think about the main character of the book. Agrita, but after her disappearance, the story around her changed. But even if the story has changed after Agrita's disappearance, the fact that Amelia is not Andrea's sister has not changed. The girl cannot close her eyes to her terrible future. The lady suddenly remembered that she wanted to talk to Ariana about the time stones. How they escaped her mind. Amelia stole half of the temple of the time god, but the other half was still there. The girl wants to tell Ariana to steal them and hide them. Although Dylan is now concerned about her life, the girl wants to find the god of dimensions. Lady Whitgreen does not know where her search will lead. Amelia is going to write a letter to Ariana, telling her she will visit her tomorrow. But it occurred to her that maybe it would be better to steal these stones herself. As always, the ink ran out at the wrong time. I have to go to Jessica to get new ones. The maid is already dressed in street clothes. She was about to go to the market and, of course, she will fulfill Amelia's request and buy ink. It is now the harvest holidays. The selection is better and more than usual, but Jessica suggested taking a walk together. And Zach, of course, completely agrees. The guy wants to see the swords. He hasn't been to the market in a long time. There are just crowds in the shops. A sea of people, no wonder, it's a party. Sir David is simply happy like a child. His eyes open at the amount of diversity. He likes this bright and crowded street. Jessica also likes the atmosphere around her. She smiles and is happy. The maid told Amelia to also put aside all her troubles and enjoy the festival, because her face has been very pale these days. That bastard Lucas will burn in hell for eternity, Jessica said angrily. In fact, the reason Lady Whitgreen seems to be in trouble is not Lucas, but Andrian. The maid remembers that somewhere here they sell cotton candy, made with the help of magic. And nearby, if you hit the target with a dart, you will be given a toy. But first of all, they decided to go to the fortune teller's shop. Jessica was predicted to have a great love soon. It would be a boy younger than her. Zach demands praise. He is good at deceiving and manages business. No one can understand when he lies. He has no equal in this. Then silence followed. Amelia wondered why the fortune teller didn't tell her anything. As soon as the girl thought about it, the woman said that the lady had an interesting destiny. Amelia was told to go with the flow and do nothing. Then she would have a chance. Pay whatever you want and good luck, the fortune teller said in conclusion and said goodbye to them. It was fun. Everyone was eager, and Sir Devery especially liked the new experience. The lady remembers the woman's words by the mood or the atmosphere. Now that she thinks about it too abstractly, now is the time to look at the swords. As Zach wanted, he needs to go to the shops and buy weapons. This is always happiness for him. As they walked forward, Amelia noticed that Aaron and Zach were close, with a man. Their first encounter was tense. Once upon a time, that girl stained Lady Whitgrim's dress with wine, and she responded in the same way. The man raises his voice to Aaron and starts waving his arms. He is about to hit the girl. Sir Dabry threw the sheath at him to calm the man down a bit. Amelia immediately approached Aaron and Zach and asked how she felt. Everything was fine, the girl replied. You are Princess Whitgreen, asked the man, and he showed his teeth like an animal. It turned out to be Mark Sanga, from Viscount Sanga's family. This name seemed stupid to Amelia. The man was not happy that Lady Whitgreen was interfering. But she replied firmly that it was not up to him to decide. It is unacceptable to leave a girl like that. She lacks etiquette, she is ill-mannered. Zach can't stand people like that. He whispered something in his ear that made him run away as fast as he could. The man ran away as if he had seen a ghost, because Sir Davy told him what would happen if he continued to be disrespectful to the lady. Something fell from Aaron's hands. It turned out to be a wig. Amelia picked it up and gave it to the girl. Aaron said that they introduced her to this scoundrel and went out for a short time. But then she told him she wanted to break up. Amelia perfectly understands that all this is Andrian's fault. The girl said she was in love with him. You shouldn't worry so much if you're truly in love. But no one knows what is in the heart of the object of your desire. To be honest, Lady Bidgrin even understands Aaron's feelings. She said she has many problems due to her bad temper. The girl apologized for the last time. Sir Davy became interested in Amelia's apologies. He began to assume that the girls knew each other, but the lady told him nothing. It was time to go home. But Zack said he still needed to buy a new sheath. He looked at her with pitiful eyes. They decided to run into the shop and then immediately returned home. Lady Bidgrin handed over the envelope and asked for it to be delivered to Viscount Grace. At the Harvest Festival, the imperial family organizes 2 events: hunting contests and a ball. The hunting contests are what host the party, so it is held on the first day. It seems that preparations for the hunt have begun, thought the lady, because she saw many skilled knights milling about. Training ends in the afternoon, and everyone around is tense. This year everything will be a little different, but Amelia tries not to get nervous. So far, His Majesty the Crown Prince has always won, but this year our Duke is also participating. It won't be easy for the Crown Prince to win. Lady Bidgrin says Andrian must win. She is sure of it. She feels sorry for the Crown Prince. The girl doesn't know what the Duke could lose at, since he is good at everything. Amelia doesn't remember what was in the book, but something was definitely mentioned about it. Everyone is very excited. They even scored goals, which means they did a great job. Finally, Duke Andrian has appeared. He looks confident and walks with pride. His lordship rarely comes to the practice range, but today he is trying very hard. Lady Bidgrin feels nauseous looking at the Duke's arrow. This is Angela's fault. Because the girl remembered how Angela shot an arrow that hit the boy in the back. Amelia is afraid that some arrow will hit Andrian again, and this hurts her heart. The Duke looked at his sister, and as if a ninja rose towards her, with incredible speed towards Lady Bidgrin. Once again, he was worried about his sister's condition. The boy was worried that her face would turn pale again. He always sees and understands when Amelia feels unwell or is afraid of something, right in front of her face. Andrian broke the bow and threw it away, which means he guessed the reason for her concern. Or he felt it. The knights, seeing this in shock, began to whisper about what happened to the master. The boys don't want to be punished. So they decided to follow the Duke's example and destroy all the bows they find. Lady Bidgrin decided to go to the bedroom, and the Duke extended his hand, wanting to accompany her. The girl gets very excited when he takes her hand. Her heart skips a beat, and her body warms up. A few days later, Jessica is preparing Amelia for the event, and both are excited about the day. The days passed very quickly. Now the time for the party has come. The fortune teller told the lady to wait. The girl believes something good will happen. Aramana did not get in touch and was going to steal the beads. The lady hopes everything went like clockwork. And if it fails, Amelia will use the stone to go back in time, but she can't be late. Now she is closely following the news from the temple. Tomorrow is the main celebration. That's why today Jessica applied light makeup to the girl. Lady Bidgrin wondered if this could be her last festival, so she intends to have fun and enjoy. Now the events are taking place in the Western Forest, the imperial family. Since there are no other women in the family, Amelia cannot send Andrian away empty-handed. But he doesn't seem to remember this, so everything is fine, thought the girl, although the Duke's gaze was distant. The lady decided to tie a handkerchief to a bow. She had wanted to do it for a long time. Tying a bow to a bow means wishing victory to the participant. Take care of yourself and come back unharmed, said the lady. He will do his best to win. If Amelia wants victory, the Duke is confident in advance that he will win. The girl turned her head in the other direction and suddenly saw something that made her tense again. The Crown Prince looks like a real prince riding a white horse from a fairy tale. He is dressed simply magnificently. He said that the hunting competitions this year will be more fun. It's good that there is a worthy competitor. The Crown Prince looks forward to seeing the Duke's skills to the fullest. He smiles but is still worried. Can you be sure? Andrian replied. Amelia thought. They are still fighting for victory, even without the main character. This is tension. Smiling maliciously, the Crown Prince wished Duke Bidgrin victory and galloped away. It's time for Andrian to hit the road too. The lady wished him all the best and to be careful. It's such a sunny day that even his face is red, Amelia thought. The Duke is so handsome that he disappears in the sunlight like a saint. Zack approached the lady. He had a basket with sandwiches and fruit in his hands. The maid Jessica did her best. We need to get away from the hunting grounds and have a snack, said the knight. Amelia overheard people talking about the festival on the sidelines. She was surprised that the Duke and the Crown Prince were rivals. Trying not to pay attention to others, the girl decided to lay a blanket on the grass to sit down. But the lady noticed that there was a girl nearby. Her outfit was like a maid's. Her hair is very familiar to Amelia. This is the wig she saw, it's Aaron Isaac. Ack, Amelia thought, after all, there are wild animals walking in the forest. If a defenseless girl goes alone, then the chances of her death are very high. Sir Davery realized that the girl wanted to go to the hunting grounds. Thanks to him, she still managed to get there, and the girl had to do this before something happened to Aaron. If this is reported to the official representatives of the imperial family, the situation will worsen. Suddenly, they saw Aaron running away from them. She decided to hide, but it was too late. Amelia caught up with her and gave her a good scolding, because she could have run into a wild boar. And something terrible would have happened to her. Lady Whitgrim has no intention of lecturing the girl, but decided to take her with her before they catch her here. She gave Aaron a scarf so that no one would recognize her. A man approached them and introduced himself as Sigmund, from Baron Rayam's family. The man is surprised that Lady Whitgrin is in this place. His face looks scared. Zack said they are looking for the Duke. Amelia wants to tell something so important that she cried to Mares. She cannot explain the reason for her tears to a stranger. The boy only added that it was a personal matter. Sigmund keeps saying that this is very dangerous, so he decided to call the Duke himself and galloped away. Amelia decided that she needed to get out of here before he returned. Aaron asked, "Are you wondering why I am here?" and looked sadly at Lady Withering. The girl said she wanted to attract the Duke's attention because her heart already hurt. But the lady doesn't understand what dressing up as a man and entering the hunting grounds has to do with it. The girl burst into tears and replied that this is exactly what they do in romance novels. The main character pretends to be a man. She wanted to get into trouble so that Duke Whitgrin would save her, and they started a dialogue. Aaron does not deny the fact that it seems absurd and stupid, but she really likes Andrian. Even if she were in serious trouble, she would come here anyway. In fact, Amelia understands the poor Aaron well, so she pities her. Even if it is an unrequited feeling that will never be returned, she is honest with her heart. As someone once said, people who do crazy things are either crazy or desperate. But Aaron doesn't seem crazy. She is just deeply in love. As if bewitched by a crazy love. It's time for them to hurry, but Zack has a question. He will most likely ruin the mood if he asks. The boy asked if Aaron chose the color of the wig to imitate Amelia, or if it was a coincidence. The girl blushed, but still replied that this was exactly the case. She asked for a wig of a beautiful color, and the shop gave it to her for free. Amelia remembered holding her wig, and her gaze was fearful. Apparently, because it imitated Lady Whitgrin's hair color. Sir Davery suspected something, turned his head to the side and became tense. No one understood how it happened, but Zack was already standing with an arrow in his hand. He caught it and hurt his hand. It turned out that the guy saw the arrow flying towards the horse, and did what he had to do. And saved the animal. It's as if they confused it with the game. The guy's hand is covered in blood. But he says he is fine. Amelia burst into tears. She remembered Andrian's trauma again, and that's why she wanted to see the Duke. Zach didn't understand such a reaction and looked at the girl fearfully. She feels very comfortable in his arms. When she is sure that everything is fine for him, her heart beats calmly. Calmly. Meanwhile, the man who tried to shoot him jumps up and curses the failure. He mutters about being with Erin because she is cute, but she doesn't know her place, and he sent her away. The man thought about showing good results in the competition and making the girl regret breaking up. But the Crown Prince and Duke Bidgrin are also participating, so it will be difficult for him to win. He is ashamed because, unfortunately, he can only get third place. He doesn't know why Lady Bidgrin is there, but the man sees it as an excellent opportunity for revenge. Unexpectedly for him, the knight caught the arrow, although he hoped the princess would fall off the horse and break at least one leg. The archer was finally caught. He shouldn't have gotten involved with this family, and it would be better if he avoided them. He lost consciousness, but they decided to drag him. Punishment awaits him ahead. And how the fool thought of touching the lady is impossible to understand. Amelia is already in her room. She thanks Andrian for his help, because everything is fine thanks to him and the knight. The lady said she could go alone, but the Duke still wouldn't let her go. Jessica and the butler asked her many questions. Andrian escaped from the forest because of the lady. The girl is worried that he will be disqualified. Andrian started to panic when he touched Amelia's forehead. Why did she have a fever? He started asking her how she felt, if she had any injuries. The girl replied that she was in the forest because she was stubborn. She wanted to look around and come back and not cause him so much trouble. The guy said that as long as she was alive and well, she could do whatever she wanted. If she got hurt, half the blame would fall on him. Andrian still considers himself partially guilty. It hurts him to imagine that something could have happened to Amelia. And here the girl thought of Erin, who at the banquet and at home wondered if she wasn't hiding her feelings for the Duke. And Amelia cannot honestly confess to him. That's why she is terribly jealous. She likes him much more. Erin can confess her feelings to him, but Lady Bidgrin cannot and does not think it is fair. And she doesn't think the day will ever come when she can confess her love to a boy. The next day, Amelia woke up with a great feeling of shame. Erin reported that she had arrived safely and no one had caught her. The girl sent the lady a long summary letter, thanked Amelia, and asked about her health. The lady is fine and Zach Dabry's arm is not critical. The doctor said he will get better soon. People are worried about Amelia's well-being. They all decided not to attend the royal banquet. Fortunately, she was not exposed and the Duke knows how to keep secrets. The Duke was expelled from the competition and the victory went to the Crown Prince. Although the book says they both won, reality turned out to be different. And this guy, Mark Senga, is involved in a scandal. He secretly participated in competitions beyond his age. He secretly stole the name of Viscount Senga and sent Mark to the province. Amelia noted Jessica. The girl was whispering something suspicious. The maid said she was burning what the Duke ordered. Lady Bidgrin saw some kind of game on the table. Without wanting to explain anything, Jessica quickly threw everything into the fire before the lady could see it better. "You just woke up. You need to be cleaned up," said the maid, trying to change the subject. It turns out that there will be a banquet in the garden that night, so Jessica has to put on makeup and dress up like a princess. The day passed very quickly, and night had already arrived. Everything was ready for the banquet. Around this time, a ball is held at the Imperial Palace in honor of the last day of the Harvest Festival. Although they said this festivity was especially for Amelia, who returned prematurely to the residence, Jessica said that an invitation was sent to someone. Of course, they invited Ariana to cheer up Lady Bidgrin. However, the girl stole the stones and came to tell Amelia about it. Ariana happily reported that death no longer scares her because she can go back in time. And she has the courage she didn't have before. There is a wonderful atmosphere around. The flowers and music are beautiful. Jessica did everything. She worked tirelessly to make sure everyone enjoyed everything. Dylan is surprised because Zach Dabry is also dressed elegantly. He said that now he looks like an adult girl. The girl loves to tease Zach. The boy is annoyed by this, and Lady and Whitgreen constantly reassure them. And Andrian, as always, is beautiful and looks impressive. This confused Amelia again. The girl blushed but grabbed a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp to gain courage. And not act like a foolish lover. The butler asked the guests what they thought was the highlight of today's program. They replied that, of course, dancing. Then the man asked the Duke and the lady to start the banquet. Jessica even shed tears. The day has really come when she will see them dance. Now she can die without regrets, thought the maid. Andrian came very close to Amelia and smiling asked if she would do him the honor of giving him the first dance. But how can one refuse such a wonderful man? She nodded and extended her hand in agreement. This is not the first time Amelia has danced with the Duke, but today she is very worried. And the distance between them is very small. The lady will be embarrassed if he hears how hard her heart beats. Andrian asked what she was thinking about, little sister, and noticed that the girl couldn't concentrate. She replied that she was afraid of stepping on his foot and falling, which is why she looked so strange. The guests watch their movements with admiration and whisper something. "How can I let you fall?" The Duke replied, smiling widely again. Since Amelia's cheeks turned red if Andrian asked her about this. She would even give an answer. The girl would say she was just drunk. And so passed the last night of the Harvest Festival. And so 2 changes occurred. First, the weather changed. It became very cold. The lady went out onto the balcony and instantly froze. And the second change is that Ariana, after stealing the time stones from the temple, became very bold. If she waits many lives, nothing good will come of it, but this attitude has yielded good results. Thanks to this, the investigation into the god of dimensions advanced, resulting in several literary sources. In the past, temples dedicated to the gods of space predominated, but now the temple of the time god plays this role. They say that similar records from that time are kept in the Imperial Library. Amelia decided to accompany Ariana. The girl was very happy that the lady went with her, although she understands that thanks to her, Amelia has more things to do. The days are getting colder, which means winter is approaching. It is in winter that the anniversary of Lady Whitgreen's death is celebrated. More precisely, she will die on one of the cold days of early winter in the novel. This happened very suddenly. It was fast because Andrian killed the girl without warning when he learned the secret of her birth. He somehow killed her after discovering the truth, but the novel does not say exactly how. One way or another, Amelia is an adopted child in the house. The boy was already born as a villain, who was ruthless towards those who are not his family. It must be fate, and it was predetermined that the girl could not stop him. That's why she was contemplating escaping. But now all plans are in vain, if only it were possible to postpone it. She will not ask for anything extra. The lady just wants to find a good man, get married, and have children. Well, or one of these things, Amelia will be happy even to survive. In any case, it will be after a long time, when the girl's feelings for Andrian probably pass. Then they arrived at the place. Using the Imperial Library is not difficult. When you pass through the entrance of the Imperial Palace, the library can be used freely until you leave. But there is a problem. The books could not be taken out, so several hours were spent transcribing the materials by hand. Ariana is very tired. It even seems to her that the material has begun to duplicate before her eyes. Even if you come here early in the morning, you won't see the end. There is a lot of useful material here, but at this rate they will stay here. Of course they protect old and rare books, thought Lady Whitgreen. But there is really no way to get credit. The only way is to steal it. Then out of nowhere, the crown prince appeared. He also did not expect to see the princess here. They greeted the little son of the empire. The boy asked how Amelia's tea was, and she was confused not knowing how to answer him. After all, the girl didn't get any of it. It seems this was what Jessica threw into the fire. The lady saw some tea leaves in the maid's hands. But why throw away what was sent from the imperial palace? Anyway, the princess thanked him for the gift, and he replied that he was glad she liked it. Looking at the table with the books, the crown prince realized that they had come here looking for something. The volume was very impressive. "It's just that many books are not in the public library," said Amelia. Then the boy replied that he could lend her books if she wanted. Ariana was delighted with this and immediately began to thank the crown prince for the favor. Rare books like these are not available for rent, but he is willing to do the impossible. And speak well. The boy said that there was a lot of material, and it wouldn't take a day to rewrite it all if the princess fell asleep from overwork. So, who would be responsible for it? The prince even assigned a servant to take the books to the mansion. Amelia is very grateful to him. Ariana eagerly ran with the books while the servant collected everything. But that wasn't all kindness. The crown prince personally accompanied them to the carriage. This is quite a feat, considering that the boy is lost among 3 pines when Amelia noticed he was lost. She silently helped him. This time, no matter how hard he tries to get lost in his own house, he won't succeed. But something worries the princess even more. She borrowed books from him. He even took her out of the palace. It is clear that the prince shows excessive concern for her. Now the boy's feelings cannot be confused or everything attributed to his usual courtesy. Because the fact is obvious. "You have been very kind to me today," said Amelia, "but you shouldn't do it again." The poor prince doesn't know how to react to such words. He is in a stupor because he only wants the best for her, but unfortunately he heard this in response. The princess bowed her head and added in conclusion that she was not the person who deserved so much attention. After which she said goodbye to him and headed for the carriage. Zack feels sorry for the crown prince. He looks shattered. First, Amelia left Ariana at home, so they returned late. Sir Davary had already said that he was good at reading people, so he confirmed to Lady Whitgreen that His Highness, the crown prince, had behaved sincerely. "And how much did you understand in such a short time?" Amelia asked. Zack replied that he had seen a lot and didn't understand why the lady refused. That he was far from a bad guy. "You must be careful with your words in front of Davary." To which the girl turned around and wondered what to answer him. Zack continues to look at Amelia and wait for at least some answer. Without waiting for details from her, he grabbed Lady Whitgreen and decided to tell her something. Zack explained that, in his opinion, for an ideal man, 3 components are important: the face, money, and character, and the most important of them is the face. When the environment changes, character changes, you can consider the rest later. For Sir Davary's lip princess, this sounded like an experience. The boy's environment has changed a lot lately. But can experience also be unpleasant? That's why the girl didn't ask him anything. Davary said he means that the crown prince is quite ideal, according to his standards. Lady Bidgrin thought it would be difficult to find someone who meets the standards of a crown prince other than Andrian. Zack wants the princess to be happy no matter whom she chooses. He just told the lady that. Amelia shared what she dreams of. She wants to find a good and reliable person. This is the most important thing in life. Today they had a great conversation with Sir Davary. It had been a long time since they had conversations of that kind. Now the princess is reading the letter Aaron sent her. It begins with a sentence that contains both a greeting and an apology at the same time. The girl invites Amelia for tea at her mansion and also hopes to meet Sir Davary, who, despite her injury, brought her home. Little by little, the content of the letter turned into a desperate dedication of her heart to Zack. A kind of foolishness. Aaron no longer likes Duke Andrian. Not even a day has passed since the lady reads a letter ode to Sir Davary. When Lady Whitgreen realized that the girl's heart had changed the object of her desire, she felt relief and a sense of triumph. She really likes Amelia more, but that doesn't make her happy at all, quite the opposite. She doesn't understand her childish behavior and why she is so proud of this situation. The girl left the room and asked the butler where Jessica was. It turns out she had gone to the market with Alex. The princess noticed that they often go out together, but since when? The butler explained that this had been happening since the last night of the harvest festival. But that's not bad. They are a wonderful couple, so there is nothing to worry about, said the man. The princess remembered something at that moment. The voice of the old woman in the tent they visited at the festival kept saying that a good opportunity would soon arrive. The girl learned from the butler that Alex is now 29 and Jessica is 37. As the old woman predicted, Jessica met a boy who is actually younger than her. This means that what she predicted for Amelia will also come true. Just after a while, she will have some kind of opportunity. A few days later, rumors spread throughout the empire that there had been a monster attack in the south, and that a detachment was being gathered to destroy them. Ariana is happy for Amelia, because if everything goes well, this will be an opportunity for her to escape. Fate has a perverse sense of humor. That's what Lady Bidgrin thought. Agrita, according to the original, carried out a great raid. This is one of the many achievements for which she, who became empress, was nicknamed Saint. But Ariana won't even go south. The raid against the monsters will not resolve itself. The imperial family will form a punitive detachment and send it south. Count Ilnata, who has always led all these detachments, suffers from a chronic illness. Andrian is the second most important in the empire after the prince, and will lead the detachment. The south is very far from here. You can calculate the time, so the Duke won't be here for about a month. Lady Bidgrin will have plenty of time to escape safely. What she so desired has come true, but her feelings are so strange. It's as if she's not happy about it, the lady is unhappy. On the contrary, she is very excited. When Amelia met Jessica, she took the opportunity to ask her what she liked about Alex. The maid replied indignantly that she still didn't like him, that he was a child. But she confirmed that everything she heard from that fortune teller about the relationship that awaits her with a younger boy turned out to be true. This, of course, does not mean that she and Alex will start a relationship right now. But there is a possibility. For Amelia, that fortune teller predicted that what she most desired would happen, so this should also come true. There is a possibility that the princess's expectations will also come true. But she still feels an inexplicable anxiety. Although everything seems to be going according to plan, Jessica noticed that the lady was sad. It was several years of waiting. Amelia was just trying to escape a terrible future. She dreamed of fleeing to a place where Andrea couldn't find her, which is why she desperately tried to save Ariana from the beginning. The girl thought there was no other way and calmed down a bit after the harvest festival. But suddenly an opportunity arose. Whether by fate or coincidence, she can now regain hope of salvation. But she still doesn't feel happy. While Amelia was lost in all these thoughts, the Duke approached her and asked her what she was doing here alone. Someone actually dared to take risks and offend his precious sister. The princess cannot look at Andrian. Seeing him, she starts to tremble and her cheeks turn red because she wants much more with him. She replied that she just wanted to get some air. "But you're not cold?" asked the Duke, and covered her with a warm blanket he brought with him. He said. Andrian sat down next to her. The street was so quiet that Amelia even heard his breathing. He said he had already told her that they only had each other. Of course, she remembers these words. On the day of their parents' farewell, when the priest read a prayer and buried his mother and his father, he said this. Andrian took her hand, and the girl didn't realize how fast she had grown. At that moment, she thought it was time to run away, so for the lady his sentence sounded like a death sentence. The Duke continues to say that both then and now, he only has one sister. "And I only have you," Amelia replied. Andrian smiled. It was very dear to him to hear this from someone close and dear to him. At that moment, the lady finally understood everything, that there was no one better for her. No one could even be in second place. When he holds her hand like this, it seems like nothing else is needed, if only he were always there. And I have this thought in my head, I'm going to run away, but you tell me these things. And you look at me like that. Her greatest fear is that he will kill her like others, with such cold eyes, but it is also scary to know that she will become an empty place for him. This will make her more unhappy, and the only salvation is a simple escape. It's enough to think that the Count fell ill at the most inopportune moment. All the residents of the mansion are very worried, because it is time for the Duke to go fight the monsters in the south. Amelia couldn't hold back. She gathered her courage and kissed Andrian on the cheek. Her heart was breaking because she didn't know how the battle might end. The lady wished him a happy journey and that he would return with a whole squad of knights. Everyone sympathizes with Amelia because they understand how a sister can feel when escorting her brother to a dangerous place. "Goodbye, Andrian," whispered Lady Whitgreen, looking at him. After the Duke's departure, the girl's plan worked like clockwork to start. She sent Sir Devery to get coconut cookies. The bakery with these cookies is an hour's drive from the mansion. Of course, some people worked hard to make sure the dessert sold out before their arrival. Amelia wrote a short thank you note and left it in the closet. Then she told Alex she was very tired and wanted to rest. Tired? And asked not to let anyone into her room until morning, not even Jessica. Already prepared, she put on the maid's uniform she had stolen earlier. She covered her hair with a cloak and left through the back door, where no one usually enters. There she took a carriage and didn't realize how fast she rushed towards Ariana. Ariana cries. She regrets that there is no other option, and even if we join forces to destroy the villain, it will still be difficult. "I'm thinking of you now and the future," said Amelia, barely holding back tears. The girl promised the princess that she would write her a letter in a code that only the two of them know. She refers to Hangul. Suddenly, Dylan handed Amelia the amulet fabric to take with her. Although the lady asked to burn it, Ariana couldn't do it and kept it, deciding that it might be useful again in the future. The girl also gave Amelia a bag of time stones, but the princess said she couldn't take them. Ariana says that because of me you lost the stones you had. I will replace them for you. Amelia calmed down a bit when she learned that the girl didn't give away all the stolen stones, but kept some. It is terribly painful for the princess to look into those huge kind eyes, knowing that Ariana will most likely never look at them again. She has always been a very kind and sincere girl. The girls said goodbye with a hug and thanked each other for the days spent together that will never be forgotten. After a while, Lady Whitgreen got rid of her clothes. The girl changed her hairstyle and hair color. Still, she already looks like a different person. On the street, a lady found a man with a horse and asked him to take her west. She has no idea where to go, but she knows for sure that she needs to hide as far away as possible. And as quickly as possible. Many important events were taking place in the south at that time. There is a guy named Jack Axed. It has been 2 years since he officially became a knight. Jack is self-confident and confident that the evil monsters poisoning people's lives will fall under his sword. Of course, it's hard to do it alone. The monsters are scary, so this time he volunteered for an expedition to make his dream come true. With Duke Bidgrin, he feels completely calm because it cannot be otherwise. The boy has been watching Andrian for a long time. There are the same rumors about him as about the monsters. The Duke has a talent given by God or stolen from the devil himself. It's wonderful that such a person is leading the expedition. A stranger bowing to the knights blocked their way. The Duke got angry because he dared to bother them, but immediately thought that maybe something had happened. When the stranger handed him the letter, Andrian's rage and anger instantly disappeared somewhere. What he read made him run at a dizzying speed. Apparently, he had no other choice. Meanwhile, leaving Amelia did not turn out to be so difficult. She simply got into the carriage and headed west. It is said that in the west private houses stretch to the border. The lady hired a guide from the guild in case she took the wrong path. But she asked the man not to talk to her if possible. Otherwise, problems could arise. But so far, everything is going well. The lady wondered where Andrian was now and how he was, according to her calculations. Most likely, he didn't make it to the south. The lady knows the Duke well. He cannot rest or relax. He behaves like a robot that doesn't get tired at all. Morning. At that moment, the carriage stopped abruptly, but they couldn't have arrived so quickly. And this is suspicious. She was informed that they were in a little trouble, but it wouldn't take long. Amelia overheard a conversation taking place outside, and apparently they were looking for someone there. So she put on the cloak. The girl tries not to get nervous, because it's too early for people to be sent to look for her. Which means that what is happening does not concern her. Andrian is now very far away. No one should have looked into her room for a day, and only this morning it became known that she had disappeared from the mansion. But still, behind the carriage door, there is a tense conversation. They argue about how they cannot lose sight of someone. The guide accompanying her asked if it would be better to open the door before it broke down. In that very second, Amelia literally jumped out of the carriage and ran where her eyes were looking. The lady ran without looking back, but they still managed to snatch her wig. And her red hair smoothed over her shoulders. One of these men shouted, "We finally caught the princess," because her appearance cannot be confused with that of another person. It's definitely her. Judging by the behavior of these guys, they are members of a criminal organization. But how they found her so quickly, immediately after escaping, is beyond my comprehension. The boy apologized for being rude, but said that she should return with them, and that they would personally take her safely back to the mansion. The princess asked them when the duke found out that she had escaped from the mansion. But no one answered her. The man only politely asked Lady Bidgrin to sit in the carriage. She knows it's useless to run away from them. They will still catch her very quickly, and nothing will change. And yet, once again, the lady will not stop being grateful to Agrita, because it was not in vain that she forced the princess to take the stones. Before Amelia had exhausted everything, without hesitation, she broke one of the stones to fix everything. And she found herself at home. The princess was sure that these stones would no longer be useful to her, but now she is happy that they exist. And she took them that day. Irma is a member of a criminal organization, spent more than 10 years in a desperate situation on the streets. Then he was recruited into a gang because they liked the boy's rough appearance. For the next 5 years, he carried out all assignments, after which dramatic changes occurred in the gang. Suddenly, the leader of the organization died unexpectedly, and a teenager took his place. They say that a leader would be defeated without even trying to face a boy of incredible beauty who appeared out of nowhere. This boy was able to kill even influential leaders who were loyal to the boss. After the organization fell at the boy's feet, the same thing happened to Irma. And thanks to the skill shown then, the teenager entrusted Irma with his most precious thing. He asked him to take care of his sister, Amelia Bidgrin. About 3 years have passed. If the boy doesn't cope with his task, he won't lose his head, because everyone has heard of the cruelty of Duke Andrian Bidgrin. It wasn't difficult to secretly observe the boss's sister every time Amelia left the mansion. He was close and watched her. He had to watch with all his eyes to see if there was any danger lurking. If anyone suspicious approached, problems would arise. Having examined all this carefully, if any danger arose, he secretly decided everything in general. He did everything possible for Lady Bidgrin's safety. However, the princess still disappeared suddenly. Although Irma didn't even take her eyes off the mansion, the boy imagined what would happen to him when the Duke found out about this. And he couldn't understand how the princess left the house and where to look for her now. As soon as morning came, the mansion was turned upside down. Irma heard shouts coming from it. But the princess was nowhere to be found. But soon he heard news from the guy guarding the back door. He said that in the morning. A maid had left the mansion, covering her face with a cloak. After this, witnesses said they saw the same maid on the street, and that she was carrying luggage with her. Irma panicked and asked this guy to immediately report everything to the director. If they lose the princess like this, and until they find her, something happens to her, then everyone who followed her will come to an end, perhaps even personally at the hands of the Duke. One look from Andrian brought fear to everyone, and here comes that of his sister, whom he entrusted to Irma as the most valuable treasure in the world. The boy fell to his knees and almost resigned himself to the fact that he would have to say goodbye to life. Only God knows how dear his sister is to him. Irma doesn't want to die. Now he thinks that, in principle, he had a good life. The boy thinks incessantly about the fact that Amelia ran away and wonders why. But suddenly, he realized that no one could stand such a disgusting brother. A vendor at the market is behaving very strangely. The customer who approached him for the first time seemed familiar to him, as if she were his regular customer. The woman explained to him that it was the first time she had visited his shop, and he apologized. The vendor said he had already forgotten the buyers. Because he is not young and everything happens to him now, the woman still considers his behavior strange. Irma was very close and heard their entire conversation. He also felt something strange in the old man's behavior. The guy really suspected something strange, as if he had once heard a conversation between the vendor and the buyer. It was Amelia's bad luck that she had bad luck. There was another failure. There was no way west. The lady had already visited all the towns that could be reached in a day. And on the way, she was always caught by members of a criminal organization, the route to the east for the lady. It seems to her was the best. After being caught, Amelia would break the stone and wake up again. All the towns where the girl was were completely surrounded and therefore she was exposed to defeat. But Lady Whitgreen was not going to give up. She tried to repeat everything again and again. Andrian was very worried about her and remained alert. When Amelia finally reached the northern town, she felt very cold, either because she was far from home or because it was really very cold here. The girl rewound time many times to reach this place. The number of wasted stones is countless. Wherever you spit, there are organizations like this, thought the princess, because once again she realized them. She hopes that this time she will avoid being caught by these guys. And the forest was 2 days away by carriage. It will take her several days to cross the forest, but Amelia believes she will make it. Now Lady Whitgreen looks like a handsome young boy. As intended, but nevertheless, despite her disguise, someone still recognized her. This man reminded the princess that she was with the crown prince, and Amelia got scared thinking that this man was connected with a gang. Seeing the suitcase next to the girl, he asked if she was running away and told her that if she needed help, he could help her. The girl is tense. Guess what the final outcome will be? She will be caught and so on. All according to the old scheme. If someone is going through a hard time, you have to help them, said the man. The wizard offers the opportunity to change Amelia's appearance, and this will last approximately 1 day and a half. But the magic must be perfect in any case, so they agreed to meet whenever possible. The princess is really beautiful even in men's clothing and a wig, the wizard thought as he looked at her. And now, thanks to his magic, Lady Whitgreen was able to enter the forest quietly. Although the magic would soon end, the main thing for her was that she got in there without problems. After passing through this forest, she will be quite far away. And if the guild has concentrated around the settlements, after passing through this area, it will be easier later. Amelia has a strange feeling, perhaps because the area is small, but the lady keeps wandering in the hope of finding a carriage for herself. But everyone was busy. The princess had to buy a horse and pay even more to improve the situation. Lady Whitgreen had no other choice because she was carrying a lot of luggage. She was already very tired and could barely feel her legs. She has heard many times that if a person looks like a tourist, they will send her away or cheat her. To our great regret, the princess was stopped. They started to scare and offend her because they thought she was a boy and dared to walk here alone. They were brief and directly asked her to tell them everything she had. Now the girl was really scared. You never know what goes through the minds of these crazy people. They scare with their black masks, but Amelia remains confident. If they knew who they were messing with, then now the lady wouldn't even have time to blink before there was no trace of these crazy people. When Amelia wanted to hire a couple of mercenaries, they told her that this forest was safe. And even merchants passed through there alone. Now the girl was convinced that this was a lie. The princess realized from their conversation that these were local thieves. God, how lucky she was. They insisted that the girl empty her pockets, but she decided it was time to break the time stone. But if she went back a day, she would still have to pass through this town, until the lady found another town. The clock would fall, so Amelia decided to leave everything as it is for now. Inside the bag she carries are all the things Andrian gave her. Amelia cannot return them. But these monsters are robbing her. It was as if a demon had possessed the princess. She started scolding them. The girl said, "You are forest bandits just because you are trampling the forest. Take off these ugly masks and become people." After that, Amelia jumped on the horse and galloped away, thinking how useful this purchased horse would be to her. Lady Bidgrin managed to separate from them, but then she fell off her horse and felt incredible pain in her back. The horse seemed tired. Physical strength has its limits. These bandits finally caught up with her, but the poor girl also injured her ankle when falling off the horse. Now Amelia has no other desperate options. She can only break the stone. She started to panic. She couldn't find the stones. The lady had dropped them somewhere. The princess already thought it was over, but suddenly one of the masked men gently touched her. The magic subsided, and her face returned to normal. Now it was possible to recognize her. In that second, she looked for the dagger she had with her. It was in its place. Maybe she would need it now. The man took off her wig and was injured, although she didn't even have time to brandish the dagger. But he screamed in pain. Lady Bidgrin heard a man's voice behind her. "Princess, are you okay? It seems he was the one who dealt with the forest thieves." It turned out that Irma found Amelia in time. Finally she will be safe, thought the boy. And he calmed down a bit. The boy saw her in the town and ran after her to be honest. At first, he didn't understand that she was the Duke's sister because her appearance was different. Her appearance and clothes were suspiciously simple, and Lady Bidgrin's gait also caught his attention. By her gait, it was clearly visible that she had been educated in a wealthy family. At that moment, the boy decided to follow her secretly. He told her this, and Amelia's tears ran. Now she has no stones or way to change the situation. She doesn't have it. Irma asked if everything was all right with her and her ankle. If everything was fine, she needed to find the others. Yet, at that unfortunate moment, the man was stabbed by one of the thieves with a terrible mask. The lady screamed in surprise. The princess resigned herself to the fact that she would be killed now too. She closed her eyes and remembered Andrian, how the girl missed him. Still, it's good that it wasn't him who killed me. But it's bad that everything ends right now, Amelia thought and started to cry. At that moment, she heard Andrian's voice as if it were real. And it didn't seem like a hallucination. She actually felt his presence and his smell. Opening her eyes, she saw that Duke Bidgrin was indeed very close. The girl felt relieved, because when he was near, she was definitely not in danger. From the outside, Andrian always seems indifferent to everything around him, but if his enemy looks him in the eyes, the blood will instantly freeze in their veins. No one knows what punishment to expect from this madman. As soon as Amelia relaxed, she suddenly felt tension again. The lady felt a rustle in the forest, as if some kind of animal was running. And in fact, in response to their loud conversations, a pack of monsters ran past. There were many of them, and they were eager to attack their prey. Their eyes light up, and slowly but surely, they approached the people. When the Duke immediately started acting, the animals froze. As if they saw their leader, they were afraid of him themselves. Andrian destroyed them mercilessly. It happened so fast that the princess barely had time to notice anything. Now the girl is waiting for him to calm down and regain his senses. She is afraid to even hug him because he is angry. The Duke looked at her angrily, and at that moment her heart seemed to stop. She couldn't even imagine what she would say to him now, after she ran away. Andrea is not angry with Amelia. He even feels sorry for the princess. He sees that she is scared, and huge drops of tears spring from her eyes. She ran into his arms. Men do not cry, and he did not shed a single tear, but he felt intense pain in his heart. He had told her many times that as long as she was safe, she could do whatever she wanted. He is willing to cancel all his affairs if something happens to Amelia. Even if they are important matters, Nothing is more important to him than this girl. Lady Whitgreen remembered him when she was very young, when she cried and resented him for minor mistakes. And now, if he finds out that she is not his real sister, then his heart will break. And it will bleed, but after killing her. Andrian took care of her like an older sister, and now Amelia wants to stop everything, because this cannot continue indefinitely. Having made a decision, she said that, in fact, she was not his real sister. But not a single muscle moved on the boy's face, as if he hadn't heard anything. Then the girl shouted louder, because she was not your real sister, and started crying even more. The princess continued the conversation. She said that she was adopted when she was very small, even before he was born. The Duke is not stupid. He heard her words but still ignored them. The boy just took her in his arms. He simply replied that he had to take her home because she had problems with her back. And the ankle. When the girl already believed that he wasn't listening to her words, the boy finally answered her. He said that he knows they don't have a drop of common blood, and that doesn't bother him. Moreover, he explained that he remembered this, which led the lady to an even greater surprise. Amelia really wanted to ask him what exactly he remembers, but the Duke himself began his story. Andrian began to have memories of how he was born. Everything was very green. Even when the baby opened his eyes for the first time, one could distinguish the presence or absence of light. Most of the time his eyes were closed. He didn't like bright light, let alone green. The older sister, Amelia, constantly told her brother how his day went and how strange their destiny was. As a pair, the little one talked about happy stories or how rich the cakes turned out this time. And that when he grows up, he will surely like these desserts. But Andrian didn't understand why the child behaved this way. The girl wondered if she had really incarnated here, because she had died so insignificantly in a past life. But even here, Amelia was only adopted. She was very upset not to have been born into this family. One day, she told the child that they were complete strangers to each other, and that she envied him because he was the true son of Mom and Dad. Since then, Andrian gained a little patience. It was the first patience in his life. Amelia was different from the rest of the people. Her breathing, voice, way of speaking, and behavior. Everything was special. Little by little, he learned many aspects of her and realized that she was beautiful. He wanted to open his eyes and see her face. But the child restrained himself. His vision was not ready yet. Only little by little, he began to see the outline of objects and their colors. To Andrian, everything seemed perfect. Everything changed every day, and he wanted to capture the girl's face with his own eyes. Finally, he realized that the landscapes he saw yesterday are no different today. At one point, his patience ran out. He opened his huge golden eyes wide. And Amelia entered his world. She grew up quickly and, in the words of others, grew up in the blink of an eye. She and the girl often went out to play ball, and he followed her everywhere with interest. Andrian perfectly remembered Jessica, and now she hasn't changed in the slightest. As if time had no power over her. But as I grew up, the memories became a little confusing, but they didn't disappear completely. All memories of who first invaded his world were perfectly preserved. Naturally, he followed his sister. He liked her. Everything was like that, and the boy didn't need any reason. But one day, a problem occurred. Amelia fell from the tree while climbing after him and fell terribly. This happened when she was 4 years old during their usual games. This scared Andrian a lot. He didn't know what to do because his sister lay motionless. Only 4 years have passed since his birth. But he still understood something during this time. The boy thought, toys break quickly and the living die easily. For him, death meant disappearance. He feared never seeing her again. He felt unbearable fear and a sense of loss. Andrian immediately burst into tears from the despair that consumed everything. Fortunately, Amelia woke up quickly and comforted him. And what happened that day gave him an idea. Since his sister is weak, he must take care of her if he doesn't want to lose her. Since then, Andrian decided to protect his precious sister with his own hands. Although he is younger than her, she needs his care. A little more time passed, and the boy turned 7. he began to understand that he was different from others. Unlike him, everyone around him seemed weak, and people remained interesting. They ran and defended what was alien to them. For example, flowers by the roadside and small animals whose value is not that great. But who need protection? Andrian understood little of this. Even if these flowers were trampled and crushed, whether the small animal died or not, he always didn't care about those things. One day they asked him if he didn't feel sorry when he saw a weak animal, but the boy decided that if he thought about it, he himself could become weak. For him, there was always one person he wanted to protect and care for. Everyone else was indifferent to him. And then one day, on his 11th birthday, he prepared a gift for his sister. But Amelia got angry with him one day and hit him on the head. He was very surprised and upset. Andrian prepared his gift with such care that he tried to get that doll. But he couldn't find it, so he tried to make it. The boy made a doll out of a maid, who broke his sister's doll. But the girl cared a lot about this maid, even though she broke her toy. He presented her and even dressed her in the same clothes, but he was scolded a lot. There were very long lectures. Amelia explained to him that life is precious. He never understood why she was precious, because life is life, but he agreed because his sister said so. The next time, he prepared the doll with more care and took it to his sister. He thought for a long time and decided to change the gender of the doll, so he lagged behind the maids. But he was punished again. After that, he prepared the dolls several more times, but then he realized that Amelia didn't play with them. And he stopped making them. After a while, he realized that the people around him were afraid of him. The boy heard a lot about how those around him got goosebumps. He was worried that his sister would also be afraid of him. He didn't care how others treated him and hoped this wouldn't happen to Amelia. He asked her this question, and the girl replied that she was not afraid of him at all, and that his face was very beautiful. "But I am strange and different from others," said Andrian, and his sister called him handsome. Unlike others. That day the princess finished her portrait. The boy couldn't even describe in words how much he liked it. For the boy, this picture became a treasure, and Amelia liked him more and more. In proportion to his liking, the desire to protect her grew. When Andrian's parents died of an illness, he realized that he needed power. The power he gained as he grew up was mainly in money and power. And the more money and power, the better. Especially in a situation where he could protect his little sister. First, he came to a criminal organization and killed the leader. The guy made a fortune, absorbed other organizations, and opened businesses wherever he could. Andrian did this day and night. Everything went well. He also had a capable partner. Then, one day they were celebrating the opening of a new business, and the boys got into a fight. His partner started talking about Amelia, said it was time for her to get married, and that he would gladly take her as his wife. Although she is a bit tough, he could tame her. His business partner, whom he had known for 10 years, was the only one Andrian could call a friend. But that was his business. The guy firmly decided that it was necessary to finish him off for such dirty words. So that day Andrian killed his friend. The reason was found. The other party somehow stole the money. The amount was not large, and in a friendly way they simply turned a blind eye to this. After committing a murder in a cruel way, the guy drew attention to himself with his sister. Her thick and rich red hair covering her back, her soft skin and bright amber eyes. His sister didn't change at all. He just stopped her without even knowing what he meant to say. At that moment, when he realized this, there was a commotion in his soul. The boy couldn't understand what it was about. Andrian couldn't describe it in words, but he knew one thing for sure: something had changed. The boy seemed to be tormented by thirst, but no matter how much he drank, it never disappeared. It was as if everything inside him had burned up. He looked at the girl closely, and for a long time couldn't take his eyes off her. As if a magnet was pulling him towards her. Andrea couldn't give an answer for a long time. Time passed, and the cause of the thirst was never established. But one day, when his sister said the word family, in addition to thirst, he also felt a feeling of oppressive pain. Now she became more patient, constantly leaning on something and enduring. And one day the cup overflowed. Almost at the same time, she received a message that her sister had left the mansion alone and disappeared. The Duke never imagined his life without his sister. This simply cannot happen. Andrian didn't even remember how he got here. He ran nonstop. The guy found a wizard and asked him to use a tracking spell. The journey here took a little longer. Then he received a message that his sister had been found in the northern forest. He wanted to ask her why she abandoned her family and ran away as soon as he saw her. But he couldn't say it. And when she admitted that she was not his real sister, vague memories returned to him. They are very old childhood memories, but now they are clear. Memories of how someone once burst into his world, and over time, this person remained in it. Amelia became his whole world, and he realized even more why he had to worry all this time. I also understood where this feeling of thirst came from. What he wanted was a family that would become strong shackles to restrain him. The thirst. He ignored everything. And immediately satisfaction, joy, and peace came to him. He no longer wants to deny this feeling and force himself to endure it. And the thirst disappeared as if by magic. Amelia opened her eyes and saw Jessica and the butler standing in front of her. The girl doesn't remember how she ended up in his room and in his bed. It turned out she was fast asleep. The Duke brought her in while she was asleep and carefully laid her down so she wouldn't wake up. Now that the princess woke up, she started apologizing. She was very ashamed of this act in front of everyone. She knows everyone was very worried. Amelia knew how stupid they would think her choice was. She knew they would worry when she disappeared. But at that moment, the lady was only thinking about how to avoid death. Andrian watches patiently from the sidelines as people crowd around the princess. And everyone expresses some kind of concern for her. Jessica pushed Sir Davry out of the room, and everyone else so the Duke could be with Amelia. Andrian approached and asked how his little sister was feeling. She was surprised that he still called her sister, even though he now knew she was adopted. The boy said he didn't want to know anything more about it and gently kissed her hand. He asked her if she still considered him her little brother, but the lady was so worried she couldn't say a word. Amelia just shook her head side to side, indicating she no longer considered him her brother. The Duke smiled and replied that he was glad, that he was worried this habit would remain impossible to break. To conclude, he added that he would never be her little brother again. He left the room, leaving her confused. Another day has arrived. The princess doesn't know what will happen today, nor how to behave. Jessica noticed that the lady was behaving strangely. Amelia couldn't start washing right away, but for a while she just stared at the water. She said everything was fine, although she seemed to be under hypnosis. The conversation with the Duke keeps appearing in her head. In fact, she was waiting for this conversation. Although they are not related by blood, they lived their whole lives together and formed a family. He was attached to the princess as if she were his own sister, but their conversation caught her attention. The lady thought she would be happy when this happened, but so far her feelings are unclear. When Jessica told the princess she was acting strangely, Amelia yelled at her and told her she just didn't sleep well that night. The maid only asked her for one thing, not to run away from home ever again. Amelia apologized to her and promised she wouldn't run away again and wouldn't make the whole mansion nervous. She is truly very ashamed, because until she opened her eyes, Jessica and the others didn't close theirs. The princess decided she would never leave the mansion in such a terrible way again. And she hugged the maid tightly. Someday she will still have to tell the whole mansion that she is a stranger here. And this is very sad. Then, her relationship with Andrian will definitely change. The girl suddenly remembered what the Duke was doing with the monster subjugation. Really, she just took him and left everything behind. Amelia ran to Andrian to find out. Sir Davry was waiting for her outside the door, as always. She cannot look him in the eye because she is very guilty. Looking at the floor, the lady simply said she needed to see the Duke. Before leaving the mansion, she sent Sack on a fake errand to get rid of him. And now her conscience torments her. He said he would take her to Andrian because it was his duty to help the lady at any time. And in any matter. Although the lady sincerely let me go, Devery added, finding those sweets turned out to be very difficult. But then he was shocked and heartbroken when he realized he had been tricked. And he couldn't deliver the cookies, he was actually a little hurt. But now he just laughed and said, "It's okay, don't worry." However, the next time he finds himself in such a situation, he wants her to take him with her. Because he has to follow her everywhere and anywhere. Even though he is Andrian's man, he would have followed her. Apparently he has followed Amelia for so long that she is now his owner. She laughed and said that next time she would definitely take him with her, and he smiled back. When Amelia entered the Duke's office, she saw that he, as usual, was sitting working on some papers. There is a story about a punitive squad, unskilled people who want to impress. The imperial family knew about them, but turned a blind eye. They trusted Andrian too much, as if they were Andrian and his hens. But he abandoned his hens to fate. He left a deputy and trusts that they will arrive safely, and that everything will be fine. The princess is worried. Before, she didn't know how strong the monsters were. Amelia told him she could join them immediately, but he tensed up. He even raised his voice, thinking she was trying to push him away from her. But this was impossible. The girl realized that now she couldn't take a single step without him. And Andrian silently kissed her wavy golden locks. She has a question, since he doesn't want to be her little brother, did he decide to seduce her? Even though the knights will be worse off without him, he still doesn't want to be separated from the princess for a minute. He is very scared after her escape. A man called his office and interrupted their conversation. They handed him an official letter that came from the south. It turned out to be a very urgent letter. Everything turned out much worse than the princess thought. It was a nice document in which they begged for Andrian's urgent presence. Amelia understands that talking to the Duke is like talking to a wall. That's why she offered to go with him. We need to save the poor hens and save the world too. 2 birds with 1 stone. The girl doesn't know how to convince him and started forcing him with all sorts of pretexts. There are such beautiful landscapes in the south, the sea is further away, and when Andrian kills the monsters and finishes his work, they will spend the rest of the time together, just the 2 of them. This will be a trip where they will be alone and rest well. Then the Duke's heart melted, and he said he liked the idea. The boy smiled and calmed down. The boy told her to prepare her luggage and plan their departure, as he himself would be very busy for now. Preparations were made quickly and without delay. Amelia tries to look happy in front of everyone. And so they left for the south. When she and Andrian arrived safely at the location, they stopped at Dotrich Castle. The lord of this area. The subjugation of the monsters only began after the arrival of Duke Bidgrin. They say everything went well and was soon completed. The princess wrote a letter to Ariana so she wouldn't worry and briefly described the current situation. Andrian doesn't move a single step away from Lady Bidgrin. The Duke reminds her of Sir Devery, and this bothers her a little, but at the same time she already misses her knight. Now Amelia has a date with the Duke disguised as a walk. They are in the Appel Forest, although few people call it that, it is a forest of monsters. Rather even a monster house, a truly terrifying world. Until the punitive forces swept through this place, they say everyone avoided this forest. And Amelia noticed large scratches on the trees due to claws. The Duke on horseback wanders around this place, which means he killed them one by one. The lady imagined him defeating monsters and immediately wanted to kiss him, but fortunately she learned to restrain herself. And there was distance between them. She even got out of reality when she imagined how cool he was, and that even excites her. For some reason, she asked him what kind of girls he liked. Andrian literally started describing Amelia. He said he likes short girls, up to his shoulders, the hair length should reach the waist. He also likes it when a girl's skin is white and her eyes are amber. And she must have red hair. He completely described the princess's appearance. She interrupted him when she realized everything said was about her. Not far away, they saw the furious eyes of the monsters. The subjugation had just ended, but for some reason there were many of them. In an authoritative tone, the Duke ordered Amelia to stay behind him. Andrian could get hurt if there were too many, and suggested she just run away without looking back. He doesn't mind cutting off these monsters' heads, but as usual, he listened to the princess. And every time he wants more to do what she asks. Even the monsters were shocked by this behavior of the Duke. They ran away, and the monsters disappeared from sight. Amelia's horse ran, cutting the wind, but soon got tired, stumbled, and collapsed. All because the girl didn't notice the huge hole in front of her. The lady fell suddenly, but didn't feel much pain. But many doubts arose about what kind of place they were in front of. There was a cave completely shrouded in darkness. Amelia decided to go there. A kind of light was calling her. She felt something strange, a feeling as if someone was calling her, and when she shouted that there was someone here, she heard someone's voice. They reached a voice asking for help, but what they saw surprised them. This half-demon seemed to be trapped in the wall, and it was the princess who asked him to free him. He said that his blood was half-demon, half-mixed races, which included human blood. A race that lives in the demonic dimension and wields dark magic. Legends say that in ancient times, they made a contract with people and brought destruction to the world. And much has been written about them in literature and stories. In fact, few people have seen them, they are very rare. The half-demon promised to pay for salvation. He can lend you his strength if you sign a contract with him. In the spring of Divine Agrita, the conquest of the monsters is resolved as follows. Agrita accidentally enters the Apel forest and gets lost. She accidentally encounters an unknown creature, and with the help of this creature, destroys the monsters. This is an unknown creature in the book. Even a fool can understand it. It seems he has been here for a long time. Andrian doesn't know what to do with him, kill him or save him. The princess insisted on freeing him. The half-demon told me how to do this. He asked me to move that stone to the right. They freed him and stood paralyzed, anticipating what this creature would do next. The half-demon thanked them for saving him. He had already lost hope of escaping. The wall he was trapped in is magical. And if it were normal, he would have freed himself long ago. To thank them, the half-demon gave the lady something that would help her summon him. This device looks like a coin. You can call him anytime and anywhere. Simply holding it in your hands and calling him by name. He introduced himself as Gert, and you can only call him once, so you must do it wisely. Well, now it's time for the half-monster to leave and enjoy freedom. Gert disappeared. They tried to get out of this cave, but it turned out to be difficult. The half-demon said that this place is backed by magic. A wizard who senses the magic of this place will find out. Most likely they will get out soon. Now they are waiting for the patrols to find them. She and Andrian are alone, and there is no one around, only the remains of a collapsed wall. This all seems not to be an accident. Unexpectedly, Amelia asked the Duke if he really liked her. He was baffled by such a sharp question. He feels his throat hurting, but intuitively understood everything. It definitely wasn't just Seth. He replied that he really liked her. Then the lady asked why they weren't holding hands, and he did nothing since he didn't like her as a sister. Of course, they didn't just hold hands. Andrian hugged her and even kissed her hair. They hadn't done this before, but the girl has been waiting for a kiss and thinking about it for a long time. Since realizing her feelings, Amelia had dirty thoughts about the Duke. But those thoughts are now a normal phenomenon, it's natural. He said he was waiting for the moment when she would remove him from her consciousness as her younger brother. The princess replied that she hadn't thought of him as a brother for a long time. But she still found it hard to believe. The Duke gently touched her face and looked closely at her bright eyes. The girl feels like something is about to happen. Andrian admitted that he wanted to kiss her. But if she didn't like it, she could push him away. The lady replied that she had dreamed of it for a long time. The boy hungrily pressed his lips against hers. He knows she is aroused, and his hands squeeze her tightly against him. It seems Andrian started losing the remnants of control, a little more, and he would lose control completely. Amelia will not tell him to stop. She herself longs for it and cannot separate herself from his soft lips. Suddenly, Gert appeared again next to them. He noticed them and was horrified. They were relatives. At the same time as he was surprised, he felt uncomfortable for catching them in such a situation. They didn't explain anything to Gerd, and he helped them out of the forest. Afterwards, the Duke and Amelia headed to the capital. It was a hasty return. Many things bothered the lady while they were here. It's not that there were no results. Perhaps what happened between them in the cave was for the best. When the princess entered the mansion, she saw Ariana there. And since when has she been waiting for the lady there, Amelia was surprised at first. And she didn't immediately know what to say, because she didn't expect this meeting. Ariana said she had been here since she received a letter from the princess. She hugged the lady and asked for privacy because she had something to tell. The girls sat at the table, started drinking tea and sharing news. Amelia told how everything happened in that cave, and about Gerd and about the kiss with Andrian. Everything down to the smallest detail. Ariana thought, since everything turned out this way. The lady really tried so hard in vain. The first time, the princess saved her with the time stone. In the square with the tower. But your rescue was not in vain, Amelia replied. It made sense. That's why the princess stole the stones from her temple, so everything was definitely not in vain. So she just had to talk to the Duke from the beginning. In any case, everything turned out very well, said Ariana. She was happy to participate in such a scam. The girl hopes her sister is happy now and congratulated her. When Ariana heard Amelia's story, an idea occurred to her. Is this really the world of the novel? To be honest, everything happening around her seems strange. It is very different from the plot of the book. This also applies to the relationship between the princess and her younger brother. Amelia realized that the girl was right. The most important actions did not match the plot. She had never had such thoughts before. Everything unfolds as if it were a world separate from the novel. And the lady also feels that strange sense of heterogeneity. They cannot check it in any way. Many things were missing in the novel, but nothing significant has changed. When night fell, Andrian quietly went out onto the balcony, where the princess already was. The girl stands thoughtfully and thinks about what Ariana said, looking into the distance. The boy covered her with a blanket, because it was already cold outside and the wind had picked up. He didn't want her to catch a cold. She asked why Andrian wasn't asleep yet, but he said that somehow he felt she was here. And he took a blanket. The princess would like to ask the Duke something, or rather, she has sometimes wondered where he comes from. He replied that he didn't care, that his attitude towards her wouldn't change anyway. The Duke took her hand and told her that, in any case, whatever happens, she will soon become a duchess. Amelia is a little surprised by this news. Andrian has a talent for such sudden attacks. The lady asked him how the Duke would react if the princess was from a distant place, and wanted to return there. Before answering, he asked her if she wanted him. The girl has no intention of doing this, so she replied that she didn't want to go there. The princess said she asked this just in case, simply because she wanted to know his thoughts. Andrian added that if she had answered differently, the Duke would have simply erased her hometown from the maps. He doesn't want to be separated from Amelia for a minute, and for this, he is willing to do even the craziest things. The girl panicked. She didn't understand how someone could joke like that, or maybe it wasn't a joke at all. The Duke's face seemed to have told the truth. It's his ability to scare. Probably Andrian is even willing to tie her up so she doesn't go there. He smiles so mischievously that it chills your blood, as if he is planning something bad. You really won't let me go, even if I beg you with tears or threaten to commit suicide? The girl asked. The Duke replied that she would live next to him and also die next to him. From his lips, it sounded like a threat. The lady didn't even know what to say to this. Even if she cries and begs him sincerely, he is sure that he still won't be able to let her go. Amelia thought he is somehow strange. It started with such harsh words, and his weak voice sounds so unfamiliar. In fact, Andrian really couldn't let her go until he died. That's what he finally meant. In fact, the girl thought so sweetly that the Duke lowered his head. It was unbearably painful for him to even think about it. She asked him why he kept calling her sister, since he decided to call her by name when they were together. Andrian smiled and replied that he was simply afraid to say her name often, for fear that she would disappear. What a cunning guy. The girl thought. This guy didn't study for this, but where did he get those words from? Amelia asked if it would be a waste if they kissed often because they were afraid to touch each other. He replied that no, because there are exceptions everywhere. The Duke moved very close again and looked at her lips. She already guessed what was about to happen. The boy kissed her again. Once again, he simply couldn't resist. It becomes harder for him to control his emotions every time. It's impossible for him to be close to her and not kiss her, especially since he sees that she herself desires it. The next morning, the princess woke up and thought that fate could not be avoided. She asked Jessica to call all the workers of this mansion. It's time to take care of it and not leave it for some day. The girl understands that everyone will now simply be surprised by what they hear. But this cannot be avoided. All the inhabitants of the mansion, without exception, gathered. Some even worked while waiting for her. The lady said that, first of all, there is something she decided to tell everyone, and said that she was an adopted girl. She apologized to everyone for hiding this, because it hurts them to know that she is not from this family. The princess, who was cared for and loved only by an adopted girl, lowered her head and started crying. The girl considers herself guilty because she hid it for a long time. The maid said, "Madam, you cannot leave the mansion." What kind of situation is this? Amelia imagined it all completely differently. Everyone around them is not at all surprised by this news. It is important for each of them to know that the princess will not leave, and everything else does not matter to them. They are used to this girl and love her as if she were their own. Tears welled up in some people's eyes, and they tried to restrain themselves. Definitely, no one will treat her differently. Even after finding out, absolutely everyone thinks this way. One of the knights said that they hadn't brought the princess here, but his lover had nothing else to say. And no one could argue with these words. Amelia did not expect things to go so well after her confession. The maid raised her hand and asked if she could continue with the clothes now. Yes, of course, the lady replied. Everyone started their work as if nothing had happened. When the princess was left alone, Sir Dabbery approached her. He noticed that she seemed upset and decided to keep her company. It's not that she was upset, she was just worried. Zach said that for lower-level employees who rarely see their employers, what matters to them is a regular paycheck. And they don't really care much about the lady's background. As long as the secret of birth does not affect the salary, they really don't care who she really is. Dabbery said that he had been watching her for a long time, that she hadn't changed. No matter who she turned out to be, so it was in vain that the lady worried. The princess is still the same sensitive, kind, and gentle one. She can only be compared to a beautiful flower. And her huge, bright eyes can be compared to the sun. And yet, Amelia wondered what Sir Davry felt when he learned the secret of her origin. Or was it really nothing at all? The boy replied that he was a little surprised, but not at all upset. This is betrayal. He felt betrayed when the princess ran away and sent him far away to look for sweets. But it wasn't easy for him. But now he cannot be disappointed. Naturally, the girl hid the truth. And she already said before about the secret of her origin, the more you communicate with the lady, the more you like her. And not just him, but everyone around the princess thinks so too. Amelia asked, "So, does that mean you like me too?" And in response, she only heard an awkward silence. This is a joke. What kind of silence, Mr. Devery? As if he had swallowed his tongue, the girl was already tense. She already regretted asking this question. That's what she should think now. Then Zach came back to life and said he was lost in thought, so he didn't hear what she said. It was rude to answer anything. The princess didn't believe him. Most likely, he was just thinking about her words. She managed to get a little nervous. Their conversation was interrupted by the maid, who ran as fast as she could. As if there was a fire. But she ran to warn them. Everyone whispered that the lady was not from this family. Maybe they should shut up. The cook's boyfriend and girl couldn't keep anything to themselves. Amelia replied, Aristocratic society is cruel, but overall everything is fine. There is no need to do anything. The princess is confident that she will not have any problems, even if everyone knows. In any case, the lady thanked the maid for worrying about it. Well, you see, what I was saying is that everyone likes you, Sir Davery told Amelia. The next day at dawn, the lady went to the palace to renounce her surname, requiring the emperor's approval. All this in order to stop being a family with Andrian. Now she will just be Amelia. And not Amelia Whitgrim. The girl was informed that His Majesty had accepted her request for an audience, and that she now needed to go to the throne room. This is exactly what she wanted. But now the princess is very nervous. She is trying to calm down so as not to tremble in front of the emperor. She entered the throne room and greeted the son of the empire. He said he was glad to see her. His Majesty heard that the princess contributed to the subjugation of the monsters, for which he is very grateful to her. Amelia was very embarrassed. She always blushes at compliments. She would like to repay him somehow. The emperor heard that the lady was looking for the god of dimensions. So this is what the rumors are about. The girl thought about how fast they spread. Although this is not surprising, because she took materials about the god of dimensions from the imperial library. Then, the crown prince helped them a lot in this matter. His Majesty also said that if they were still looking for any material, he could help. Of course, Amelia did not refuse his help. It would be a great help. Someone once claimed to have met the god of dimensions. Or rather, the god told him that he brought him to this world by mistake. This god said that a person can return to the place where he came from. He said that he accidentally offended God, which is why he stayed here with a curse. Of course, no one believed him as proof. He showed a book that only had blank pages. He couldn't say anything more. The princess immediately remembered how she showed the book to the maid Jessica, and saw blank sheets of paper in it. This book was the Spring of Divine Agrita. The emperor said that he was an eccentric and difficult to meet, but that he could write a letter of recommendation. Amelia thanked His Majesty for such a favor. It would be a great help to her. And for what exact purpose did you visit me? The emperor asked. If you wanted to erase yourself from the family register, then the request is already being processed. The girl didn't understand, and when this happened, she didn't have time to do anything. But apparently Andrian was busy all day yesterday, while going ahead of the lady. As if he had split in two. His Majesty has another question for the princess. Has she decided on her place of residence? Do you really think the lady is being expelled from the family because she is being removed from the family register? The girl replied that she would continue to live in the Bidgrin mansion. Then she asked another question. If they got along well with Duke Bidgrin, Amelia replied that there were no differences between them, and that everything was fine. Then, the emperor had an expression of relief on his face. He thanked her for her work and conversation, and promised to give her that person's address through an assistant. The princess said goodbye and left. His Majesty thought that the Duke is not only a strong saboteur, but also a romantic rival, which is why he was abandoned. When Amelia returned to the mansion, she immediately wrote a letter to that address. It would be good to talk to him first, with a man who claims to have met God. Now the princess wants to see Andrian. She didn't touch him because he was busy. But he found time to go to the emperor's castle. The lady approached his door. The boy heard silent footsteps and immediately guessed it was her. He asked her why she wasn't coming in. The girl replied that she wanted to surprise him. Amelia asked him if he was ever surprised or if he was always so calm. I would be surprised if my sister kissed me herself, replied the Duke. He continues to call her sister, but this doesn't bother the princess. Sometimes she doesn't pay attention to it. And the lady had really never kissed him first, so she did it right now. But this kiss ended on the cheek. She would have been surprised if it had been a different kiss, but she didn't dare yet. Still, Amelia couldn't restrain herself and asked him why he kept calling her sister, if everything had become so serious between them. Andrian replied that he was sad because there was little time left to call her that. Indeed, there is sadness on the Duke's face. But there is nothing to be done. After a while, he will get used to it. The lady said she heard he was at the imperial palace to remove her from the family register. The boy immediately admitted it because he saw no reason to avoid answering. He wanted to do it as soon as possible. Andrian took her hand and pulled her closer to him. She smelled a very pleasant scent from him. And how could he smell so good every time? The girl thought. He gently touches her fingers, the lady thinks, maybe only she smells this scent. And she seems to be trapped in it. While she was flying among the clouds, the Duke did what he had long dreamed of. When Amelia looked at her hand, she saw a ring on his finger. He put it on her silently. The boy asked, "How do you like it?" For a few seconds, the lady didn't know how to answer. She simply forgot all the words. Andrian said that this is a wedding ring. Proof that she is no longer his sister. The gem has the same beautiful scarlet color as the princess's hair. The Duke suggested that they choose together. He wants her to have what she likes best. The princess imagined her wedding and decided that it was not worth rushing so far ahead, that everything would happen anyway. But not immediately. He bought this ring when he went to erase his family from the family register. This happened yesterday. Andrian had already told her that she would soon become a duchess, and this was not a joke at all. Everything was happening quickly. The girl is so happy that everything inside her trembles. She wants to express her feelings for him. But she has no idea how to convey them to him. She began to stroke his neck, running her fingertips through his hair. And she felt an overwhelming desire and passion for him. The Duke asked her in a calm voice, "You are seducing me now." He said this is not fair. The boy really feels his patience running out. She manages to seduce him easily. Amelia replied that she didn't ask him to restrain himself and that she was very aware of what could happen now. The princess hugged him even tighter and smiled. After this, the girl sits thoughtfully in the living room. She is so absorbed in her thoughts that she doesn't notice anything around her. Jessica called her many times, but the lady didn't hear and didn't answer. The maid noticed a ring on her hand. Amelia said that his lordship gave her such a surprise. Looking at it curiously, Jessica liked it very much. This ring is incredibly beautiful and looks like a princess. His Excellence still cares a lot about you, since he already bought it, said the maid. It seems she didn't attach any importance to the fact that the ring is on the ring finger of her left hand. Jessica raised them for a long time as brother and sister. Maybe that's why she doesn't ask anything. The maid shed tears when the former Duke and his wife passed away, leaving only the two of them. Now her greatest wish is to serve the ducal family for the rest of her days, and she is very happy that her wish is coming true. Jessica admitted that she was actually a little worried about the secret the princess was hiding. But now she has nothing to worry about. She feels relieved. Amelia doesn't want to scare her too much, but she doesn't want to deceive her either, so she needs to be bolder. Just as the girl was about to tell the maid everything, Alex opened the door and interrupted their conversation. He invited them to go somewhere with him, or rather to the training ground, where His Excellence is currently training with the knights. Everyone is in such a hurry to see him that Alex decided they would also be interested. There is a reason why training with the Duke is considered a curious spectacle. Andrian's fencing skills are well known to everyone, but he never showed them unless necessary. The same goes for training. He simply doesn't need them. From what the princess had heard before, knights always had the desire to fight the Duke at least once. Andrian is truly amazing, but he looks even more beautiful in battle, showing off his strength and skills. Although Amelia is defeated and often sees him using weapons, she doesn't understand how a person can move like that. A single blow, and the enemy will be defeated. He wields that long sword so professionally and skillfully, and those muscles peeking out from under his clothes make the lady fantasize about God knows what. She feels like she is already starting to go crazy over him. Soon her patience will truly come to an end, and she will attack him herself. Then, out of nowhere, Sir Davy Sack appeared on the set, and all the public admiration focused on him. The princess had already forgotten that he is quite popular and has many admirers. He is unusually tall and handsome. The Duke said he didn't expect him to try to go against him as well. Everyone needs to train from time to time. But Zach could have chosen any other night. It looks like it's going to be hot here right now. Everyone is surprised how Devery manages to avoid all of Andrian's blows and lasts longer than the others. But Amelia has a question about how to separate them now. In the end, Sir Zach got tired faster than the Duke and had a very hard time breathing. But the Duke asked him if he was going to continue. He nodded. It seemed like he wasn't even thinking about giving up. "I ask for your forgiveness in advance," said Devery, and looked at Andrian with rage. He fought well with the Duke. Everyone kept watching the show with their mouths open. But after a while, Zach fell to the ground. He still couldn't defeat the Duke. Andrian said that his skills had improved significantly, and that he would have succeeded if he hadn't looked around. "My trick won't work anymore," thought Sir Devery. After the match, the princess told Jessica everything. The lady feared she would be surprised, but in the end everything turned out wonderfully. In that case, the maid wants to take care of her babies. She didn't think of another option, she was very stubborn. Amelia finally felt relieved and sat down for tea. The maid brought her a letter lately. She has been receiving letters frequently. And the lady learned many things. The capital's social circles found out about her origin, although Amelia didn't hear the rumors. Invitations to parties and teas have decreased a lot, but on the other hand, marriage invitations have increased. They came before, but now a kind of madness is happening. There were even invitations from middle-aged men asking her to make a decision quickly. Upon learning of her origin, they began to consider her as baggage assigned to any family. That's why the men swooped down on her like vultures, thinking the girl would be sold at a bargain price. She has no desire to read these letters. Today a letter arrived without a sender. It didn't even have the family coat of arms, and the princess became interested. The girl started opening this letter enthusiastically, but what she read in it scared her. "It is written in blood on a white sheet of paper, 'I know your secret. If you don't want the secret of your blood to be known, come to the address written on the other side. But come alone.'" Amelia felt a little sick. Jessica was also very scared, and decided that she needed to urgently inform the Duke about this. The princess stopped the maid by grabbing her sleeve. "These are not threats," thought the princess. "The secret of her blood, look at it however you want, means the secret of her origin. But everyone already knows that she is not Lady Bidgrin, so the letter is somewhat useless." Still, Amelia decided to go there. She asked the maid to call Sir Devery. "If you accept all the conditions of a stupid letter, problems can arise. This is quite a strange letter. The sender must know that the secret is already known, but wonders what he knows about her origin." The girl stumbled over a stone and almost fell to the ground, but Sir Devery was nearby. And he managed to grab her arm. By chance, he noticed the ring on her ring finger, but said nothing about it, not a word about it. "You could have told His Excellency everything." "It would have been safer," said Zach. Amelia did not want to involve Andrian in these matters. He is always busy with work and different thoughts, so it is better to leave him alone. The girl could not go alone. She feels safe with Sir Devery. He is a strong and reliable knight. Next to him, she feels like she is behind a stone wall. Soon they arrived at the designated place, and Amelia's heart began to beat faster. She was very worried. The letter was about this shop. Sir Davy remained outside the door. He would enter a little later. In front of her, she saw a man sitting. She didn't recognize him. He looked very severe. The princess asked who he was, but the man got angry when he heard this question. He jumped up from his seat and scared her. He looks disheveled with messy hair, and yet she didn't hesitate to go to the shop. The man hit the table with his fist and reminded her by introducing himself as Riga Kami. Unfortunately, Amelia remembered him and immediately wanted to kill him with the first thing she found. Riga Kami is the count's own son, yet he was expelled from the house and should not use this surname now. He once tried to drug a girl on the occasion of Andrian's birthday, but it didn't work. Now the man is very angry with Amelia. Because of her, he lost everything he had. And first of all his family. The princess is furious. she really decided to lure her here with that topic. The girl told him that if he thought she had harmed him, he should live his next life better. Otherwise, he would be born as a weed by the side of the road, and she would trample on him. He is not happy because Amelia is being too rude to him. Did you receive the letter? Do you agree if I tell your secret? Cammy asked. He called her a fake princess who doesn't even know her origins. At that moment, Sir Davry entered the shop. He put his sword to the insolent man's throat, thus forcing him to be more polite. What else do you want to say? The girl asked. Riga Cammy replied that they need to go somewhere. His legs are shaking a lot. Zach Davry scared him, and in general, the man is a coward. After losing his home, he is afraid of everything around him. They arrived at a house where, according to Rick, an old man lives for the princess's safety. The knight decided to enter first. Once inside, they saw an old man. He knows useful information that will be helpful to Amelia. Sir Dabbery showed him a bag of gold coins he would receive if he told the story. Amelia asked him if he knew the secret about Princess Bidgrin's origin. The man replied that there was a flaw there and began to tell it. About 20 years ago, the old man worked as a coachman for the Bidgrin family and often worked with wealthy clients. But that day, he was lucky enough to serve the Duke and the Duchess. A maid jumped under the carriage. She had a red-haired baby in her arms. She said she had crossed the border to save this child. The maid died after crossing the border. This child had exactly the same hair as the Duchess's maternal grandmother. The woman invited her husband to keep the child. The doctor once said they couldn't have children, so it was fate that the baby appeared in front of them. All this happened before the eyes of the coachman. The Duke and Duchess buried the deceased maid and adopted the child. The coachman was ordered to keep this secret until the end of his days. He received a large sum of money, but stupidly spent it all quickly. In the end, the secret was revealed. This story did not surprise Amelia at all, because everyone already knows that she is not Lady Whitgreen at all. The princess was a little moved. Memories of the past came back to her. The girl remembered her non-biological parents. She is very grateful to them for accepting her into their family. It turns out that Riga decided to threaten Amelia with what everyone already knows. She looked at him and told him he could keep doing this because she didn't care. They and the knight simply turned around and left, leaving the man defeated. A little later, the butler told the princess that the maid had a letter in which it was written that this child was precious and needed to be taken care of. That woman's body was buried by her parents. They say the priest personally took care of everything. Amelia was sad because she did this. She wanted someone to take care of the baby. More precisely, that someone should be rich and noble, which is why she threw herself under the luxurious carriage. The butler asked the girl if she would like to visit the woman's grave. It's impossible to go now, but next time, she will definitely say goodbye to her. The man also warned that there is no need to bring flowers there, since she constantly carries arms full of them. Thank you for letting me take care of you, said the butler. Amelia smiled. She was very happy to hear such kind words. That night, the girl fell asleep with a portrait of her parents, but at first, she couldn't sleep for a long time. All sorts of different thoughts didn't let her sleep peacefully, as well as memories of the past. Of her parents or of that girl. She wanted to thank everyone, at least in a dream. So then she fell asleep with this thought. The next morning, the princess was informed that a guest had arrived. She still didn't know who it was, because no one planned to visit her. She saw Ariana. For some reason, she had a sad expression on her face. If something had really happened, Amelia offered to sit down and talk. Tears appeared in Ariana's eyes, and she asked the princess if she should refuse to return home. She didn't find a single clue about the god of dimensions. Even if the girl returns home, she is not sure she will be alive there. It was hard for her to adapt to this world, but with time everything got better and she got used to living here. Perhaps we should accept it and live in this world not as Ariana, but as Agreta Grace. But the people who are really dear to Ariana are not here. Here the girl will also find those people dear to her heart, but the importance will be different. Amelia suggested that they go to the imperial palace together tomorrow. She should meet someone. Of course, Ariana immediately agreed. She didn't even think about it for a second. They hadn't gone anywhere together for a long time. The next day they went there, but the girl still doesn't know who the princess will meet. Does the lady really want to introduce her friend, her boyfriend, or is it a blind date? Personally, Ariana likes Koreans. She once told the princess this. But age is also very important to her. As a couple, Amelia forgets that the girl is only 17 years old and likes young boys. In general, girls can spend hours talking about boys, talking about their preferences, and talking about a variety of topics. When they entered the house, they saw a man there. Amelia was really looking forward to this meeting. And it finally happened. This elderly man is the author of the book Spring of the Divine Agrita. It was he who wrote this book, and now on the table is an amazing encounter. The written story is the basis of this world, and he is like its creator, that is, God. Where to start? Sought the man. He said he wrote the book, but didn't create it. In other words, he saw and wrote plagiarism. He started talking from the beginning of what happened 25 years ago. The girl was named Kim Godo. She was born in Seoul, South Korea, and was a normal high school student. The high school student hated going to school more than anything in the world. One day on the way to school, she climbed a mountain but lost her balance and fell. Ariana was surprised. She also lost her balance, and that's why she fell down the stairs. Goro thought she was going to die, but when she opened her eyes, she simply found herself in another world. The girl was very surprised. Here, instead of science, there is magic and states. Soon a god appeared before her. It turned out to be the god of dimensions. He said he was very sorry for her. God opened a dimensional rift and called her, telling her he would send her back. But then, why can't Ariana return home? And she has even lost hope that this will ever happen. God also said that he cannot open the door for at least 6 months. That's what you have to wait every time before opening it. King Godot had to wait 6 months, and from that moment her troubles began. She had nothing to do in this world. Carriages, old women, architecture, this way of life was alien to her. The god of dimensions gave her shelter, clothes, and food. At first it was interesting, but then it became boring. There was strange magic. It wasn't always possible to see something through it. The days passed boringly, but she had everything she needed. In this world, she was an impersonal person and couldn't walk anywhere. When Kim Godot was lying around and simply bored, she had the idea that she had a mysterious ability. She saw the future. This only happened to people from other dimensions. They were unexpected abilities. She saw small and large events that would happen in the future, like people's destiny. All this appeared literally before her eyes. The girl could even choose what to see. In the future, she saw that there were 2 handsome boys. Kim Goddard followed their destinies, and this was her only entertainment. She admired them. These are the 2 most beautiful and influential men in the empire. And also the girl saw a woman who received all her love, their destinies. This is a love story. Kim decided to write about them and show them to everyone. This was all she could think of. She was literally excited about it. She quickly wrote a book using her abilities to write fan fiction, with Agrita Grace as the main character. A month passed like this, and the novel was finally written. The girl's happiness knew no bounds. King Godot called this book the Spring of the Divine Agrita. All that remained was to sell it. And with the profits, the girl dreamed of spending the rest of her life traveling. However, not everything could be so simple. The god of dimensions appeared before her again. He was very angry and asked her how she dared to do this. The god of destiny is extremely angry. This is the only way to stop the destruction unleashed upon her. The girl started apologizing, but God would not ignore this if he sent her home. It would mean turning a blind eye to her trick. They have helped Kim Goro so far, but now the god of dimensions intends to curse her. Live and repent your sins for the rest of your life, he told the frightened girl. Then the man told this story. Her punishment was to live as another person. Now the girls know how this book appeared. This world is not a novel. It's just that the novel was written based on that world. Kim Godot said she wrote the book by seeing the future, which means that reality must match the plot of the novel. So, where do these changes come from? Perhaps the changes in Hagrid are due to Ariana. If this is the future, then Amelia's destiny is to die at the hands of Andrian. Why did that change? Perhaps because she remembers her past life, and this caused the butterfly effect. From that moment on, the man could not regain his senses for a long time. And he tried to turn everything into a book. He went to see a rich man to sell it, but as a result, he was accused of fraud, saying that the book was prophetic and that it also had blank pages. Ariana said she didn't consider him a fraudster because she saw the content of the book. She read it all, although it was very sad. She questions why they see the content. She assumes it's because they are strangers here, just like him. He explained that if they read the book again, they would realize that the future in it had changed. Since the day God cast a curse on her, she can no longer look into the future. But she perfectly remembers the content. But the future she saw and the real future are different. This means that there were two people at the center of these changes, so he concluded that these girls in front of him were not in the same situation as him. If her soul came from another world, like his, then this is what influenced the future of this world. If they read this book, maybe he called them. Ariana said this is someone else's body, but somehow she entered it. So, why didn't the god of dimensions appear in front of her? Seeing the girl's annoyed face, Amelia asked her if she knew how to meet the god of dimensions. Although King Godot did not summon God, they think it is still worth grasping this straw. The man replied that he knew how to do it, and the princess couldn't believe what she heard. Will he really help them summon the god of dimensions? A man can do this even now, but it's worth it. If this is possible, then why waste that opportunity? Ariana really dreams of returning home. The princess asked the girl if she wanted to summon the god of dimensions now. Ariana burst into tears. She couldn't believe she could return home, see her mom, her dad, and her friends. This is what the girl desires most. Instead of fake smiles and pretending, she now showed her real face by taking off the mask. The man is ready to do it right now. If the girls have thought it through, then the matter is still minor. The man began to whisper something, and a moment later the god of dimension appeared before them. He is dissatisfied because who allowed them to summon God so brazenly? They explained to him that there are people he needs to see. They came to this world because of another of his mistakes. Ariana left her body in her world, but threw her soul here. There must be a lot of noise in your world. You have been through a lot, the god of dimension told Amelia. When the girl asked him if she could go home, he replied that of course. The god of dimensions is ready to send Ariana to her home world right now. The god of dimensions is still angry with the man after his mistake. He decided to explain something to the girls, something that happened a long time ago. Because of Kim Godot, the god of destiny was angry because she turned people's destiny into a romance. God did not want that destiny to happen, but changing it is not so easy, because what is already known is difficult to change. After much deliberation, the god of destiny made a decision. He abandoned his predetermined destiny. But he decided to introduce a new and stronger variable. You have already met a man named Andrian B. Green. You are destined to be with him, said the god of dimensions, to Amelia the souls live thousands of destinies their destinies. And the Duke met many times, and they were always like a couple. Initially, such destinies occur in later lives, so the goddess of destiny brought the girl to this world. She was here to change the future, which means she took the place of the real soul of this body. But the real soul of this body lives a wonderful life in another world. Because of some idiot, everything turned out this way. Everything was turned upside down and can no longer be changed. The princess has a question. Is it normal to exchange souls like this? If the souls of Andrian and the crown prince had swapped places, she thinks everything would have been different. The soul rewrites destiny and the body is just a shell, replied the god of dimensions. That's why they needed Amelia. Her destiny carries a powerful and bright destiny, or rather this destiny is sealed in her. And in her soul, God answered the princess's questions. She realized that they were destined to be together with Duke Bidgrin. They will really have such a wonderful life, and she will not die at his hands. The girl still finds it hard to believe all this. God called Ariana closer to him. It's time for her to go home. It's not difficult to get her soul back. He also asked if Kim God-ho would like to return to where she came from, to Korea. Of course, she really missed her home. The man scratched his head and replied, "But I am punished. As long as she survived here, lived and developed, moved forward, so she cannot leave a single person here." She feels sorry and at the same time grateful, but the man decided that he would rather grow old and die here. The God of Dimensions will not force a person each one. He has the right to decide his own destiny. Ariana said goodbye to the princess, and the God of Dimensions lifted her into the air. Amelia asked the girl not to worry about her, because she is a person with a strong destiny. Even if she wants to die, it simply won't happen. The girl thanked the princess for everything and said she hoped to be happy. Of course, it is very difficult for the princess to part with a girl who has not become her sister. But Ariana wanted exactly that. Now she will see her family. The place where Amelia opened her eyes was the Bidgrin mansion. She doesn't know where she lost consciousness, but she was told that she slept for 2 full days. The girl woke up rested, according to Sir Devery. She ran to the garden because she saw a bright light. She and Agrita were lying on the ground, and now what happened seems like a dream to Amelia. Still, it's good that we managed to call God and talk to him. He told us many useful things. Lady Grace was found lying next to her. The butler said she hadn't woken up yet. It turns out that the real Agrita will really return, or rather the original soul that was sleeping will return. What will happen now, except for what has already changed, the rest must follow its destiny. The future revolving around Agrita prompted Kim to describe everything in the novel so that she would not become the main protagonist of this world. This has nothing to do with Amelia. The girl has what she wanted most in the world. This is her beloved man, Andrian. But she was so excited that she couldn't control herself after eating. She walked quickly and rode a horse. The day passed very quickly, and the lady decided to read a book. Andrian is sitting next to her, and this stresses her out. He takes care of her all day, during meals. While walking, they even rode horses together. He said he missed her and wanted to stay with her until she fell asleep. For 2 days, he only saw her sleeping and wanted to watch her one day when she woke up. He wondered if he had really been awake the whole time. The princess took his hand and led him to bed. Amelia wanted to take care of him. She wanted him to get some sleep. The boy said it was very difficult for him to sleep when she was near. The girl was embarrassed. "Let's close our eyes and rest a little," said the princess. Hugging each other, they fell asleep very sweetly. Andrian fell asleep first. He really barely slept during these 2 days. Amelia woke up early, but the Duke woke up even earlier. He was not next to the girl. The maid said that his lordship left a long time ago. Someone came from the imperial palace. They say the emperor personally sent a person. Amelia remembered that the emperor also summoned her, but she has no idea what is going on. So she thinks about it. The princess asked Jessica if there was any news from the Viscount. She replied that as far as she knew, there was no news. Soon Andrian returned home. Amelia greeted him joyfully. There is irritation on his face. This is the first time she has seen him like this. It is possible that the imperial family is sending him to the south again. The Duke said that not all monsters had been killed yet. The emperor personally ordered to eliminate all monsters in the south. The princess wondered if this was revenge for the fact that Andrian had offended his son. The girl fell to the ground and began to act out the scene of suffering, calling the emperor petty. She really doesn't want to part with the Duke because she doesn't know how long it will take him. The guy said that in the worst case, monsters could cross the forest boundaries. Then everything would be much worse. Without his participation, the knights might be defeated. They definitely won't manage in a couple of days, which means the Duke will spend a long time there. The boy couldn't stand Amelia's tears and said he didn't have to go, that he could stay if she wanted it so much. The princess stopped her hysteria, but replied in an annoyed voice that this was the emperor's order. How could it be violated? The girl knew he would say this, but still decided to let him go and err. She said that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry about her. She is willing to wait for him for a long time, but asked him to try to return home as soon as possible. She will miss him very much. When a boy thinks they will have to part, he is not sure he can bear it. He will miss her in every way. Amelia realized that he was again trying to seduce her with his sweet face. And innocent. When Andrian returns, he will look at her for days again and stay close to her, even if he has to stay awake for it. Stop doing this, said Amelia. She is on the edge, just a little more, and she won't let him go anywhere. The Duke looks at her languidly, taking her hand. Only with her can he be so gentle and affectionate, and only with her is he willing to obey. The rest of the time he is severe and indifferent to everyone. His head is constantly filled with all sorts of different things. But how can you behave differently when you are close to your loved one, whom you value most in this world? Amelia promised to prepare something for him when he arrived, but she couldn't say yet what the surprise would be. When the princess saw him off, she immediately went to Jessica with a very interesting request. Since the girl decided to buy rings, she consulted her closest maid about their design. Should they have the same design, or is it better to diversify them? Jessica replied that the rings might not be the same. The main thing is to use the same precious stones, Amelia thought. It's interesting that diamonds exist in this world. Without thinking twice, the maid guessed that if the princess was interested in this, then this surprise was meant for her Grace Andrian. This made Jessica very happy. She would like this couple to live happily ever after, and she herself will continue to serve them faithfully. Having let go of her beloved for a while, Amelia secretly drew up a plan she would be waiting for him with family records. And a wedding ring. The girl firmly decided that it was time to propose to him. So, she and the maid Jessica went out to look for an engagement ring for the Duke. Nothing has happened yet, but Amelia is as happy as if it already happened. A wide smile does not leave her face. She imagines how happy Andrian will be. The maid, of course, will help her with the surprise. Everything should turn out great. The princess did not invite the jeweler to the mansion, so that rumors about it would not spread prematurely. Amelia believes this will be the best day for Andrian. I wonder if he will be surprised or remain serious-faced, as usual. The girls entered the jewelry store and saw a strange man in the twilight.